Good morning. Welcome to the second day of Devcon and welcome to Thailand. My name is Sun. I am Thai and I was born here, raised up here. And as a Thai citizen, I'm very proud and have a huge joy of the organizer that chose us to be the destination city. So I hope Bangkok treats you well. All right, nice. Did you enjoy the mango sticky rice? Papaya salad, som tam? Yes, pad thai? Yes, all right, yes, I'm sure Bangkok is going to treat you well. So today, we're going to on track of the applied cryptography, and just quick reminder, we will show the QR code during the panel, during the talk, and you can scan QR code, and then you can submit the questions. You can scroll down to the screen, the bottom of the screen, and then just go to ask the questions. And during the talk, you can just listen and then ask the question there, okay? And yes, for today's session, we have the session title, Programmable Cryptography and the Future of Internet by Justin Gilbert. He's the co-founder of ZeroXPack and also CEO of Lattice. Please join me, welcome him.
Waiting for my title slide. Let's go. All right. Good morning. Thanks for coming to the early first talk. I know Devcon doesn't want my ideas to be spread when they put me at 9:30 a.m. when people are still sleeping. So my name is Justin Gilbert. I'm one of the co-founders of ZeroXPack. I will give you about 10 more seconds to get situated, and then we will start. We have quite a marathon, because right after that, I'm doing another talk with my friend Hilmar. So no break. Nobody can leave. If you get out, I'll remember your name. All right. So clicker test. Let's go. Okay, so if we soberly look at the amount of hardware we've deployed, like exaflops of servers, millions of kilometers of underwater sea cable, thousands of satellites, we combine that with the humongous amount of data available on the internet, both public data, enough to train matrices into being able to think, but also private data. Most of people's desires, hopes, dreams, and preferences are actually somewhere online. And we intersect this with the amount of people that connect to the internet daily, about 5 billion of them. It's pretty clear that we're not doing as well as we could when it comes to the internet, right? And also like our digital infrastructure at large and what we can do online. And you're free to show us the problem you care about, whether it's strong lock-in, data silos that makes a lot of stuff much harder than they should be, the inability to make money out of basically any kind of content, and its corollary being the never-ending rain of ads, censorship, accumulation of power through network effects. There are a lot of issues, right? And so how did we get there? We have this like incredible amount of physical infrastructure and mental model into people's heads. How did we get to this kind of like very disappointing outcome? And so let's go through a real quick history of the internet and the web in order to explore this a little bit. So what started as a few military and educational networks in the US that got connected together as the ARPANET, after a few iterations on the packet format in 1983, TCP/IP was standardized, and shortly after, the ARPANET was dissolved in favor of the internet. This is a screenshot I took from the global stats of the BGP network. And now the internet is made of about 30,000 different networks connected together, right? And so if we take out the info card of what the internet fundamentally does, is that it connects any two nodes with each other. The internet is peer-to-peer and completely symmetric. What this means is no node is really more important than the others. They're all like kind of part of this system together. And the way you roll is you get an IP address and you start sending and receiving packets. So if we go a little bit forward, in 1999, Tim Berners-Lee, a physicist at CERN, wrote a paper that introduced the web as interlinked hypertext documents accessed via the internet. So if we break that down, interlinked is this URL acronym you must have seen before, the Uniform Resource Locator. It's almost like a universal language for describing resources on the web. The hypertext, what is now known as like HTML, because we can't be bothered to say very fancy words from the 90s anymore, is document format that enables you to like interactively click around and move through stuff. I mean, you guys know this. You use it every day. And these documents are rendered in like a human-readable output via browsers. So the web at that time was very much just like a bunch of researchers sharing papers with each other. In fact, if we bring up the info card again, what the web does fundamentally is it connects hypertext documents with each other. And it's also peer-to-peer and completely symmetric. Like anyone can host hypertext documents, anyone can browse them. A fun piece of trivia that reflects the philosophy at the time is that operating system came bundled with HTML servers, right? Producers and consumers were the same. People were expected to put their content online and browse each other's stuff. And this brings us to where we're at today, which is the modern web, where tools, content, and networks, whether social or financials, are accessed via the internet and the Web 1.0 tooling. So if you look at the stack on the top right corner with TCP/IP at the bottom, the Web 1.0 in the middle, and then kind of like the most common architecture we have now on top, which is the client-server supernode architecture. And the topology of the web changed a lot. Instead of a bunch of awkward researchers sharing their thoughts on their university page, we ended up with a bunch of like massive nodes and a lot of dumb terminals around them, right? Like if we take the info card of the web, we're essentially back to time sharing with a lot of dumb terminals and a few big important computers. We went from a peer-to-peer model to a client-server one, which is very asymmetric. We have a couple hundreds of very important nodes, and everything else is a dumb client. And that leads to an extreme centralization of data, computation, power, infrastructure, and economic outcome. So if we look at this, we have two different lenses, right? One is downside prevention. Essentially, like, if we want to do better, we can do better by reducing the bad things, right? So if we think that centralization of data, computation, et cetera, is bad, how can we reduce them? But the lens I'm even more interested in is the upside creation one, because it's the one that is often lost. Most interactions and computations that could be possible on the internet do not happen, right? It's not like the stuff you do on an everyday basis covers 100% of what you can do with the deployment we have today. And the reason is that the coefficient of friction is still very, very high, right? Like if you're not part of the aggregators, you can't add new features to the internet unless you go through like Y Combinator and build a startup, which is like so strange if you think about it, right? Like, why do we need something as extreme as startups? We're talking about people working really hard under a lot of risks or not for a long time in order to get new stuff to happen. And it's still, actually, it's only possible because the aggregators are lazy, right? Like, why can't we have a feature on the internet as soon as someone wants it? And so, regardless of which lens is interesting to you, whether it's the downside prevention one or the upside creation one, I think it's clear that it's not the best we can do with the amount of data, hardware, and connected internet users that we have. So, for fun, let's go through a set of analogies to take seriously but not literally. So the internet laid down the primordial digital sea. All computer networks, whether puddles, rivers, or seas, became connected in one big soup of TCP/IP packets. And from that soup, we gained the ability to have some structure, hypertext documents, emails, SSH. It wasn't much, but it was honest work. And while we had dreams of growing into a metropolis where multiple people would be able to coexist within zones of trust and transparency, just like a city, we mostly ended up in the theme parks, right? Like mostly stripped of our agency, only allowed to create when it makes sense economically, like being allowed to put our best smile in a roller coaster ride where you have to like buy the photo at the end. We're kept around for as long as possible via fun stuff to do, not owning anything, paying the entry ticket every day, either through our attention or our labor. So this is a little bit overly dramatic, but you get my point, right? Like we have concrete and electricity and, I don't know, all of that beautiful stuff, and we build one massive Disneyland. So how do we end up in the theme park, right, and not the metropolis? Well, because we were on such a good path, what happened? And one way to look at this problem is clearly identifying what did the internet give us, right? And what did it not give us? And I think people don't think about this enough. Like, we tend to think of like, oh, the internet, it just exists, it's done, we don't really think about it anymore. And we like build a bunch of apps on top of like, what did the internet give us? What did it not give us? Where did it fall short? And one way to think about the internet is as the perfect pipe, right? Like, it delivers packets securely across the entire world, it's peer-to-peer, it's fully encrypted point-to-point via TLS. It's symmetric, it works for all nodes, it doesn't really care who is the from and the to. It's civilizational scale. In fact, the perfect pipe is probably the only digital civilization scale technology today. It's built entirely with generation 1 cryptography, with signature hashes and encryption. And in fact, most of the most successful protocols today, whether email, SSH, torrent, are all built only with the pipe as an assumption. And so if we take out our civilizational dashboard, we can tick the networking checkbox. we have a system with capital T trust in the networking. But this begs the question, how do we check the other boxes? Like, we're not done. We're not done. We think we're done, but we're not done. So, and to motivate that, like, how do we build beyond peer-to-peer transmission systems? Email is still the most successful identity, recovery, and neutral communication layer. Lots of innovation and low barrier to entry in order to innovate, right? Like, and still, even with the perfect pipe, with spam, which cannot be checked at the layer of the pipe, there are network effects that led to accumulation of power to big players like Gmail. How do we compute over mutually private data? Like, most of what we do on the internet today is mutually private data. Who are the friends of my friends? Who likes me on Tinder? Who would take my bid on this financial exchange? How do we authenticate the origin, transformation, and aggregation of data? Why can't we just index the whole internet once and give it to people? Why do we have to like do it and then like do rent seeking on top of that? It's a bit strange, right? And because we trust the networking with a capital T trust, right? How can we trust the data and the compute? And we have this massive hack, this like great theater, which is the client-server architecture and institutional hardness as a way to solve it. And so we connected the perfect pipe to what we had, like black box opaque servers. The default without accumulation of brand or an iterated game is abuse, data leak, downtime. While you don't think twice about sending a TCP IP packet to an IP address, like, wow, this IP address is a bit sketchy, I wouldn't send an IP packet there. You do think twice about putting your credit card number on a website, right? Because you trust the pipe, you don't trust the compute and the data. And some nodes, of course, did better than others and started accumulating power. That's the classic story. So we landed up on like trust me, bro, as a fallback. We merely started believing computing and data with the client-server architecture. Compute in these servers and store your data there, believe in what comes out, accept what you cannot ask for. And you rarely, and this is an interesting point, you rarely hear about abuse, friction, hacks, downtimes, antitrust at the networking layer, right? Even the most powerful actor like Cloudflare are essentially utility businesses. We could remove them at any time and be fine, right? They augment the perfect pipe, but they don't turn an imperfect pipe into a perfect one. Meanwhile, you often hear about all of these issues in the data compute layer, like hacks, censorship, downtime, API not supported, abuse of monopoly and power. And so I don't think we should be too harsh on ourselves, because at ZeroXPrec, we actually believe it's impossible to do better than the perfect pipe without generation 2 cryptography. We're actually trying to mathematically prove it right now. The perfect pipe is as best as we can do with asymmetric encryption, hashes, and transport layer security. Okay, so we're going to go a little bit grandiose for a second. We have civilization scale networking, right? What do we do now? We do have two other boxes, compute and data. How does the landscape look like today on like this effort here? So for computing, we rely almost exclusively on companies that have had to accumulate brand power, data, and have a lot of things at stake in order to painstakingly build these trusted compute network, right? If you've seen the panel between Vitalik and Gupsheep yesterday, that's what they're referring to as trusted third party. So Facebook can answer, who are the friends of my friends? Tinder can tell me these people like you. Google can tell me as a business, you can give money to these people and they will put ads out for your product. And for data, we have entities that also had to accumulate trust and network effect in order to generate authenticated data. Plaid tells other companies how much money I have. Stripe makes sure they get paid. ID.me tells them the person I claim I am. And so it's extremely hard to add new capabilities to the internet. While you don't think twice about sending a TCP IP packet to an IP address and know it will be delivered securely, the amount of effort needed to build trusted party is pretty enormous. So we think that we can collectively add new dimensions to the internet with programmable cryptography, right? And I will make a note that I'm disappointed with my choice of word here. I very much call it the internet because I don't really know what else to call it. If I were more ambitious with my meme making this morning, I would refer to what I'm talking about as digital civilization. Like, we're in the process of approaching digital civilization, like actual digital civilization. But in order to do that, we first have to recognize, A, the existence of the pipe, and B, the fact that we have to get to work on the other perfect primitives. So how would that look like to create these new dimensions? We would have to construct compute that we can trust with a capital T and data that we can trust as well with a capital T. So programmable cryptography that we understand today can be used to construct the perfect packet of data. Like, this can be done. It's a packet that can be cryptographically authenticated, whether it's a Web2 API, an email, the government, its integrity can be verified. A packet with verified transformation, any operation on the data, whether aggregation, the forward pass of a machine learning model, data science filters can be verified, and in that way unbundle data processing from silos and enable self-custody. It's a packet with information asymmetries backed into it, like properties can be hidden and transformed just in time, prove that you're old enough, creditworthy enough, cool enough, able to log into this machine. The perfect pipe is ultimately a piece of data that can stand on its own, a piece of data that maintains its usefulness in context as it travels across our civilization. Okay, deep breath in, let's keep going. Another digital object we can create with very strong programmable cryptography is the perfect computer, right? It would be fully encrypted, input, compute, output. It would be always online, have perfect liveness. We would be able to run it distributed on any untrusted hardware. No need to have the guy with the guns and the Glocks at the entry to make sure nobody gets in the data center. It would be permissionless. Anyone can use it. Public data would be really public, right? Not sometimes public. And private data would be really private. In some sense, this would be God's AWS, right? This is what the universe runs on. And as a side note, blockchains went surprisingly far with generation 1 cryptography in order to build something that approaches this, right? Like, they were able to build these infinite liveness computers that are always online and are transparent. But in order to close the feature gap between blockchains and the client-server architecture, Supernode, we need programmable cryptography, or maybe something even more powerful that we don't know about yet. The end product doesn't necessarily need to look like a blockchain. The presence of blocks, cryptocurrencies, transactions, etc. is very much a detail, an implementation detail. It's important to note that the network, like the network effect of the perfect computer would be pretty insane, right? Like, when you have a computer made from like godlike matter, people would probably use it. But the thing that's interesting is this network effect would accumulate to the protocol itself, not whoever built it or its operators. So we call these three objects the perfect primitives. I wouldn't be surprised if there are more of them at the end of the day. And I want to close this talk by telling you how I think Ethereum fits within this cosmology, right? Ethereum is undeniably a production-grade payment system, but also, perhaps surprisingly, Ethereum is a mother of all demo for new perfect primitives beyond the pipe, right? Like, all of you here that have been working in this ecosystem for a long time feel like there is something special about that computer, and people struggle to explain what's special about it. And my claim is, the thing that's special about it is, it's the first time we have actually like a real shot at building another perfect primitive beyond the pipe. But I don't think like blockchains is the only thing that can approach these perfect primitives. There are a lot more celestial matter out there that we can tap into in order to go beyond the perfect pipe. And so recognizing the existence of these primitives, right, with one of them actually being at arm's reach right now, it helps us situate Ethereum and the other technologies we're working on as being part of this like pantheon of perfects. So I hope this talk can enable you to think better in the weeks to come about what you're working on. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Justin, and that's so excited. I would like to give you all another 30 seconds. Just scan it and then go to the Q&A session. And then even if you don't have any questions, just go there and get vote to the questions that you want it to be answered. All right? Let's give more 20 seconds so people can jump in and vote. All right, let's grab the first one. What are the core incentives for the incumbents on the web to transition to new models which you have spoken to? Why would they want to relinquish more control? Justin.
Yeah, so I think there are two ways to look at this. One is, as I said in my talk, I think it's really easy for people to think about the thing that's not working and be like, oh, if only we could solve this and solve that. I think it's much harder to think through everything that we don't have right now, because we can't think about it, because like we've not like followed the right initial conditions in order to get there. So I think core incentives, in some ways, would be less about like relinquishing control and ideally even winning bigger. You know, like at some point you realize that if you're the biggest dog, but the competition is not that big, like sometimes you can be reasoned into kind of like entering an even greater game. And I think that's one approach, just like being able to show progressively that there are greater games to play and entering these greater games while you would relinquish control. It's like being like a high school bully, you know, like, yeah, you have a lot of power, but you'd rather get into the real world and kind of like have much more to play with. So that's one possibility, but I think it's a little bit idealistic to be able to make that case. I think another thing about relinquishing control is, I don't know if some of you know the idiom like science advances one death at a time. I think it's important to know that the computing industry has not had many deaths yet. People talk a lot about these like, oh, the massive companies that are still founder controlled, they're the ones that are gonna like, I should put my money into. And I think there is definitely a place where a lot of the system could change very quickly, you know? And so whether it's through like stretch to the system, like, you know, AI getting really good, or just incumbents progressively like getting worse at innovating, there are ways to change this, but I don't think it's a clear incentive story as in like, oh, do 1, 2, 3, and then we figure it out. The whole point of this talk is to try to get you to think about, there's actually a lot that we haven't thought about. It's not like it's really clear what we have to do, it's just really hard. We have to wake up every morning and like work really hard on it. There's a lot we haven't thought about yet. And so, yeah, I'll stop there because I'm seeing a question that is skyrocketing to 11 upvotes. I have to respect the anonymous voting here.
Yes, and since we have a lot of things that we haven't done yet, and what's the most concrete things that 0x Part is working on to advance this agenda?
Yeah, so there are a lot of presentations, workshops put together by Xerox PARC this week, so you can actually answer that question yourself by going to some of that, but I'll give a little ad. So one thing we've made a lot of progress on over the last year by putting together like industry, academia, engineering, etc., is starting to make progress on what this perfect packet of data would look like. People have the right intuition that something like, you know, like zero knowledge proof and cryptographic data is a good step, but there's actually many, many problems to solve afterwards, some that are like actually deeper than you think, not just an engineering issue. So I'm actually giving another talk this afternoon about this. You can find me on stage 6. I have a talk about the universal cryptographic adapter. But if you just want to like immerse yourself into one full day of like what would the future look like if we were to work on this seriously, come to the Programmable Cryptography CLS on Friday. The whole day is just workshop and talks about this stuff. And there's been actually a lot of interesting breakthrough over the last 6 months, and I think you will be surprised by what we can do now.
That's nice. You should check it out, Saturday. Next one, however, the good primitive, don't you think people want to go to the theme park anyway?
Yeah, that's a good point. So, as I said before, it's really hard in general to think through what you don't have and like strive for that versus trying to just solve the problems you're currently facing right now. So, I think that well, there are different answers. One is a bleak one, which is let the theme park goers go to the theme park and let everybody else ascend. In fact, we probably don't want to do that because we feel responsibility toward the rest of our fellow humans. So I think it's going to be a difficult thing. Like, we're definitely in a crisis right now where people's, I mean, we talk a lot about attention span, but I don't think this is the worst. I think almost like the integral of like outcome you expect in your life is kind of like shrinking, you know, like we've been talking a lot about like younger people not being able to buy houses and spending all of their money. I think this thing applies equally everywhere. It's like return over intellectual effort, return over financial efforts. And so as we turn into a civilization that is like more and more inclined to go to the theme park, I think we have like a big big effort to put here to figure out like how we can get out of that. But at the end of the day, I think that we don't have a credible story for something that would not be the theme park. Like what I find fascinating is in sci-fi, we have a lot of like stories that resonate to people with a lot of different kinds of technology, like build an artificial sun, go to Mars, create a god, whatever. But we don't have good stories about what like a good digital civilization would look like when it comes to having symbiotic with the people, right? Like, what would it look like? Is it just like being able to watch 10 movies at a time on Apple Vision Pro? No, it's not about that. It's about like communion with everybody else. The thing is, we don't have good stories for that. So I think that in order to get people out of the theme park, we have to just think better, make efforts technologically, but not just do the thing which is like the classic technocrat answer, which is like, we have to build more technology and everything will solve itself. And the page broke. So I guess no more questions.
No, that's good. I remember the next one. So the next question is do you think AGI or CAN would help us to invent the advanced mathematical breakthrough for the next generation of cryptography? Or it's just going to come from the mathematicians? Or what do you think on it?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think that's actually the thing I'm more excited about. I don't want AI to like make shit up that we can't verify. In some sense, like I hate it when it writes code and gets it wrong because it has no way of checking yourself. But the really great thing with math is that if you ask it to put together a formal proof and put in a theorem prover, you know whether it's right or not. So I think like we should put more effort into getting these AI models to do things that we can verify at the end of the day. So for sure would be helpful for the mathematics out there.
Okay, I think we got last one. Ethereum does a good job at the decentralized compute, but it's way behind for data. What do you think can be made?
Yeah, I think the reason for that is because you can only go so far with an open computer, right? Like if you have an open like registry of stuff and compute on top of that, it's really hard to take a central role when it comes to data. Like data is not a native thing that like is thought of as like, oh, here's this open thing that anyone can go on, you know? So I think that's one of the main reasons it doesn't do a great job with data. What do you think can be made about this? I'm not even sure blockchains are the right constructions, for what it's worth. I think people like to meme the fact that we're going to put the entire internet on Ethereum, and I'm sorry to tell you it's not going to happen, regardless of how much scaling works the ETH core devs do. So I think we have to like kind of like get out of a delusion that it's just going to happen and think through, okay, what's the whole space of stuff we can do here? What are the other perfect primitives?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is Justin Gilbert. Woohoo! Thank you, thank you. And the future of internet is exciting. All right, yes, the next session will start at 10:30 a.m. And if you're thirsty, we provide a water bottle at the back of the meeting rooms. You can go grab there. And the closest bathroom, it's outside, and then you can go out and turn right. And we will come back at 10:30. All right, all right. Good morning again. Good morning, everyone. And for those who just came here, my name is Sun, and I will be your MC for today morning and this afternoon for the main stage. And who's the gamer here? Who's the gamer? Yes, yes, that's good. Because today we're going to talk about game, and we're going to hear from the real experience from the people who build something on-chain and on-game on the virtual world. And today's topic, it's about EVE Frontier Challenge lessons and future of building an autonomous world on Ethereum. And today's speaker, we have two speakers from the real people who build real game on the real world Ethereum. And please help me welcome Huma Peterson and Justin Gilbert.
Thank you. I come from CCP. It's a company founded almost 30 years ago in Iceland, and this is our mission. We want to create virtual worlds more meaningful than real life. This is probably something that's going to take 100 years, and it's very provocative, but I assure you, we actually believe it's a good thing. If you were here for Justin's talk just earlier, he was there for digital civilization. We have created like what could be a prototype of maybe not like a civilization scale, digital civilization. It's more like a digital nation of sorts. It's a game we released 21 years ago. It's called EVE Online. Currently, there are about like 1 million characters playing it. It has a lot of transactions. And it is actually the first game built on top of a database, which was very controversial at the time. Like I said, we come from Iceland. Iceland is a country that just recently has more people than sheep. In our sort of coordinate system, 1 million people is a lot. It's almost 3 times the people that live in our country. We also made other games over the years, but 60 million people have played even other games. This is the first version of EVE Online released summer 2000. This is what it looks like today. This is a picture of our Guinness World Record of the biggest spaceship soup ever created. This is basically an all-out fight of 8,000 people. We have spent updating the game over these 21 years. So about like 4,000 people have spent 21 years to build on top of this basics. We actually released yesterday what is the 50th big update to EVE Online. So if you want to check that out, now's the time. But the most important building that happens in EVE Online is that players, it's a sandbox, you need to build stuff. All the infrastructure in EVE Online is built by players. If I aggregate these 21 years, the millions of people that have played, etc., it is enough to build 10 pyramids of Giza. Nobody, of course, knows how the pyramid was built, but by some estimation, it would be that. That is really why we are the most excited about, the building that happens in this virtual sandbox and how we can enhance that. Mainstream media has kind of adopted EVE Online almost like a virtual nation. You see war reporting from BBC, from Yahoo, etc., where people are sort of delivering news from this digital civilization as if it's happening for real. We've also had riots, we've had economic collapses, we have had all the things that civilizations should have. This is storied. The 3rd history book is now being written, but you can buy the other 2. If you want to really, really go down the rabbit hole, I recommend this YouTube series, Down the Rabbit Hole. It's 6 hours, very good for a long play night. We're obsessing about like physical things because it's so virtual. Here's a little pyramid we're building on the shores of Reykjavik. We added a 2nd layer on year 20. So by year 30, we will have a 3rd layer. And by year 100, we'll have a pyramid on the shores of Iceland. So there's a lot that goes on with EVE Online under the hood. And it's shockingly not very technical. There's an aspect to EVE we call the EVE effect, which is combined of two things. It's the friends you make, and it's the skill you gained. If you survey EVE players, 73% of EVE players claim they have made a new lifetime friend from EVE Online. It's to a point where this is the meme. It's a spaceship game, but the best ship in EVE Online is the friendship. This is a big topic. As we all know by now, loneliness is a mega issue. It's the biggest health crisis in the world, vastly underreported. We have discovered a formula of how we make a friend. We're mega nerds. We didn't make the formula. It's known in psychology: proximity, frequency, duration, and intensity. So EVE is very known for being super hardcore, super hard, death penalty, etc. And it's actually this hardship that creates the friendship. So when we survey EVE players, why have you played this game for 21 years? It is usually a story about a devastating loss where people had friends to pull them back from it, or they gained friends to doing that. And if we ask players, how do you self-identify? You would think PvP, sandbox, it would be like killing and building and exploring. No, it's actually helping others. Turns out when you make PvP capitalistic death hellscape, there's just a lot of people that need help. And again, if we survey players, the people that like to help others, they enjoy EVE Online the most. Very interesting. Often the friendships elevate to various other relationships. Here's me marrying people about a decade ago. Now the space pope takes care of the marrying. This is what governance looks like in EVE Online. This is a Council of Stellar Management meeting. This is a democratically elected council of players. You see me there squirming at the end. The guy talking here has PhD in AI. The next guy to him has PhD in how mice make new memories. Social organizations are a huge thing in EVE Online. Here are the 3 top alliances. They are the size of the UK military, just to kind of compare social organizations. EVE is obviously known for this. It's massive alliances. Because to kind of go anywhere in EVE Online, not only is it the friendship, it is the scale of the social organization that you belong to. EVE is also arisen to be more than a game. With an API we created, massive amount of things have created that, and we believe EVE is going to go on forever. That brings us to eFrontier, which is a new experience we are creating, where we are going to get closer to the digital civilization Justin was talking about earlier. And we hear here a little video that is going to take you through like a brief introduction of that. If it plays.
It always happens.
Yeah.
Welcome Awakened. I'm CCP Overload, and I'm excited to showcase what we've been building to you today. Before we begin, please note that all footage shown is under development and not fully representative of the final version of eFrontier at launch. So, eFrontier, what is it? At its heart, eFrontier is a space survival simulation, an online multiplayer survival sandbox where players are locked in constant conflict within a region of space known as the Frontier. The Frontier is a place of decay and danger, a shattered post-apocalyptic landscape covered with mysterious ruins and infested by hostile AI. At its center sits the Trinary, 3 hypermassive black holes bound in a dance macabre, perpetually shaping the fabric of the galaxy and acting as the bedrock for the endless cosmic turmoil that players will try to survive within. The Frontier is a dark and dangerous place. Ancient structures from a long-gone civilization crumble and rot, while riders, pilots who roam the Frontier, scour them for resources. We are creating a deep next-generation and player-driven sandbox. eFrontier will give players the power to shape the experience as they see fit. With an openly programmable world, players will be able to configure in-game structures to their needs, giving third-party developers complete freedom to unleash their creativity. This also extends to the economy. Players can create their own currencies, establish private markets, and convert their assets, services, and reputation into real-world value. eFrontier places a focus on the now, with moment-to-moment decision-making having meaning and depth. Strategic combat has tactical flexibility, positioning and environmental awareness matters. With occlusion, you are only aware of what you can see before you. Dodge incoming fire, use celestial bodies as cover and execute maneuvers to outflank your opponents. Will you be the defenseless miner, unaware of the hostile ship approaching from behind an asteroid? Or will you be their friend, hiding in wait to counterattack a common foe? As a newly awakened rider, you'll be thrown into a desperate world full of death and suffering, but also ripe with potential. In a vast galaxy of over 20,000 star systems, your future is yours to forge.
I told them.
Will you become an industrial powerhouse?
Okay, so the journey to this point has not been short. I've here journaled the journey to get here up until the point where me and Justin met. But the journey up ahead is more exciting, so I'm going to give that over to Justin to take us a bit through that.
Thank you, Hilmar. All right, so as you saw in the video, Frontiers players are rebuilding a broken world, right? And so in order for them to do that, to not have like a shitty space life for 20 more years, we need to give them the tools to do so. A slightly longer-term goal for us is for Frontier to outlast and outgrow CCP games. Hilmar is going to die at some point, and he's not going to take care of CCP games anymore. And if we want eFrontier to last forever, we need to lay down the social and technological foundations for this to happen. So let's talk a little bit about how eFrontier works, right? Like you saw a bunch of gameplay there, which is very early. We spent the last 3 years architecting and thinking through how we can actually pull that off, as opposed to kind of like wishful thinking, like, oh yeah, it's going to last forever, which a lot of people do out there. So the strategy we've been leaning into is that we want the rules of the worlds to be grounded in what we call digital physics, right? What we mean by digital physics, very similarly to the rules of physics of like this actual universe, is composable rules onto which the entire universe is built and bound. Whether it's the first-party creator of the world or its inhabitants, they must respect digital physics. And this is where Ethereum comes in, right? Ethereum provides a multiplayer computer that lets players build on top of the rules. As if you have seen the previous talk, which I guess is pre-rec now, sorry if you weren't there, Ethereum kind of like approaches a new perfect primitive in some sense, and we think it should be the bedrock for what ambitious worlds like EVE Online, eFrontier should be built upon. And in the long term, Ethereum provides us the guarantees that the rules will be executed correctly, meaning eFrontier can grow beyond CCP game. And in some ways, like leaning into digital physics is a form of like via negativa, like removing in order to get more. The rules being grounded in physics enables CCP games to provide less and let players create more. Right? It's a shared set of rules that prevent game-breaking creations. Game-breaking creations at the design level, right? Like no more of like my custom ship can destroy anything in a second because I added 3 zeros. You know, that's the classic question that players ask on Discord. It's like, if we can build things, why can't I just like add a bunch of zeros? It would be like if an engineering student like went to university and was like, well, why can't we just like snap our fingers and create like 1 megaton worth of energy? Well, bro, there are rules, and if you could do that, you would just change the world forever. We would have to adapt around it. And it also prevents game-breaking creation at the infrastructure level. Believe it or not, this is actually extremely hard. You don't want people's code to break the server. The world is meant to be extended, and so deep at the technological architecture level, we have to reflect that all the way throughout the stack. So I want to do like a little bit of like where are we at with this whole digital physics, right? So we're following a barbell strategy. On the left, we're investing in a lot of time in very core systems to formalize and secure the whole world, whether it's like key assets, markets, players' identity in the world, etc. On the right, we invest a lot of time into making sure third-party developers can tap into the world itself, right? Through these structures in space you saw in the video called smart assemblies. People can build warp gates, smart storage units, smart turrets. And the way it works is it's not like we put together these like parameterized program, almost like roller coaster rides in a theme park. Players actually tap into the primitives in order to build this themselves, right? It's on them to figure out what they can do with the rules of the worlds in order to rebuild that broken world. And in the center, we have a bunch of like really annoying stuff. that we don't know how exactly we're going to go towards digital physics, but we're making progress there. Like things that require very low latency, things that require a lot of information asymmetry. Some of the markets today are still there. And over time, we kind of like want to squeeze the box in the middle and land things that are on the left or on the right. You could imagine in a short future, everything but space travel and combat remains in this middle category. And with a lot of effort in cryptography, both sides should meet, bringing us one step closer to Eve forever. Okay, so I'm seeing I don't have that much time left, so I will give a few very quick examples of this via negativa and what happens when you do that. So in EVE Online, which is a different game, but it's useful to refer to it, CCP Games built this very complicated contract system for things to happen in the world, right? And so instead what you can do is, if you let people check that stuff happened and you let them do asset transfers, they can now build whatever contracts they want and make them as exotic as they want. Like CCP can now just delete like 30,000 lines of C++, something like that, just a ton of code just by doing that. Similarly, in EVE Online, there's a bunch of like player organization systems, like corporations. If you let people identify players, control other subsystems, you can now build whatever organization system you want. You can just like remove all that code as well. Same with markets. But it also enables you to do things you couldn't do before. Players have been asking for being able to put their own structure in space, that they kind of like program to do whatever they want. And that's really hard to do if all you have access to is these like cookie cutter parameterized programs, which is what most people do these days when they build online worlds. And so now in Frontier, you have these smart assemblies that people can, where they can essentially tap into these like very low-level primitives, like attack, transfer items, warp, in order to build essentially whatever they want. So Frontier's physics is built on mud. When people were asking earlier, what does XeroxProc do concretely to approach the vision I was laying down? Well, that's the kind of stuff we do. You know, we think virtual worlds are actually like heavily underrated and extremely important when it comes to our transition towards digital civilization. And so a company in the XeroxProc ecosystem has been building a framework for building very large application on Ethereum, a lot of state, and where many participants can kind of like tap into what's going on. And Frontier's asset, logic, and state, and third-party extensions are all centralized in one mud deployment. So the quick 101 is there's a shared mud world where CCP Games build the core physics and a bunch of core data structures, and then third party can come in and deploy within this world things like, you know, like new mini games or new mission and reward system. All of this logic is centralized into one big system that can coexist through like these rules that are enforced across first party and third party. And when you put the lens of like, well, what happened beyond the blockchain, what we have is we have the EVE world that is its own source of truth, and on the right we have all the stuff that is still in gray in the diagram I showed you earlier that runs on these solar system servers. The state of the chain is reflected in a chain database. The game database is the good old world database that you guys put together 20 years ago. And what we want to do is we kind of like want to reduce the size of the game database and increases the amount of state on the chain. And over time, we're going to effectively do a progressive transfer of authority from the server to the chain over the next few years, right? So with that, I'll pass it back to Hilmar. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm not that yet, as Justin predicted, but I have started quoting myself. Here I am, sleep deprived 20 years ago. Other games focus on having people go up against monsters, maybe in a small group. EVE is focused on building a society and providing the tools and rules to operate it. So this is very much our mission we're on still. I mean, we have some newfangled tools to do this even better. Ultimately, what we are here about is to provide tools for people to build societies, to realize this vision of a digital nation or a digital civilization that Justin was talking about earlier. We have some really stellar early data. We've been running a few hackathons where we've been blown away, where people in 48 hours have been able to hack together elements that take us maybe months or years to make in EVE Online, due to all the composability that you just get naturally from operating on top of Ethereum. And we've spent a lot of time taking and distilling all this knowledge from EVE Online, where you start to understand really what are the atomics of virtual world, all the way going down to sort of taking analogy from physics into chemistry, chemistry into biology, etc. This element of open economy is something we've been very excited about. In 2009, we introduced something called Plex into EVE Online. It basically became kind of like a stable coin. It isn't quite that, but it's analogous to that. At least you could put money into the economy, but there was no foreign export. But that still happens. If you've played an MMO, there is rampant real money trading around all MMOs. It's a constant struggle. I've, since dawn of time, wanted to find a way so that we're not fighting this core behavior, which obviously you cannot change the rules after the fact. But if we build something fundamental like that, that's very exciting. And then we have made announcements as we go through all this. We will be open sourcing all of the code that both we inherit from Online in terms of engines, etc. So again, if the goal is forever, then open source seems to be the best plan for that.
Yep.
Justin.
All right. I'll close this off. So I think we're in the sticks and stones era of digital civilization, right? Yet the digital is becoming more and more important and valuable, right? Whatever you're into, you're realizing that we're moving more and more there. And so I personally see eFrontier as a test bed for exploring how significant worlds can be made out of bits, right? Like the reason why 3 years ago I got really nerd sniped by talking with Hilmar and went to Iceland many times at great expense and inconvenience is because I think that this is not just like a cool side quest on the way to digital civilization. I think actually, there's a typo here. Frontier can be a massive stress test to Ethereum, both technologically and culturally. Right? If we think of Ethereum as this like very fancy payment rails, what happens when it becomes almost like the home of worlds that matter? So I'm pretty excited about this. And just like EVE Online was rooted in the philosophy of worlds over theme parks, you know, from 20 years ago, I think eFrontier will be able to explore this even deeper with digital physics and real assets. So that's it for us. Thank you. Oh, you want to do this?
Thank you. Big round of applause. Yes.
Call to action.
Yeah. So we have been doing playtests, but on the 5th of December, we're opening it up in a real way. So go sign up and stay tuned.
Thank you.
All right.
So.
Thank you. Thank you. You both stay on the stage. We're going to do a Q&A, and please scan QR code and then jump in and then just vote the questions you like or just throw out the questions. Okay, the first one. I have a history of 5th column robbery in EVE. If I do this in Frontier and bridge my winning to Ethereum, will be arrested under the US hacking laws? Do you want?
Yeah, so even when we started, even when we released EVE Online, we had these kind of problems. EVE Online is a futuristic dystopia world where there's a lot of shenanigans going on. If you think the crypto industry is about scams and rug pulls and whatever, welcome to EVE Online. Double risk and Jita, I promise. So we've been up against this like through all the way, where people were testing these boundaries. And obviously they're going to get more tested if there is some way that you can interface with the things you do in EVE Online into the real world. So as you sign up to eFrontier, it is a little bit like climbing Mount Everest. You will have to disclaim away all your rights to reasonable protection and reasonable expectation of coming out alive. I believe in a world where adult people are still allowed to do stupid stuff, like climb Mount Everest or do a triathlon or whatever. These are all dangerous things. eFrontier will not be that dangerous, but this will be tested, as it has been tested with EVE Online through 20 years.
Okay, sounds good. Next one, why you guys selected Redstone chain?
So we've tested out many different things. We've done a sidechain, we've done around L2, but mostly we've been building on top of MUD, and MUD does provide a very easy way to move between various chains. So right now we are on Redstone, and that's working out great. Obviously, Justin and crew have built Redstone to be very good for MUD, so that's the main rationale.
Okay, and the next one, how about you deal with the throughput on-chain? Is it sufficient? How do you manage the off-chain and on-chain?
So when we built EVE Online, it was the first game built on top of a database, and we got a lot of questions why we were doing that, because databases were super slow at the time. Especially we were using SQL Server, and it was kind of new, and it was even slower. So we built the game around the fact that the data layer is slow. And it just so happens, the way we built the game, it just fits very elegantly on top of another slow database like a blockchain. So the game almost comes pre-built to fit very well to the current situation. Blockchains are about as bad when it comes to these things as databases were 25 years ago.
Yeah, and also another thing I add to that is all of this is going to be solved. Like, this is not the hard problem. The hard problem is figuring out what the right atoms are when you build these worlds. It's not like getting the transactions to go faster. That's actually a very low dimensional problems. You just have to spend a bunch of time on it. So in many ways, that's not the biggest risk at all. Yeah.
No, the biggest problem with building a game is making the game such that people want to play it, believe me. And how you do the database.
Yeah, and the score takes care of itself.
Yeah, how you build the database has very little to do with that. So thoughts on letting LLMs participate in the game. So already we have LLMs playing EVE Online. There's a corporation in EVE Online that is managed by an LLM. It's a group of people that ask a language model what they should do and follow the instructions. So there is AI incorporated is already a thing in EVE Online. Most things you are concerned about in life in general, there's an analog in EVE Online. But botting is obviously a mega topic in MMOs overall. It ties into the real money trade around them, etc. So obviously we are leveraging our 20 years of bot fighting into eFrontier, where we have engineered some of the fundamental digital physics in the world to create a sort of a Sybil attack resistance. Yeah. Botting in an MMO is a Sybil attack on the economy. So there's a lot of Sybil attack-like resistance mechanisms built into the game.
Also, let the bots in.
Yeah, so that the bots can be let in, but in a way where humans stand a chance.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is eFrontier. Yeah. Yes, thank you for your insight, and thanks for the hard work to build the next generation of gaming. All right. Okay, we're going to do transition to the next one. And yes, feel free to go to the toilet. It's outside, and then the water, it's at the back of the conference room. Make sure you keep yourself hydrated, okay? It's going to be 4 days. We want to make sure that you sleep enough, eat enough, drink enough. So keep yourself healthy so that you can enjoy the talks. All right. How's the Devcon? You guys enjoy it? Woohoo! Yes, and oh, by the way, I forgot to mention it. In the QR code, if you scan it and it's Q&A, right? There's a tab section that called collects the card. If you join the session, please don't forget to collect the card. It's gonna stick to your SuPass ID. So yeah, just collects for fun, yeah. And we also have a lot of games during the Devcon. If you go to the G floor, and we have some traditional Southeast Asia games that you can enjoy it. And we have the quest that you can collect the little frog. And it's pretty fun. I didn't complete it yet, but yeah, I plan to do it tomorrow. So make sure you collect swag as well. It's on the G floor. And yeah, that's it. All right, and while we're waiting people for coming, please make sure if your seats available next to you, you can just move in so that other people that coming late, you can just let them sit next to you or sit next to the Iser. Okay. Thanks for sharing that. Okay, we're still on the real world Ethereum track at the main stage on the second day, and the next topic is really something is really hot, and yeah, I'm sure that many of you don't want to miss it. So yes, stay tuned for another 2 minutes. Okay, quick announcement, and the lunch time, it starts at 12 to 2 p.m. and we provide lunch at G floor, and then the second floor, you can find the space over here outside, and yeah, you feel free to just switch between the floors after you finish the talk, and yeah, just feel free to hang out. We also provide a music space. You can enjoy and relax or listen to the music and jam together. I thought they have a jamming session yesterday, like a jazz, blues jamming session. If you are a musician, guys, person, just go check it out. All right. Okay. And the topics that everyone's coming for the next one, it's going to be about the stablecoin. And as all of you might know, stablecoin is pretty huge. And some of these coins, like the product market fit of the crypto, we found the product market fit products. And stablecoins just keep rising. And then the next speaker, he's going to talk about USDT on Trons and one of the famous acquisition in the crypto world, it's a bridge that just acquired more than the unicorn valuation, and it's huge. So let's get into it. Our speaker, Liam Hon, he's the co-founder of ETH Global, one of the biggest community of the Ethereum, and he used to be CEO of OP Labs as well. And today, he's gonna introduce us and give us talk about making sense of stablecoins. Please help me welcome him on the stage.
All right, can you guys hear me? Okay, great. Okay, so they asked me to talk about stablecoins. I've been talking to friends about stablecoins a lot over the last little while, and so I'm very excited to kind of share my thoughts and where I think they're going and why I think it's important for Ethereum. So I'm giving them a second to put the slide on, because this is a different slide. You guys almost got it? By the way, I'm probably going to skip through some parts of it because I think we have 20 minutes and I put together like a 30-minute presentation. But I'll do my best to make sure I kind of like share what's interesting to me.
All right. I think we have a little technical issues on the most tech conference, but it's happened sometimes. Yeah. So sorry about that. I think we probably need a few minutes. So Liam, not sure if you're comfortable to share something about what's like about the talk today.
Yeah, okay, so I can share a little bit about it. So some context, why am I even interested in stablecoins at all? Like my background in this industry has been as an engineer. Like I've been predominantly focused on like building scalability solutions and on like doing hackathons and all the tech stuff. But stablecoins have always been sort of like outside of the realm of the technology. They've been a lot more like around exchanges. They've been sort of opaque and confusing. And even when I talk to folks at like dinners in this industry, like there's not a kind of a coherent understanding of why are they relevant. What is it about them that's special? And you know, you can use phrases like people, you know, build stablecoins on Ethereum, or is it the case that stablecoins are enabled by Ethereum, or is it the case that stablecoins are just like a customer of Ethereum? It's unclear why they're so impactful. And so what I wanted to do in this whole presentation in just the past several months of thinking about stablecoins is kind of demystify it, understand how they came to be and what is it about them that might be the thing that makes, ultimately might be the biggest impact of crypto going into the future. So that's where I'm coming from with this. All right, let's do it. So I already just jumped into a bit of it. Why do we want to make sense of stablecoins? Last year, I took a bit of a step back from being really hardcore in the tech of the space, and I wanted to see where are the real-world adoption of crypto. And one of the most like jarring things when you kind of talk to people and you look at the data is that the biggest use case of like payments in crypto, shockingly, is not even on Ethereum at all. It's on Tether on Tron, and that led to like writing this blog post earlier this year, which kind of dove deep into how that happened, which I'm going to talk a little bit about in this presentation. And I wanted to see, well, if we're building all of this decentralization infrastructure, is it the case that the lasting impact might actually not even be on Ethereum at all? And how does the industry maybe evolve in a way that we don't end up in that scenario where, you know, Ethereum is just kind of this niche cypherpunk movement and doesn't actually end up mattering a lot in the rest of the world? So I wanted to kind of figure that out. So I'm going to dive through what is it about stablecoins that have product market fit, and then the history of how we got there, and then I'm going to speculate a little bit about where I think we're going to go next. So why is it that stablecoins have product market fit? I want to start with just some mind-boggling stats. Nearly $180 billion now are in circulation of stablecoins, and this is a 400x in the past 5 years. So, you know, and this is not even that long ago. Like, this is still like after the ICO mania era, we still had a 400x in stablecoin supply. And it's not just like resting there. People are using it for moving money around, and they're using it not only just for speculation purposes, but they're consistently using it month over month for all kinds of purposes. And you can see volumes. This is from Visa's on-chain dashboard, and transaction counts are just up and to the right. And the cool thing about it is that it's not just tethered to speculation. You can see, even as, you know, NFT craziness happened, ICO mania, the recent meme coin mania, stablecoin transacting addresses, and also the transaction counts just keep going up and to the right month over month. And if you're in crypto and you see something like this, that's not a crazy, you know, bubble up and down. This is like beautiful because it means there's like something here that, you know, is sustainable and long lasting. So what exactly is going on? One of the best indications of why this is valuable I've seen is the simple use case of accessing the dollar. And here's like a really clear chart of how you can understand why it's so valuable. In Argentina, as the purchasing power of the Argentinian peso has gone down, I think like 82% in the past couple of years, there's been a 10,000% increase in stablecoin trading volumes in that area. It's, in essence, and you can go there and talk to the people, their currency isn't working for them, but stable coins are giving them a really easy way to kind of get access to a stable currency for their everyday basic financial needs. It's not about crypto token trading, it's about genuinely improving their lives and the financial access that they can get. And there's this really great survey that came out, I think about a month and a half, by Castle Island Ventures, Brevin Howard Digital. They went around to these countries where, you know, there's charts just like the one I showed you, and they asked people, what are you doing with these stable coins? And, you know, the biggest answer actually was not on this slide. 50% was, you know, crypto trading and NFTs, but it was just 50. And 47% is still saving in dollars, as well as pretty high percentages are just getting currency conversion benefits, they're earning yield on their savings, they want to move money internationally. And so it's indicative that people are using stablecoins not just for trading, but also for real important elements of their financial lives. And there are businesses being built now that facilitate this. Bridge, for example, this is a screenshot from their documentation, is effectively giving all of the movement of money products that you might need to kind of benefit those use cases or to enact those use cases as an API. And that's one of the reasons why they were so valuable. And those APIs are being used for products like remittances, loyalty point conversion, you know, a smorgasbord of financial use cases in Argentina with Lemon. Stripe now supports payments in stablecoins as well as payouts to people after you've accrued that capital. And PayPal is entering the game with both like a payments product and a branded stablecoin product. And I showed the bridge docs, and if you don't know, just I think a week and a half ago, like not too long ago, Stripe acquired that company for $1.1 billion, which is the largest acquisition in the history of the industry. So this is not just something that's kind of happening and it's kind of rising. This is already enormously valuable, and big players are taking note. And if you don't know this fact, hopefully you know at this point, the business of being a stablecoin issuer is insane. Tether is, I think, the largest, or it's the most profitable company by headcount in the world. So far this year, they've already earned nearly $8 billion in pure profit on the yields from the treasury bills they buy with the stable coins that the cash they get from the stable coins they issue. And this is on the level of nation states. Like Germany and Mexico are kind of in the same order of magnitude in terms of treasury bill purchases as kind of a combination of Tether and Circle. So it's just wild. It's kind of what I implore to you how big this has gotten. And it's not like this is some other things in crypto where it's very regulatorily challenging and confusing. There's a huge group of people lobbying for regulation across the world, and And regulators, especially forward-thinking governments like the Singapore Money Authority and the Central Bank of the UAE, they're already adapting to stablecoins and writing policies to regulate issuance and make sure that it's done correctly. So the world is adapting to this in a way that has not as much done with, say, tokenization. So, what is about the product market fit? It's the fact that stablecoins are programmable, they're highly traceable, they're fungible, they're interoperable, they settle instantly, 24/7, they're global. Basically, it's programmable money. It's a better form of money that make them so useful. So that's what's going on. It's a pretty big deal. I wanted to understand, why is this happening, though? How did we actually end up in this world where there's this new form of money, and how is it that it's all been kind of accepted, and this is now the new norm? And so I looked at the history, and it's very interesting how it all occurred. It started in 2014 during a time when there was a lot of Bitcoin trading and new altcoins popping up. And a new coin was created by Brock Pierce, who actually was the guy from the Mighty Ducks movie, which is really cool. And they announced Realcoin. And Realcoin, the pitch was basically today what you'd recognize as what's called a stable coin today. It was get the advantage of the Bitcoin protocol to the dollar, meaning anyone can access it without a trusted third party, but it's backed one-to-one by a company's reserve. This was the first time this product was introduced. Later they renamed that to Tether. And I want to show what is it about that product that ended up being so useful with a kind of a very simple diagram here. At the time, there were a lot of these exchanges, and it's supposed to be emojis in the bottom, that were opening up around the world to facilitate Bitcoin trading. People wanted to buy and sell digital assets, altcoins, Bitcoin, and so on. And they were trying to get banked with, for example, different banks around the world. But a big problem in this era, because of things like the Silk Road, was that you would regularly get debanked. You would have trouble making your exchange work because you couldn't get access to a US dollar bank account. What Tether realized is that that is a solvable problem by bundling the relationship to the banks and sort of going directly to the exchanges that wanted to facilitate those exchanges of digital assets and effectively use blockchains as the ledger. So Tether could go to the banks, the exchanges could leverage Tether for on and off-ramping of assets, and there'd be a much more sort of decentralized way in which people got money in and out of exchanges. So this helped exchanges all over the world start trading digital assets. But the other really important thing that it did is it enabled, because blockchains are open protocols, they're not closed siloed banks, it enabled inter-exchange arbitrage, which is really interesting. And you can see how, this is a bit later on, as the trading volumes of crypto assets went up, so too did the supply of stablecoins. And the reason why is that when people wanted to trade digital assets, that led to huge price differences in different markets, which led to massive arbitrage opportunities, which means if you want to make money in an arbitrage opportunity, you want to flood liquidity into those exchanges and do the market making that you have to do to kind of get the prices all in line and earn your profits from arbitraging. And who was doing this? It's kind of interesting to see the history. The biggest one by far was Alameda Research, SBF. There's also Cumberland, other market makers. What they were doing effectively is going to Tether, giving dollars, getting Tether back, going to exchanges, and then putting liquidity across multiple exchanges to arbitrage across them. And that is what caused a huge spike in the supply of Tether. And ultimately drove huge numbers of transactions through the blockchains that were the things that tethered them together. And really interesting kind of quirk of history is that it started out on the Omni network, which was back in the day when they launched Tether, pre-Ethereum, was Mastercoin, which is actually the project that Vitalik almost joined before they kind of rejected him and he went and started Ethereum. But then Ethereum took over as the RC20s became very popular. But because Ethereum didn't scale, Tron was able to kind of take a bit more of the market over time. And now we're in this kind of equilibrium where it's kind of Ethereum and Tron are the main places where stablecoins end up living for this sort of inter-exchange arbitrage opportunity. Another cool part of this was that Binance played a really big role. As more and more people were buying digital assets in all of these different countries, Binance was really effective at getting huge numbers of users on their platforms. And when it came time to kind of move assets in and out of Binance, they would end up using Tether, they'd end up using Tron because of what actually ended up becoming the default way to move Tether in and out of Binance was via Tron. I don't know exactly how that deal ended up being arranged, but it kind of cemented Tron as kind of the place that you ended up using Tether for a lot of places where people had Binance accounts. And that ended up now into the situation that we find ourselves in, where there's huge amounts of supply concentrated in Tether. Binance is still the largest holder of Tether, and other exchanges, just pretty far beneath it actually. And supply is on Ethereum and Tron. So that's how we got here. And so I looked at that and I was thinking, okay, what are the network effects that maybe we can observe occurred between those companies and maybe are potentially going to be important going into the future? And what I want to kind of posit to everyone today is that there's three really interesting players in here, which are stablecoin issuers, blockchains, and ramps. And you can look at this diagram. I'm not going to go through all the labels, but you can see there's a lot of very naturally occurring network effects between these three sort of entities. Stablecoins obviously earn huge amounts of yield. That's reinvestable for all kinds of purposes. Apps drive the transactions. Those are the things going and getting customers to put money into the system for whatever use case, trading or whatever it might be. And chains ultimately are the places where transactions settle, fees can accrue, and it's also where liquidity aggregates. And I want to leveraging some of those network effects. And it's one of the reasons why they've kind of gotten themselves into that very dominant position in the market. And similarly, today, if you look at what's going on with Coinbase, Base, and Circle, I think that they're replicating a lot of these benefits. But something interesting has happened in the past few years, which I think is very exciting, and it's worth everyone kind of being aware of, which is that this is sort of change. And so I'm going to explain what's changed and why it's gotten easier. Historically, it's really hard to do any of these three things. Every time there's a new chain, it's a new algorithm, it's a new token, it's a new foundation, it's a new brand, it's a new community. It's a really complicated endeavor. Every time there was a new stablecoin, it's again very complicated. You have to get all these banking partnerships. You have to build a brand for your stablecoin. It's a very big business. These are companies that are getting started. And similarly with ramps or exchanges, whichever kind of term you want to use. These are very big businesses too. You're going to Times Square billboards, driving people to want to buy and sell crypto assets. And so this has been very hard. But in the past few years, this has radically changed. We've solved scaling for the most part. You can now launch plenty of vendors that will help with the regulatory components and figure out how to pass the yield to you or your customers. And ramps are, there's a huge industry of ramps, and I have a slide showing some of them later on, that now are possible for you to integrate with for your business. So the question I kind of pose is like, okay, in a world where we don't need different companies for each of these kind of three kind of pillars of the industry, what things can get built? What fills in these circles? And what I'll posit is that it's all about distribution. This is what I've been really occupied with in the past little while, is how do we get more and more companies that have huge amounts of distribution, like the top apps on the finance page in the App Store, the Revoluts, this is America, so no Revolut, but the Cash Apps, the Robinhoods, the Venmos, PayPal. How do we get them, who have huge customer bases, to want to integrate with Ethereum? Because if we can bring hundreds of millions or more users effectively through their distribution, that might be the fastest path for us as the Ethereum community to get this technology to the masses. And I think there's three major kind of ways you can look at this in terms of how it'll evolve. I think the apps are going to be a lot in this world where distribution is the most important part. It'll be a lot less about how do you buy and sell crypto assets and more about how do you do payments, cross-border, commerce, settlement. How do you kind of provide consumer fintech products? The chains will be a lot less narratively driven. Personally, I think it's a lot less exciting what the next Ethereum killer is. They're very incremental. It's going to be a lot more interoperability driven. How do you make it so that your chain connects with sort of the city of Ethereum? And how do you make it so that your chain is also going to benefit your customers? I'll give an example about what World is doing with World Chain, but if you have a World ID, you're kind of privileged on World Chain in a way which attracts you to that chain. I think that's the kind of thing that'll differentiate chains into the future. And then stables, it'll be a lot less about sort of the branded stable coin, how do we get maximum liquidity, and a lot more about these short-term journeys where money goes into a stable temporarily for the benefit of moving it, and then comes back out later. So that's kind of my thesis. And I'm hoping that we'll see a world that looks a bit more like this, where PayPal, through the combination of stablecoin issuance and the combination of leveraging blockchain platforms, will be able to kind of effectively take a lot of the values that we've kind of embedded into the technology of Ethereum and bring it to their customers. So that's what I think things might be going. I think for Ethereum to win, there's 3 major areas that it needs to focus on. Like if I was CEO of Ethereum, these are the kind of things I would like make sure like are really being nailed. 1 is access, 2 is liquidity, and 3 is interoperability. Pretty straightforward. Access basically means if you are someone that has a business in any one of these countries or anywhere else in the world where there's huge, very disparate patchwork of banks, how do we make it so that no matter where you are, no matter where your money is, you can get it into Ethereum through some ramp provider, some API, through some means. And this is, Ethereum has a huge head start. It's been around for nearly a decade. We have tons of integrations already, and I think we can leverage also all of these companies that have been built in our ecosystem to get all of that, all those integrations done. And if we do that, it's going to make it incrementally easier for companies like a Dymo, which has building sort of an app on the App Store. You download it. If it's possible, no matter where you are in the world, to just get your money into this app, all of a sudden we have sort of a universal Venmo that just works for everyone. So the access is really, really important. The second one is liquidity. Ethereum is way ahead on this. We're already by far the largest aggregator of capital in this industry. I think it's really important that we continue to double down on that and we don't lose sight of that. And it's been great to see in the past year, the Ethereum Foundation and Ethereum researchers have really focused on DeFi as a use case. I think the fact that Ethereum is kind of the New York of the, the city on Mars, which is what Paradigm calls it, is really, really important. And we have to continue to aggregate that liquidity because it's that liquidity aggregation which enables this kind of use case where because Ethereum has it all in one place, we can enable really low fee FX conversions, for example, on chain in a way that competes with Wise. You can almost think of Wise as like a blockchain in a sense that has a ton of integration partners that they've manually had to build up over the past decade. But compared to the aggregate manpower of the entire Ethereum industry, I don't think it can compete. Similarly, you can see more apps like Stable, which effectively is going out and saying, hey, the crypto economy has really good yields, and so if you want to get access to the best, highest dollar-denominated yield that's, obviously there's risks and so on, but relatively risk-free comparatively, just one, download the app, Face ID, and get that value. So that's the liquidity. And then the final piece is interoperability, which is, I want to describe in kind of two different ways. One is super apps. So if you're not familiar, a super app is an application like this one, which has tons of different use cases, all in one single app. This is very popular, especially throughout Asia, WeChat, Grab here, and so on. I think that super apps might be a type of application that Ethereum can really accelerate the developments of. And I'll kind of give like a really fast pitch as to how that is. If you think of a super app, you start with some concept of identity. So like WeChat, has all WeChat users in China, for example. Some integration with a payment system, integrations with other companies and products, and then engagement with the application. I think the cool thing about Ethereum is that it makes this step permissionless, meaning instead of having, if you want to build a super app, going out and building hundreds of partnerships to get them into your application, Ethereum lets you have permissionless partnerships. And I can give the example of WorldCoin, which has about 15 million people now that are signed up for an orb. They are all effectively able to be using the World app. They're able to kind of access different applications permissionlessly through something called MiniKit, which is going to end up showing up on the World app using mini apps. And the reason why it's possible is because of this kind of permissionless integration. Anyone can create a mini app. I'm going to skip over the partnerships example, but the TLDR is maybe through Ethereum we can enable partnerships between brands in a way that they already kind of want to do, but with Ethereum it's a lot easier. So those are the three things. In short, I kind of went over them. Access, liquidity, and interoperability. Those are the three most important things I think that Ethereum really needs to nail. If we get these down, then I don't think really any other ecosystem can compete.
All right, Liam, I think I need to cut you off because it has to be on time. I'm so sorry. Do you want to say?
I got one more.
Words?
Slide. Let me do one more slide really fast, if I can. Okay, screw it. I can do it. Okay, I just want to share this one meme. I think that not this one. I think that stablecoins are basically the gateway drug to Ethereum. If we can get this use case really nailed, I hope is that in the future we get kind of the technology of Ethereum in the door, into the hands of consumer fintech, and it's by espousing our values and coding it into the technology, and then selling it via stablecoins that will get Ethereum into the world. So, yeah, thank you very much.
All right, let's give him a big round of applause. Wow. Thank you. And I think stablecoin is really taking the world right now. As you can see, it's full house. Okay, let's do Q&A. Do you think we should have spent more time thinking about transaction privacy for stable before the space grow to
this is a really fantastic question. I think one way of thinking about Ethereum is it's kind of similar to BitTorrent in the sense that it's the alternative thing that you could use if you didn't want to use whatever else society gives you. And I think that this is the kind of a feature that Ethereum, we believe in, right? It's kind of part of the cypherpunk ethos. We should embed it, right? There's a counterfactual version of the world where we don't have privacy. You know, this technology goes mainstream and privacy just wasn't implemented in time, and we've almost normalized this. So it's actually a good thing for Ethereum to think about is how do we make sure that we codify into the protocol the things that really must be there, such that in a world where technology just lifts off in a way that we can't control, the key things we really need to be there are actually in the protocol. So yeah, I think privacy really needs to be emphasized very highly at the EVM layer for sure.
Okay. And what's your opinion about why wouldn't government just crush third-party stable and enforce CBDC instead?
Yeah, I think the bull case for this is that Ethereum is credibly neutral block space, right? It's kind of like, is it really possible to get a bunch of different government entities all to collaborate on launching some sort of a chain that has this level of liquidity and this level of interoperability across the world's banking systems? Like, it might not actually be possible. So I think the fact that Ethereum is credibly neutral means that people want to integrate with that, and it becomes the thing that governments themselves integrate with, even if they do a CBDC.
Okay. Next one. Do you think there's demand for non-USD stablecoin? Or do you think, what about it? Yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, I think my take on non-USD stablecoins is that it's probably going to be the case that government entities are going to want to prioritize their local currency in a world where stablecoins do take off anyway. But it's kind of like I said with the BitTorrent example, it's the alternative you could go to. So if it's always possible to just go to your laptop and effectively get access to the US dollar, then you're not in your government's currency sucks. You're probably just going to go get the US dollar. But if it's the case that your government's currency actually is reasonably well run, like in the case of maybe in Europe, people prefer the euro over the dollar, then maybe people will use euro stablecoins there in a world where this stuff takes off. So the good thing about this technology is it raises the bar of the credible alternative you could use if your local kind of more centralized version isn't that great.
Okay, I think we got 40 seconds left. What are the most promising decentralized stablecoin in your opinion? Crypto wasn't meant to be secured by a company's bank account.
Yeah, this is a good question. I don't know. I've been a fan of DAI since the beginning. I think Sky is a great protocol. I use Sky a lot. But I don't know where this is going to go, honestly. The hard part about decentralized stablecoins is that fundamentally it's way harder to build one of those than it is to build a centrally issued one. I think that this industry would have to kind of espouse like its values on stablecoins, and we'd have to all agree that the denomination on like DEXs, instead of it being USDC or USDT, it should be DAI. But that's going to take a lot of political willpower, I think.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Liam Horn, thank you. Thank you for your inspiration and insight talk about stablecoin. And as we see the full house here, if you're going to leave right now, just make sure you don't push each other, okay? I think it's too crowded, and yeah, just walk out slowly. And if you see the space in the middle of your chairs, please sharing the seats with others. Can you just please move in so that others people that come in later can just go and take a seat like next to the aisle. Thank you. All right. Wow, this is full house, and we are exciting for the next era of the stablecoin. And next one, we're going to have to talk about layer 2, and this is going to be the track of layer 2. And yes, our speaker is really have again deep insight from the layer 2 because he's the founder of the L2 Beat. And yes, the topic of today is the real state of L2s. And please join me welcome Mr. Bartek.
Can you hear me? All right. Being a founder of L2Beat, I do have a unique opportunity to work with essentially every single L2 team out there, and we've been working with them since very beginning of this space, which is like 4 years ago. That's incredible. Time flies by very quickly. We've worked with the early pioneers in ZK Tech. We've worked with the Plasma group that renamed to Optimism. We've worked with Arbitrum, and from this stage, I do want to acknowledge all these teams, because without your support, we certainly wouldn't be here. And as L2Beat, we are extremely, extremely thankful for all the support that the community gives us. So let's have a look what we've managed to achieve. Well, first of all, we've managed to launch almost 50 rollups and over 50 LDA L2s. That's incredible achievement. It's a lot of systems, and we've got almost as many to launch in the coming months. Now, we've put a lot of value, a lot of TVL on these systems as well. And if you look at the charts, they're all going up only. The thing is that, with all that growth, there's also a lot of responsibility. So we do need to understand that end users who are using these systems, they are putting money into these rollups because they do believe that rollups inherit the security of Ethereum. And with that kind of realization, in my opinion, we need to start getting serious about security. We've also managed to scale Ethereum. I mean, Ethereum was chumming along quite fine, but it started to get really, really slow for the demand, and the fees were getting really, really high. So surely we are scaling. These numbers also go up. This is incredible. However, there's but. Guys, there's always but, right? And I'm just here to be honest with all of you, and I really want this space to get serious. And this is my opportunity to call for your support to make sure that we don't fail. We don't fail the expectations of the community, that we're starting to be really serious about the security of what we're building. Because, if you're using training wheels for too long, if you're an adult using training wheels, and I repeat, it's been 4 years, then you kind of are really immature, right? So it's okay to use training wheels if you're a child. It's not okay to use training wheels if you're an adult. And I think it's time for all of us, really, to stop being shy about it. We really should all speak out, and we shouldn't really suffer from Emperor's Claws syndrome. So what is this big but? Well, first of all, most L2s today do not have a proof system, which is kind of surprising because early pioneers like Starknet, like ZK Sync, like Aztec, 4 years ago, when they were launching their first application-specific rollups, they did have a proof systems. So yes, you can launch today an L2 with one click of a button. However, is that really an L2? Is that really a rollup? All you're doing is you're launching something which is secured by the multisig. I don't think that's good enough. And the state of the ecosystem today is kind of like this on this diagram. So on the left, you can see the current L2s with a proof system. On the right, you can see current L2s current without a proof system. And I would bet that the vast majority of upcoming L2s will not have a proof system. That would include essentially every single OP stack chain except for OP mainnet and base. And kudos to them, by the way. They're like champions. However, every single OP stack chain simply does not have a proof system. That chart on your right will also include all the orbit stacks, which They do have a proof system, however, it's actually behind often a very, very short permissioned whitelist. And sometimes this whitelist is just one actor. It's the same as state proposers. Essentially, there's a state proposer, and it's only them who can challenge themselves. Like, what DF? Like, seriously. Now, most L2s do not use security councils. What do we mean by the security council? Security council essentially is a multisig that consists of at least 8 participants and require a 75% consensus threshold. So you can think of it as a big multisig, but it's not just about the size. I mean, size may be important, but it's not about that, right? It's about the fact that we want the participants to be geographically decentralized. You might have heard yesterday, an amazing Phil Diane's presentation about, the need for geo diversification. That's what we want from these structures. And essentially, we want the participants, most importantly, to come from different companies and different jurisdictions. That's super important. I'm going to show you some examples like why. However, think about the security councils as those supercharged multisigs, right? There's a very, very important social layer behind them. So this is the current state of things. And again, it's very, very bad. We only have security councils in Arbitrum, Optimism, Polygon, ZK Sync, and I know that Starknet, Scroll, interestingly, Fuel is launching with a security council. Everybody else is essentially a very small, internal, often multisig, and frankly, it is extremely hard to tell the difference between these multisigs and the simple EOAs. So the third big item that I think did wrong is that most LDAs, meaning non-rollups, are set up with abysmal DA trust assumptions. And I use the word abysmal, A, because I like it, and B, because it's really, really bad. Like, look at these guys on the left. There are a few examples. Again, Arbitrum, versus Xi, versus Immutable X. However, almost everybody else is like literally posting DA to their server in the basement or whatever. I mean, we have no idea. We have literally no idea. Point is, they're really bad and they don't seem to care so much. So maybe users don't care. We don't know, but we need to really look at that data and tell everybody, hey, that's not Data Availability Committee. Data Availability Committee originally was created by and championed by Starkware for the StarkX implementations and by Arbitrum, but that was not the point that you can say, hey, I've got one server in my basement, I can call it Data Availability Committee. That's not what was the point of all that exercise. So altogether, I'm sorry to say that, but at the moment, in most L2s, permissioned operators can steal or freeze your funds. And we're here really to, make you all aware of that. Sorry to say that, but we need to change that attitude, right? So, why should we care about proof systems? There are at least 3 good reasons, in our opinion, why should we all have a working proof system. One is that actually allows you for permissionless exit in case all the operators are down. And they may be down for whatever reason. We had quite recently a case of DYDX going down. They have warned the users. A lot of users didn't exit. However, if you do have a proof system, you can make the system so that in a permissionless way, someone's going to take over, or you can build an escape hatch. Users will be able to get their funds out. That's super important. Without the proof system, you just simply cannot do that. It's impossible. Then, the second one is that you can actually improve on the trust assumptions of the Security Council. That's assuming, of course, you have one. And the reason for that, this is quite nuanced. However, what you can do now is that instead of a situation when the malicious proposer, and this is like the diagram showing the vanilla optimistic rollup without the proof system, which you can see in a lot of OP stacks today, there's a, let's say, very strong multisig that can override the state root, and there's a proposer that proposes state root. So if that proposer is malicious, all they need to do is to bribe 2 members of the Security Council to look away, not to do anything malicious, to just simply don't do anything. In which case, the malicious proposer will actually go through and they will steal the funds, right? Now, once you introduce the proof system, situation is much, much harder for the proposer because now they need to bribe the majority of the Security Council. Not only they have to bribe majority, they have to actually make them do something malicious and not just simply look away. That's a very, very different proposition. To make someone look away is to say, hey, if I give you, $10 million, you just, lose your keys, right? Or go for a long international flight. If you want to make someone do something malicious, that's an entirely different proposition. So we think that this changes, especially with the Public Security Council, trust assumptions fundamentally. Finally, proof systems, if you're stage 2, allow you to remove any intermediaries whatsoever. You don't need a Security Council, or if you do have it, it's only for like emergency situations, if you like, right? So that may have actually profound regulatory implications. So you may actually want to launch your L2 as a stage 2 system from the very start. That's possible. But of course, you do need to have proof system. Ideally, you might want to have more than one. And there are already some announcements of systems doing that. So this is one of the latest announcements from the Nethermind team. They will be building a roll-up which is intended to be a stage 2 at launch. So again, that was about the proof system. Now, why security councils and not just simple multisigs? And the reason is that don't believe multisigs are multisigs. That's the reason, unless there's a social layer that actually can convince you that these are fundamentally diversified. We've had several big events in our history. We had multi-chain that claimed, they were very decentralized. Turned out that no, they were not. And this is the claim that you cannot really verify independently yourself. Huge attack or inside job or a rug pull, we are not sure. Then we had a situation with Oasis where they were approached by UK court and they had to actually use their multisig to extract some funds from the protocol. It would be impossible to do that if you had a geopolitically diversified Security Council to do that, because there's no court order that can actually reach everybody. Finally, quite recently, we had essentially attack on the multisig. Don't think for a second that multisigs can't be attacked. Eventually, we have to get rid of all of them. So to sum up, we think this is the correct way to think about these systems and their security. If you have a stage 0 rollup with no Security Council, essentially malicious operator can do whatever they want with your funds. If you are stage 0 rollup with a Security Council, then you can try to bribe Security Council minority. That's maybe a hard thing to do, but much, much easier than bribing the Security Council majority, which you will need to do if you're malicious, if your rollup is, has a proof system. And finally, no one can steal your funds if you're stage 2. That's the promise of getting to stage 2. So the question is, do we have the right incentives, for projects to actually care? And the problem is that the only thing that we can do, we as L2Beat and we as Ethereum community, is to apply social pressure. So this is Vitalik saying that, starting next year, he will plan only publicly mention L2s that are stage 1. He previously even said that he's not going to call the system rollups if they're not stage 1. And this is what you can see today on L2Beat. It's very hard, really, to say what is the security of your system, right? So we were wondering, what can you do? At the moment, we have stages for rollups. We don't have these stages for validiums optimiums. And we were wondering for a long time, hey, what, maybe we could introduce stage 0 plus for proof systems like rollups, which are not stage 1, however, they are better than stage 0. But after months of discussion, we decided, no. guys, it is time to grow up, essentially, and we really need to break this. So what we're proposing to the community, and this is going to go on the forum and with the community feedback, that's what we want to do. First of all, we want to sort of create a separate category for systems, kind of similar today. The main difference is that you will have to have a proof system to be a stage 0. So, for example, StarkNet today will be stage 0 under this classification. All the OP stack chains that don't have a proof system, except based on optimism, they will not fall into this category, right? And of course, we will give time for systems to adjust. So that's like the main category, and that should be like a super league, right, of systems. Then you have another category of systems that are not using Ethereum DA, so they do use additional trust assumptions that come with DA. We call them all DA, but they would include Validiums, Optimiums, and whatever hybrid construction you may actually create. However, they have to give you reasonable DA guarantees. That cannot be your basement. That has to be reasonably sized data availability committee, or if you're using Celestia, if you're using Avail, you need to use the bridge, and you will have to use the bridge because you need to have a proof system. So what about the others? They will still be L2. We will put them into the third category, which we call, and now I'm waiting for the community feedback, how do we call these systems? So our working name is others. You may find whatever name. The point is, they are secured by the multisigs, right? And we will expose these multisigs for what they are. That's what we want to do in our UI. So essentially, the UI is going to look roughly like this. You will see this breakdown. You will see rollups. You will see Validiums and Optimiums, and you will see others. And the default sorting will be by security, not by the TVL, right? Let's not chase TVL with the bad security. That's not the point. That's going to end really, really badly. So we will promote stage 1 and stage 2 projects, and we will look at the stage 0 projects as contenders. For the others, we're happy to list them. We will be extremely liberal. You just need to be essentially aligned with Ethereum. You will need to obviously have a bridge, that would allow you to move funds. However, we will look at the trust assumptions. We will look at the multisigs, and we hope that slowly but surely, we will move from others to either Validiums and Optimiums or to rollups, right? But this is what we kind of think the others category would look like. This is the real data right now, the real systems that may fall into the others category if they don't introduce the proof system. You will see exactly, who's the proposer, who's the challenger, and who's the upgrader. Funny thing is, you can see that today on L2B, it's just that, this information is so hidden deeply in the details page that, I bet that only researchers and enthusiasts check out the data. It's all available today. However, we do want to expose the data to end users. We want end users to be truly aware of what's going on so that we are all accountable for the system that we're building. So is it enough to just say, hey, I've got a proof system, am I in this first category? Well, it's not. Our pledge to the community as L2Beat is that the next year, we're going to put significant resources into actually looking super hard and very deep into these proof systems to make sure that they are sound, they are complete. We will analyze both ZK and optimistic. You may have seen some of the talks from the morning, how we approach looking at the fraud-proof systems. We will do essentially the same for the ZK. We will go into the source code. We will look at how you created your trusted setup. We will look at your circuits and see what exactly is being verified on chain, right? We want to make everything super transparent so that trust assumptions, they must be clearly communicated, and more importantly, your proof system cannot be hidden behind an unreasonably small whitelist, right? So we are hiring researchers. We will do all that work, and this is our pledge for the next year to come. I hope the next year is going to be the year of L2s and rollups. However, it's not about I can launch my rollup with one click of a button. That's not the point. The point is you want to launch, and you want to be able to launch a system with good security. Ideally, you want to inherit as much security as possible from Ethereum. And there's a lot of work to do for all of us to actually reach that. But if we don't do that, then all we're doing is essentially creating thousands of insecure sidechains. We don't want that, I think, as a community. So with that, thank you very much, and join us for that flight.
Let's give him a big hand. Wow. Thank you, thank you. I think we all, Ethereum community, really appreciate your work. And yes, you just cook them on the stage. I love it. Okay, let's do the Q&A. Is it important that rollups decentralize their sequencer, or other safety or mechanisms are sufficient?
So this is a very good and important question. I think that there are different designs that we will see. I don't think decentralizing sequencer is like super important for the security of users' funds, but it may be important for the real-time censorship resistance in certain situations. Vitalik said during his opening keynote that the future might be that we might see rollups going based, leveraging Ethereum infrastructure to combat real-time censorship resistance, while others, like say Mega ETH, they might actually have very centralized sequencer and they may rely only on the escape hatch. We might see hybrid constructions. I think the design space is huge. And right now, we like observers, SL2Beat, right? We really want to see what's going to happen and, how that's going to play out.
All right, thank you. Next one, will TEE-based proof system be considered stage 2, even if they imply trust in hardware manufacturer?
So the short answer is no, because with the constructions that we see today, essentially, if you're using SGX, Intel could submit a proof, and they could potentially block, steal, freeze, whatever they want, without anyone really noticing, and without Ethereum noticing. However, with all that work that's being put forward, to create the trustless, permissionless TEs, maybe. I'm being told that this is actually work that's extremely exciting. However, short answer today, no.
Okay. Why is optimism classified as stage 1? Wow. Based on the evaluation, they are not, as the validation control proposal process is in it entirely.
Well, I mean, they essentially meet all the criteria. So it's not really about the proposal process. It's about who's controlling the funds, and you can have a centralized proposer. However, there's a fallback. So if they go down, then the whole system becomes more of a permissionless. So I think it's important to recognize also what is the role of the Security Council and whatnot, right? We want stage 1 systems to allow you to exit if the centralized proposer stops. So for example, with the UIDX, there was, the proposer was super centralized. However, when they stopped, people could exit, right? So it's not about whether you're centralized or decentralized, it's about whether you can actually exit in the permissionless way. They met all the criteria. I mean, we're refining, by the way. I mean, criteria is not something that's set in stone because all these systems are evolving, right? So we need to evolve with these systems. So the criteria might be changing a little bit, and we are looking very, very closely at both Optimism and Arbitrum because clearly they like the two leaders. There are a lot of nuances that I don't have time to go into, but yeah, I mean, it's not like you have this stage designation forever, right? So if there's something like a new information or whatever that we might have skipped or missed, it's quite possible that you may lose this designation.
All right. Okay. What are the core reason projects don't build towards stage 1? Complexity, time, cost, talent?
It's surprisingly costly. And like I said, the pioneers 4 years ago, they were essentially building for, like DYDX was literally the first, one of the first, if not the first, ZK rollup. It was application specific, but still, it was the first, and if not for small nuances, it will be stage 2, really. It's the governance process that we require, for stage 2 that's failing, but like for all intents and purposes, it's a stage 2 system. It was built 4 years ago, so it's not like it's impossible. I think what makes it, super hard today for all the rollups to actually do that, frankly, is that the majority of the rollups are not built by the teams. They launched by the rollup as a service providers, and we need to incentivize them to actually do better, right? So, and it's hard, yeah. I mean, no one said that it would be easy.
All right, thank you, and we are running out of time. Thank you, Mr. Bartek, and yes, let's give him big hands. Yeah, I'm sure we appreciate your hard work and your researching team. Thank you. Thank you. All right, it's lunchtime and the main stage. We will come back at 1 p.m. We're still on the L2 tracks. So if you're interested in L2, just come back here at 1 p.m. And the lunch we'll provide at G floor and the second floor, level 2 floor. So please enjoy your lunch. All right, see you in the afternoon. For lunch? Good. I love Hainanese chicken rice. It's so good. It's so good. That's my favorite dish ever. Yes. All right. Welcome back to the main stage in the afternoon of the second day of Devcon. And today we still on track of the L2 track. And for the next session, we're going to talk about building a future proof of L2. The speaker is the COO of Starkware. And let's welcome you on the stage, Oren Katz.
Hello. So I'm Oren. I'm from Starkware. And Starkware is one of the main teams building StarkNet, which is a public general-purpose Zk rollup built on top of Ethereum. And what I want to do here is share some of our... Do I need to? Yeah. Is share some of our thinking around how to build like a rollup which is indeed future-proof, and we're building it using proofs, so there is some double meaning here. Now, another angle of this is if you're building an app and you're thinking of which chain you should deploy on, this should also tell you some of the things you probably should be thinking about. Not working? Okay, so this is what I'm going to cover. Briefly, how we see Web3 today. Touch some types of networks that are there. You probably heard layer 1s, layer 2s, validity rollups, optimistic rollups, public chains, app chains. I'm going to touch that a bit. And then I'll mention the few aspects that we think at least are important in the chain. Some of them are like the harder technology and infrastructure stuff. Some which are not less important or more around vision, values, and community, the softer aspects. Okay, so you probably know this graph. What I would like to claim is that blockchain today is still in one of these leftmost phases. It still has not made it to mainstream. And why aren't we mainstream yet? Well, a large part of it is that the infrastructure is not there, or at least wasn't there until recently, especially in terms of scale, cost, and UX. And the thing that's greatly needed is some killer apps. Like there really aren't that many, or probably aren't any killer apps right now in crypto that has made it mainstream. Okay, so we have layer 1s and layer 2s. Generally speaking, Ethereum and also Bitcoin are really great layer 1s. Vitalik mentioned it in his opening yesterday. Layer 1 is really the trust machine. They're secure, they're decentralized, permissionless, censorship resistant, incredibly neutral, all those nice words. But they also have strong networks. They have lots of users, lots of operators, lots of liquidity riding on top of them. They're usually field-proven, lots of apps riding on top of them. But they're severely limited, and mainly from these aspects, in terms of scale, in terms of cost, and also in terms of UX. So then you have some other layer 1s that apparently solve this. But if you look closely, they usually do that by compromising the trust. So they're either not decentralized or less decentralized or less secure. So you give something up for scale and cost. What layer 2s try to do is solve these limitations on a second layer, the scale, cost, and UX issues, but still keep the trust machine on those layer 1s. So the trust machine is still Ethereum or Bitcoin. I'll mention that later. But we can provide scale and cost and UX, better scale, cost, and UX on a different layer. You probably know of this as well. This is the blockchain trilemma. It basically states that you have to choose 2 out of these 3, decentralization, scalability, or security. You can't have all 3. Why? So from first principles, in order to ensure security, you have to have all nodes run all the transactions, just to verify that they're indeed valid. On the other hand, to be decentralized, you need to be able to run a node on a weak machine, so everybody could run it. So the natural conclusion is that you have to limit the throughput so you could run all these transactions even on a weak machine. The only thing wrong with this blockchain trilemma is that it isn't really true. And why isn't it true? And here we have, the people who actually phrased it didn't take into account this neat cryptographic algorithm that we use and others use as well that's called validity proofs. So what's validity proof? It came from academia long before blockchain. It's not specifically related just to blockchain. It tries to solve the following problem. Let's say I'm a prover and you're the verifier. I want to convince you that I have done a complex computation correctly. So what I do is, in addition to doing the actual computation, I do some additional work and I generate a proof. The format of the proof is defined by the protocol. I send you the proof, you're the verifier. The verifier looks at the proof and decides whether it accepts it or not. And there are three things we want here. One is that if the computation is indeed correct, I should be able to generate a proof that you, the verifier, will accept. Two is if the computation is not correct, I should not be able to generate a proof that the verifier will accept, which basically means that I am not able to cheat. I can't convince you of something that's not true. And the third is that we want the verification cost to be small. So verifications should be a lot faster and a lot less resource intensive than the original computation, the one that I'm doing. So there are a bunch of protocols that do that. Stark, which is the one that we're using, has some very good properties. But this is basically a solved problem, again, not necessarily in blockchain. So how do we use it here? So validity rollups, which is what we're doing as well, basically says the following. Okay, I'll start with the issue that I mentioned before. Without proofs, there are two aspects here. You have the sequencers, or miners, or validators, whatever you call those entities that generate the blocks. They have to execute all transactions. But in blockchains such as Ethereum and Bitcoin, that's not enough. You have to have all full nodes, or your full node. You want to know what's happening with the network. The only way you could be certain that this is indeed valid is you have to execute all the transactions yourselves. And there are a lot more nodes than sequencers or validators. In Ethereum, you have maybe millions of them, right? Now, with proofs, you actually break this connection because all the nodes, in order to know that the transactions are correct, they don't need to re-execute them. They only need to verify the proof. And like I said before, verifying a proof is a lot less work than running the transactions. And this is the only way that I know of that actually solves this trilemma. All other ways, typically, if you look at it closely, you probably sacrifice either security and/or decentralization to get the scale. Okay, another thing you probably heard of, there are public chains, like Ethereum, Bitcoin, Starknet's a public chain. There are also app chains, so app-specific chains that you could spin your own and just run whatever you want on that. And both are probably needed for different use cases. So we try to categorize it generally. When in general would you opt to run on a public chain? Typically either when you care a lot about composability, you want to connect to other apps that are already there, or you want to leverage the network effects of that chain, the users that are already there, other apps, liquidity, often this is the simplest thing to do because it's lower touch. You just build an app, you throw it, for instance, on Ethereum, and it runs by itself. You throw it on Starknet, it runs by itself. When would you opt for an app chain? So one major category is when you want more control. What's more control? You may want to customize the network in a different manner than the public chain is running. You may not want to be affected by congestion due to other apps. You may want privacy that on public chains you typically don't get. That's one aspect. Another is maybe you want to capture the network revenue yourself, or at least part of it. And on the public chain, typically, the miners, the verifiers, sequencers, they get the network fees, they get the block rewards. Maybe you want to capture that yourself if you have a good app. The third main thing is branding and distribution. You may want your own network because you want it to be called by your name. Or maybe you have a good distribution channel, you want to bring them to your own network and not to a public chain. Okay, so what's important in a chain? This plays a different role, whether it's an app chain or a main chain, but all these aspects are somewhat important in both. And when you choose, you should probably think like where you fall on these continuums. So I'm going to briefly touch some of them. I'll start with security. I'm often told, and I think reality shows it in many cases, that nobody cares about security. Or at least they don't care about security until they get hacked. So I claim that you should think about security, especially in blockchain. So I do agree that different use cases call for different levels of security, and then you can make concessions in some cases, but I think these are a few things you should at least ask yourself. So like, how strong is the cryptography? In yesterday's opening remarks, Vitalik mentioned it as well. Do you want it to be post-quantum secure? Does that matter to you? Is it field-proving? Is it been running for a while? Is a lot of economic value riding on what's been running up until now, which is some evidence that it's probably field-proven, it's probably more sound. What damage can the operator do? Now here again, sometimes it's a single operator, which makes it very, very important. But also if it's some decentralized network, if you have like a malicious majority for a certain period of time, what's the worst thing they could do? Could they steal tokens? Could they just stop the network? Could they censor? There are different levels of damage that they could do, and different networks fall differently in these categories. If somebody wants to attack the network, how expensive is that? So this is from Vitalik's talk yesterday. He actually gave us a shout out for this thing that we've actually done 3 years ago. This was DYDX v3, which was built on a product that we've built. Was an earlier rollup. It was an app chain in this case with a single operator. But now came the time where DYDX decided they want to wind it down, and they stopped operating the network. But the users can still pull their funds off because we designed this mechanism we called an escape hash that was back in 2021. But this is something that if you don't think about beforehand, you may end up having a problem afterwards. Okay, one of the major things people use layer 2s for is because they solve the throughput issue, the scalability issue. So what are the main things that limit the throughput? So if you look at layer 1s, they have to execute all the transactions. All nodes execute all the transactions, like I said before. There are a subset of the nodes that take part in consensus, but a large subset, so this is also quite expensive. And all the data is there for everybody, right? So you have, all these things are things that potentially limit the throughput, because you want everybody to be able to run it. Now, the secret sauce that we have, I mentioned it before, is proofs. And proofs affect scale in 2 main aspects. The main one is the one I mentioned before. We don't need all the nodes to run the transactions. We just need the consensus nodes to run all the actions. There are a lot less of them. And this means that you can do a lot more execution, orders of magnitude more execution. The other aspect is that it actually enables submitting a lot less data to layer 1, because we could just submit the state diffs for every bunch of transactions. You don't need to have each and every transaction with all its data. Optimistic rollups, for instance, which don't use proofs, either sacrifice decentralization or they sacrifice security, because at the end of the day, if you want to make sure that the transactions are indeed secure, you still need each and every full node to execute all the transactions. And you also need to submit all the transaction data to layer 1, because you need that for the fraud-proof mechanism. So when you compare validity rollups in terms of throughputs, looking towards the future, the main thing you should look at is like the execution times, like how efficient is the sequencing of that network. If you look at optimistic rollup, you need to look even more strongly at that. It's going to be much more limited, but also on the data. So for instance, with StarkNet, here you could see things that these are actual measurements from the live network. As you could see, this is greatly increasing, mainly since we're putting an extended effort on this, and this will continue. And this will also continue when the network is very decentralized, because, as I said, we don't need all full nodes to execute, so this is just the efficiency of the sequencers themselves. So that's throughput. Cost is quite similar, but not exactly the same. I mean, the main difference here is that, at least with validity rollups, you have an additional aspect here, which is the prover, right? Because we need to generate proofs. Indeed, it's always a single node that needs to generate a proof for a block, but it's still expensive. So if you compare validity rollups to one another, you need to look both on the sequencer cost and also on the prover cost. Optimistic rollups and layer 1s typically don't have that. So this is a similar graph from the cost of StarkNet. As much as I would like to take credit for this, the big drop that you see here didn't have that much to do with us. It was actually due to 4844 from Ethereum. When Ethereum moved to blobs, like the data cost submitted to layer 1 effectively went down to 0. And that's the big drop you see over here. But, and that's important to realize, this is not going to stay this way. I mean, it's already on the verge of congesting now. Once it starts congesting, it's a market. Data prices are going to go up. How much up? We don't know. Probably a lot. And once that happens, you're going to start seeing the differences between validity rollups and optimistic rollups, because Validity rollups have an advantage, the one that I've just described. This is a zoom in on specifically on the proving technology. We've recently announced, well, over 6 months ago, our next generation prover, which is called STU. It rides on an improved START protocol, which is a collaboration between us, Starkware, and Polygon Zero. And it enables the prover to be a lot more efficient. How much more efficient? 2 to 3 orders of magnitude more efficient. So what you see here, Stone is our current prover. That's what's running in StarkNet production today. So the numbers I showed you before are running Stone. STU, who's coming out in Q1 next year, is going to be 100 to 1,000x more efficient than Stone. What that does, first, it reduces proving cost. Like I said, proving cost is important for validity rollups. But on top of that, it opens new possibilities, such as client-side proving. Maybe I'll touch that in a second. Another thing that you could sometimes do with Layer 2, so Ethereum and EVM have their own set of limitations, some of which no longer have to exist when you move to proofs and to Layer 2s. So these are some examples from StarkNet. For instance, StarkNet, you have native account abstraction. So all accounts are smart contracts. This allows very great flexibility. I'll show you in a second some of the things people do with it today. For instance, it allows you to use different cryptography for user signing transaction. Other things that you could provide some more privacy than using proofs. You have a wider variety of data availability options. Specifically, our language is Rust-like, so it's easier to develop in. So these are some of the things that use that and are alive on StarkNet today. So Argent, that's one of the leading wallets on StarkNet. They have two-factor authentication. You can have a gaming session, so if you play, you don't have to sign anything during the session. You could approve in advance up to a certain spending limit. Bravos, that's another major wallet. They have Face ID, so this really gives you a Web 2 look and feel. When you're using it, you could have multi-owners for an account. You could have spending limits. Ikubu is one of the main AMMs on StarkNet. Check it out. It provides very good capital efficiency with the capabilities that StarkNet enables you to do. Avenue run a paymaster. Paymaster meaning the user could send a transaction, but somebody else pays for that transaction. So you could use that. Oh, sorry. So that could be used to provide, like, you could go in. We just did a few weeks ago, we did a stress test, like a real stress test on production with users playing a game that did lots of transactions. They didn't have to sign in. They didn't have to install a wallet, no seed phrases. They could go in with fingerprints and just play. Okay, other things you could do. Dojo, they provided this game engine that enables you to run a lot of game logic on-chain, a lot more than you could do on Ethereum. Their longer-term vision is to use what I mentioned before when I talked about STU, a client-side proving, which basically says that you could run most of the game logic off-chain on the client device, generate a proof, and submit that to the chain just to be verified. So this is a real game changer. Sorry, the pun. You don't have to run all the game logic on-chain to be able to trust it. Giza have a similar infrastructure for machine learning. It's the similar idea. You could run a bunch of things off-chain, but then just verify on-chain that you've run them correctly. And this year, if you like MMPs, try this one out. It's pretty amazing. So these are the hardware aspects related to infrastructure or technology. What's also important is a bunch of software aspects related to community, to the people, and to the values of that community. So when you choose a chain, I think it's also important to look like who are the people there, what's the community like, what's the vision, what are the values, what energy do you feel from the team. There are very big differences between the different chains in that aspect. So for instance, look at the team behind it. This specifically is our Starkware's track record with lots of innovation. I think we're the first ones who put who productized provers. We're the first one to put layer 2 rollups in production. Circle Stark, I mentioned before. These things typically continue. If you have a team that's innovative, they're going to continue to innovate. And innovation on the infrastructure level also affects innovation on the application level, as I showed you before. In terms of vision, again, this is Starkware vision. We want to fuel the integrity web. What's the integrity web? So blockchains, often we talk about technical stuff. We talk about cryptography, computers, all these nice little things. I want to claim that blockchains are primarily not about that, but they're actually much more about these things, about community, about about freedom, about human rights, about social functions that they enable people to do. So we want to focus, technology enables that, but we focus a lot more about making sure that these things are embodied in whatever we do. Another main thing we're working on right now is actually making StarkNet a layer 2 on top of not just Ethereum, but also Bitcoin, which is something that until recently we thought was not possible either, but with some major advances in research there, it seems that once OPCAT is enabled, this will be possible, and this is an article that came out last week, or maybe even this week, that actually shows that you could even do it without OPCAT. It's just going to be a lot more expensive. These, for example, these are actually from the StarkNet Foundation. They're not StarkNet. They're not Starkware. But again, check these things out if you want to join a chain, a community. Like, what does the community stand for? What's important to the people there? And finally, it's still, at the end of the day, a matter of people. So it's worthwhile, like, talking to the people, seeing what they're like, feeling the energy, see what they value. That's often a lot more important than technical stuff. So that's it for my part.
All right, thank you, thank you. Yes, let's give him a big round of applause. All right, let's do Q&A. Yeah, Mainstage 2.
Okay, sorry, was the first question about
Yes.
Bitcoin? Okay,
Yeah,
Bitcoin is weaker than Ethereum.
No, the first one, Mainstage 2.
When stage 2 rollups. So we are working on decentralization as we speak. It's coming out in phases. So we have started gathering people to start staking. At first stage, they still don't play a part in consensus. And we're basically rebuilding our code. It was initially built for a different system than we've used it for StarkNet. The next phase is coming out in Q1. Our target is towards the end of next year to start having a decentralized operation of the network. So basically, anybody who wants to will be able to sequence and prove, so to prove StarkNet blocks, and take part in this. It's a major effort, but it's coming.
All right, it's coming. Let's keep watching. Okay, next one. With so many L2s, is too much fragmentation? Which one will win? What are the characteristics of the winning and possibility of unifying?
Okay, so a lot of what I said is around that. I don't think it's going to be a one-winner-take-all. I think there are a bunch of use cases that do allow different things and even prefer different things. So even the public network versus app chain aspect that I touched before, in some cases, people will want to run app chains and not run on the main chain. So I don't think it's going to be just one chain that rules them all. I do think that validity rollups have some inherent benefits over the other options. So I think they're much better poised longer term to give scale and better cost and better UX. But there are lots of them as well. And definitely there's going to be some, it's not just unification, there's going to be some like better coordination or bridging or aggregation between different layer 2s. A lot of teams are working on it right now. It's still not working well, but I believe that will happen.
All right, and I encourage you all to stay for the next session because we are about to talking about this topic exactly. All right, next one. Why Cairo, not Rust?
Why Cairo and not Rust? Okay, so Cairo is very much like Rust. Not that many differences. It is a smart contract language. So Rust is wider in its scope. You could write a lot of things in Rust that you can't really prove because they use some other stuff. It's not very far from it. We are always considering whether we want to support additional VMs, and some, like the next one might be Rust itself. But again, if you like Rust, I don't think you'll find Cairo a major difference.
How hard is it? If I know Rust, like how hard is it to onboard to?
It's pretty easy. It's like for people who come from Rust, typically Cairo is a very natural example. If they go to Solana, it's like Rust, but it's not exactly Rust either. So it's similar.
Okay, thanks. All right, next one. I heard StarkNet offer 2 seconds finality, but Ethereum itself cannot finalize block that fast. What do you mean by finality?
Okay, so always in layer 2, you have 2 levels of finality. You have layer 2 finality and then layer 1 finality. Layer 1 finality you only get once the proofs reach Ethereum and Ethereum verifies it, which is definitely a lot more than 2 seconds. But you also have earlier finality in layer 2. Right now, StarkNet is centralized, so this basically rides on a centralized sequencer ensuring that transactions have been included. But once this is decentralized, there's going to be consensus protocol on layer 2, and you're going to get much quicker layer 2 finality before layer 1. And that could be in the order of magnitude of 2 seconds, probably even less.
All right, thank you. Okay, next one. Let's talk about Bitcoin and Ethereum that you mentioned that you will post on the two chains. Why settle both? And yeah, what if they did?
Okay, so I wouldn't say Bitcoin is weaker than Ethereum. I think in terms of security, it's probably actually stronger than Ethereum. In terms of programmability, it offers a lot less options than Ethereum. But it is actually very secure, and it is a very strong network. There are lots of people there, and there's lots of hardware and capital actually securing that network. And today, for the people on Bitcoin, they can't do that much with their tokens because of the programmability issue that I just mentioned. So if you have Starknet right on top of Bitcoin as well, all of a sudden you could take your Bitcoin, move it to a layer 2, which is as secure as Bitcoin, and do stuff with it, and have smart contracts that you could run. Ethereum allows it today, but for the Ethereum community. So I think unifying the two will have great benefits, definitely for the Bitcoin community, but also for the Ethereum community, because now you could run the same applications and target both audiences.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Oren Katz. Let's give him big hands. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. Yes, I think the next session is going to be big because we have a lot of speakers and many of you might coming for them. So just one more thing. Can you please move to the middle of the seats so that the more people will come, they can sneak in, they can go to the seats. Thank you, thank you. Yes, just let the seats for the people, not for your bags. Thank you. All right, yes, please coming. We are still in the L2 track, and yes, we're going to talk a lot about it. And the next couple of sessions, it's going to be about unification of the L2s and the frenemy of it, and how should we thinking about it. And just to remind you that we still have a few minutes left. So if you want to go to the washroom, it's outside and turn right. If you are thirsty, we have the water at the back of the conference room. So feel free to grab it and just come back to the seats. All right, and just remind you that during the session, we have the QR code up here. You can scan QR code and ask the questions during the panel, and you can go in and then vote for the questions you like so that we can pick up the questions that most people like it here. All right, we're gonna take a break a little bit and we will come back in a few minutes. Thank you. Hello. All right, good afternoon, and I think we are ready. Just one last reminder, please move to the middle of the seats so that people that are coming later can join us. And ladies and gentlemen, it's the session about unified Ethereum L2 ecosystem competition. Let's talk about the frenemies and how we reduce the fragmented between L2s. And together, we have Ben, Hart, Jesse, Steven, and Vitalik Buterin. Let's give them a big hands.
All right, we working? Okay. Hey guys, I'm Hart Lamber. I'm the founder of Across Protocol. I'm going to do a little unconventional introduction to this panel here. So we'll set the stage for what we're talking about. Okay, so 4 years ago, Ethereum had a scaling problem. You guys probably remember we had 15 transactions per second. At peak times, the cost of doing a Uniswap swap was like $50. It's extremely expensive. It was slow and kind of unusable. And one of the guys on stage here helped align our Ethereum community on this roll-up-centric roadmap of what this would look like. This was back in October of 2020. And it turns out this has actually worked. It's worked pretty well. Hold on. Hold on. So let's look at what happened here, right? So October 2020, roll-up roadmap comes out, led by this guy, Mr. Vitalik Buterin. But then we keep going, right? Then we have the first optimistic roll-up, permissioned at the time, but Optimism, a few months later, comes out. One of the co-founders is on stage here, Mr. Ben Jones, right?
Yeah, Ben.
A few months after that, Arbitrum comes out with a permissionless version, right? Here we are with Steven. Thank you, Steven. Okay, Jesse from Base doesn't get a slide on here. Sorry, Jesse. But
I helped with 4844. You know, we play a little role.
So we get March of this year, Blobs ship 4844, and if you guys remember, Blobs now made like the L2s cheap, like really cheap, fractions of a penny to do basic things. And so like look at that chart. That chart is up and to the right. We have scaled Ethereum. Scaled it by many orders, many times.
Now's when we clap.
Give these guys a round of applause, right? There we go. We scaled Ethereum. Like, well done, guys. Should have timed that better. Okay. Now, like, once you solve any good hard problem, and like, let's go back. Like, Ethereum had some negativity on the timeline. It's turned around a little bit recently, but this was the big, hairy problem Ethereum faced for 4 years. And we really did solve it as a community with many people on stage here, many others in the audience. It's pretty cool. But of course, you solve one problem and get another one. So what's our new problem? We've now fragmented Ethereum. So what we're going to talk about on stage is how we unify Ethereum. And that's my unconventional intro. And now I want to go in and ask our panelists here just to give us an experience where you've used Ethereum and had just a bad UX with its many L2s. It doesn't have to be long, but let's just talk about, let's admit to the problem. Ben, you want to start?
Adding a new chain to interact with on my wallet.
Yep.
Yeah, same. Whether it's going from an L2 to an L3 or L1 to a different L2, adding the chain, then going into trying to figure out how to bridge to that chain, like, can be quite complicated and definitely have given me pain in the past.
I'm a user of on-chain social with Farcaster, and Farcaster's core identity contracts live on mainnet, but a lot of the transaction activity happens on Base, and that's where I hold most of my assets. I had to renew my Farcaster account, which you have to do every year, and I didn't have any gas on Optimism, and so thus began the long process of moving gas from Base to Optimism, figuring out how to execute the contract there, and then making sure I could actually continue transacting. Very frustrating.
A while back, I lost $100 by screwing up the process of depositing to Polymarket and sending coins to the wrong chain.
I thought we'd get a Polymarket example, but yeah. All right, so we can admit, even with the leaders in the space, the UX of navigating these L2s is pretty difficult. What about also from the developer experience? Like, I'd love to get just quick takes on, many developers in the audience. Part of the problem now is developers don't even know where they should build. Do they build on Base? Do they build on Arbitrum? Do they build on Optimism? Do they build on ZK Sync? Do they build on Scroll, Linea, da-da-da-da? So just like quick takes. We're not going to go through everybody all the time, but just quick takes on how do you think this, how are developers supposed to pick where they build, and what are your thoughts on that? Vitalik.
Developer experience, yeah, I think, the challenge is like we have all of these nice standardized Web3 APIs for doing like things where those things are confined to the same chain, right? And you can do sends, you can do calls, like everything is nice and standardized. You're calling one JavaScript function, but then as soon as your application requires people to do things on multiple chains, like you have to go and figure out your own custom thing. And I think that's like both a big pain for developers, and we have to remember that developers are a very, very long tail, and I think especially as adoption becomes more mainstream, is going to inevitably include people who are less and less skilled and like further and further from the discourse that is like actually talking about all of the core principles and like why all of the adjustments to them are happening, right? And it's also bad for security, right? Because from a user's perspective, like every single thing that the developer of each application has to do is a thing that the user has to trust them for.
Yeah, and I'd say it's not even just programming and kind of like doing function calls. One of the other big challenges that we see is there's a large array of assets that are now spread across different chains, whether those are NFTs or ERC20s, and they're siloed to those local environments. And so when builders want to kind of tap into that liquidity, or they want to build experiences on top of that, culture that's been issued in NFTs, they actually aren't able to. And they're kind of stuck again, building a little bit of a silo, or having to figure out these like wild things that are custom to break out of that. And I think that's holding back innovation in the space.
Yeah, I think also that we see like specialization in different chains. Arbitrum's strengths are DeFi and gaming, but if you want to build in other verticals, you might choose to go to Base, and like definitely developers are choosing. We're seeing clusterization of different types of applications, but I think also from like a user perspective, part of the problem is there's this like deep fascination and awareness of the underlying infrastructure. Like when I go and order an Uber on my phone, I don't think about, I wonder if Uber is on AWS or GCP. I just think it's an Uber. And I think part of us is actually, ironic for me to say, is us moving a little more into the background and giving users their experience and not like giving them the hyper awareness of all the developer tools.
Yeah. Ben?
I guess we'll go down the line. I mean, to some extent, I think the nature of this question is an example of where we need to be improving, where like, in principle, everyone up here is doing EVM like equivalent code for a reason, and that's so that developers can just go and deploy on all the places. And the reality is that if you're a developer, there's a huge overhead to deploy on multiple chains versus on one, and you have to like manage deployments and addresses and chain IDs and all these things. In reality, we should be at the point where developers can just write applications, and it feels more like a user choosing to install an application on some chain than it does even that the developer has chosen to deploy it there. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's echoing a lot of what folks said, but we just have to make fade into the background. As Steven said, the developers should write applications, not apps on a specific state space.
Yeah, you and Steven, sounds like you really agree there. Fade in the background. Love that. Okay, so Vitalik, there's this trade-off in scaling Ethereum, right? We've achieved more scalability. You can argue there's a trade-off in scaling Ethereum. We've achieved more scalability with all these L2s and L3s, which has kind of led to more fragmentation, more chains to navigate. I'm kind of curious just to get your takes, and for the audience, of how worried you are about interoperability. Like from your seat, does this scare you? And maybe going a little deeper, like how worried are you about getting the different L2s to actually cooperate? Because they don't necessarily have aligned incentives here.
Yeah, I think, it's definitely one of our top problems right now. Like, I think if you think about the delta between the status quo Ethereum experience and, let's say, like the credit card experience, right? credit card experience has a lot of interoperability, right? You can take a credit card from any bank, pay it on any one of those, like insert, tap, whatever terminals, and like it figures out everything in the back end. And like it is for some reason, right? And you do have to like wait for that spinning wheel to like confirm, and often for some reason that I haven't quite understood, it takes as long as an entire Ethereum slot. But you know, it does have like the interoperability piece solved, and it feels like you're part of one ecosystem. And I think if Ethereum is not like cannot meet that level of experience, then it is going to lose to things that do. And in terms of how I feel about our ability to solve it, I mean, I feel like I've actually been impressed by the level of willingness to commit to solving this problem that I've seen from all kinds of layer 2 teams, all kinds of wallet teams, all kinds of like users, ecosystem actors. It feels like there's a big willingness to actually get the problem solved. And I mean, obviously, I think the real test, right, is when you go from words to action, right? And basically when you say, you know, are we actually going to see wallets incorporate chain-specific addresses and incorporate, you know, a bridging protocol to like automatically do transfers? Are we going to actually see, you know, like L2s follow the standards that will appear for on-chain configs, and then including, you know, like state verification and like message verification stuff that comes after, right? So I think the ultimate test is definitely, you know, like when things hit mainnet. But out of everything that I've been actually able to observe so far, I've been like actually impressed by people's willingness to put serious work into it.
We like that. So maybe I'll ask a similar question in a slightly spicy way to the rest of you guys, which, if we're being real, like the three of you are competing for users, you're competing for TVL, you're competing for mindshare. At least there's a perspective that argues that, and you're competing for developers. And so how do you all think about your own incentive structures here, about interoperability, and about why like being unified with your competitors is a good thing for you or not? Stephen.
Sure. I don't think fragmentation is good for users, and I don't want any user to be on Arbitrum because it's difficult or painful for them to be there or to get off and they can feel stuck. I want users to be able to go seamlessly anywhere in the Ethereum ecosystem, and the reason that they might choose Arbitrum or another chain is because they want to be there. They like the developer features, they like the ecosystem, and that's really, you know, where they want to be. So my basic thought on how we should think about interoperability is we should try to get to not a unified Arbitrum ecosystem, not a unified, you know, super chain ecosystem. I think we should try to get to a unified Ethereum. And that should be the vision we set. And so much today is like undefined, and we don't know how to implement some of our interop visions, and a lot we do. But what that vision is, I think, is going to be very, very formative into what we build. And the vision that I have is to how do we unite not just two Arbitrum chains, but how do we unite Ethereum? Now, the caveat to that is there are certain technical reasons sometimes where a particular stack, you can unite the chains much more closely. And I'm a big believer in, like, you know, if there is a technical reason, a technical benefit we can have, if there is a reason why two Arbitrum chains or two OP stack chains can talk together more efficiently, we should definitely exploit that. But to the extent that there's no technical limitation, we shouldn't like draw arbitrary lines and say, okay, we're going to build a structure of Arbitrum chains or a structure of OP chains. Unless there's a technical reason, all those chains should talk together, and I think that's how we get a unified Ethereum.
Yeah, I mean, I'll echo that. I even think the good news here is like, you know, I think maybe there was like a vibesy, vision-y answer to that question that, you know, has been persistent in the community of just like, oh, it's going to be positive sum. We've all got to grow the pie. This is the future that we're all building towards. If you go Ethereum. I think the good news is like, it is not the case that we have to rely on those vibes to get us there. I think like, Vitalik, you brought up the example of interoperability with credit cards. Like, that wasn't because there was some regulation or like vision for credit cards that we had to like socially preserve. It was because a credit card where you can pay anywhere is better than a credit card where you can only pay in one country or one state. So I think the good news here is that it is in our incentive to do this. And as a matter of fact, the L2s have already done this. It would be a lot easier to build a rollup that you could not bridge back to Ethereum. And nobody's out here saying, oh, why are people, L2s are not going to allow you to bridge back to Ethereum? It's a perverse incentive. No, the answer is because nobody would come and use the products if they were stuck there permanently and there wasn't a way to get back to the rest of the ecosystem. So luckily, I think it's like, you know, there's a vision vibesy answer to this, but there's also just the best products are going to win, and the best products are the one that don't lock people in.
I do wish we didn't have 7-day bridges, though. That would be nice. But that's a different thing. Go ahead, Jesse.
Yeah, I'm a +1 to both of those. I think Base sits in a like somewhat unique position in that we are not a roll-up ecosystem. We're part of the superchain, but we also are really excited about making Ethereum great again and like connecting us up to everyone, including Arbitrum and every other layer too. And I think that kind of idea of being a bridge, not an island, and connecting up to the broader Ethereum ecosystem means that when we're thinking about interoperability, we're thinking really about like how do we pursue many paths that let us get that ideal user experience and ideal developer experience. And I do think there are going to be value of more tightly clustered chains. You're going to be able to get more interoperability. You're going to be able to get higher capital efficiency because people are going to be willing to opt in to slightly higher trust considerations. And that has to be a subset of a broader set of interoperability, where if you're an Ethereum L2, you can have, maybe with a slightly lower capital efficiency, the exact same capital execution. And that's what we're working on with RIP 7755, which works across all L2s. That's what we're working on in a more kind of trusted way with superchain interop. I think those things are going to come together to get us to this world where it just works for users. And like Ben said, like, that's the thing that's going to drive us there. If we want to get 100 million people, 1 billion people on chain in the next couple years, we can't have broken experiences. We actually have to have experiences that are 10x better than the Web 2 experiences that all of us are used to. Because if it's good enough for crypto, like that's not good enough anymore. We just need to be better.
Yeah, it's a good segue. Good enough for crypto from 4 years ago. That's
not enough.
That's not enough. That's not how we get the next billion people on. And it's a good segue. So let's start talking about like solutions here, or like your guys' ideas for solutions. And I build an interop protocol. I have lots of my own ideas. But if you had a magic wand, and you could wave it, what are your like top 1 or 2 things you'd like to see solved, near term, medium term, around interoperability? Like start with Vitalik. What's your magic wand say?
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, one of the things that's like upstream or of everything else is on-chain configs, right? So layer 2 configs being like objects that are registered on chain, and that would cover chain IDs. That would also cover like you would have functions in that contract that would do things like verifying state proofs and verifying like receipt and transaction and event proofs. It would potentially include all of the information that you would need for a wallet to be able to interact with the chain, right? So right now, I think that's basically like chain ID and a couple of other basic things, right? But I think that set of information is going to expand a lot. And then once you have that, then that makes it much easier to do like a version of like say ERC 7683 that just works with every chain automatically. It makes it easier to do like make chain specific addresses work. It makes it easier to have a universal light client of all L2s, which I think is another one of those important visions that we have to move toward, right? We've believed in light clients for a long time, but if most activity is on layer 2s, then we're not done unless the light clients support layer 2 as well. So I think definitely like on-chain configs are one step, and then after that, just easy ways for users to move assets between chains, as we've been talking about. And I think in parallel, it's like a totally different work stream, but continuing to work on the light client stuff.
Yeah, and I think the on-chain configs are maybe the enabler of the thing that I'm most focused on, which is the wallet layer. I think when users are coming into wallets today, they're presented with a ton of different networks, a ton of different assets, and then these 0x addresses that basically mean nothing. And if we just continue to layer on complexity, where it's like, okay, now you don't only need to deal with a 64-character 0x address, you also have to have like a chain identifier next to it and understand what that means and understand the security properties of that. I think that's not going to work for everyday people. And so I think a lot of what I'm focused on and the team is focused on is figuring out how do we take this underlying infrastructure, like putting chain configs on chain, and then actually bubble that up through the wallet to be able to build better experiences. So we replace the 0x addresses with names, but those names are now chain aware. So if you send to someone's name, it just works. It's going to go where they want it to. And if you have balances across different Ethereum networks, you can just combine them all and send at one time. But I think by building in this infrastructure to a wallet experience that becomes totally seamless to the user, this complexity is going to actually fade away. And we're not going to be having conversations about like internet tiers today on stage. I think a few years from now, we won't be having conversations about Ethereum tiers. It will just work. And most people will not know whether they're on layer 2. They won't know whether they're on base. They will just get secure applications that are fast, that are cheap, that are easy to use. I think for developers, there will still be a lot of knowledge there, but for everyday people, I think it's going to fade into the background.
Yeah, I think if it had a magic wand, the things that people want are fast, synchronous, interop, and I think some of the technical ways to actually implement that magic wand are definitely the things we discussed. But ultimately, there are different levels. So to talk about the layers of the stack for 1 second, there are different layers of the stack that contribute different pieces, but ultimately if they're not packaged together, it's like, I think part of the problem of interop today is there's so many different solution paths. So like we just shipped a feature called fast withdrawals that for Arbitrum any trust chains takes down the withdrawal period from the 7 days to 15 minutes. And that's fantastic, but that's not an end user, so that will plug into a solution like Across, but ultimately that also would be great if it bubbled up back into the wallet. So I think that we as an ecosystem are doing a great job like shipping exactly this is what we need. Interop features on so many different layers, but how to package it up to the user that they're not aware of these layers, that all these layers are just working seamlessly for them is going to be the trick that I think the magic wand would be helpful for.
Ben, you got anything to add? Or are you bidding me?
I mean, I'll do a quick one.
Do a quick one.
The bar in my brain is just in hell right now. It's so bad. So my answer would just be chain-specific addresses so that it is no longer possible to send funds to an address and the recipient go, oh snap, that's on the wrong chain, that money is gone. That's it.
Okay, so I'm going to summarize for you guys. So it's like, okay, the bar is so low that there's very simple things we can do to raise the bar, which like, look, maybe that's a little depressing, but hey, it means that in a year's time we should be able to make some wins here. So chain-specific addresses so I don't black hole my money. Great. Vitalik has L2 configs, which is sort of this building blocks that we can permissionlessly add new chains, understand the security properties of chains, deploy things without there being a middleman or a blocker. Jesse talking about the wallet level, which I think there's a lot to go into there. If I'm going to give you my vision of what this should look like, it's I click one button in my unified Ethereum experience, and it does the action I want to do on that other chain quickly and cheaply. And
yeah, plus one on that, and I think this may be where I have a slightly different perspective at times than Vitalik or maybe Ben. Like, I almost feel like the chain-specific address showing that to users is like taking us off the path that we need to get to. I think it's a really important piece of infrastructure. Like being able to configure chain-specific addresses is a good piece of infrastructure for developers, but I think what we need to be pushing to is a world where we're not showing users addresses. Like we need to be showing them names, and we need to be showing them simple user experiences or buttons that they can click where they can confirm, are you doing the right thing, without having to understand, oh, here's this really long string, here's this thing. Like I think that pushes us further down this line of complexity, which again can be a really, really valuable developer tool, but for the end user experience, like I don't think we want people manually sending to Polymarket anymore. We want a button that's like, deposit $50 to Polymarket, and if you connected your wallet, it just works. And I think that's where we got to push to.
We'll go off script here for a second, because this is a point that I'm actually curious to get Vitalik's take on, because I think there's a difference of opinion in like pure chain abstraction. I don't care at all what chain I'm on, but Vitalik, I think at some points you're like, well, we do want to know what security assumptions the user's taking. And I don't know, just for a 30-second detour, V, like, what's your updated thinking on this?
Yeah, I mean, I think so for the, like I definitely agree that there's like huge sets of settings in which we should not be showing addresses at all. Like for me, the polymarket flow is like, it's worst case as it is today. The improved thing is if they replace the copy paste address thing with a chain specific address, and then at least it's like a little easier. But then the really improved thing is if like you have a button, you press it, and then you have a, like we extend the Web3 like RPC API, and we have a cross-chain payments request, and then your wallet just satisfies it in whatever way it can. And then we can also get that adopted for consumer merchant settings, and we also have a QR code version, and so Daimo and like all of these brilliant phone wallets will be able to just send and receive immediately across chain to arbitrary chains. So that part is important. On the security side, I think, I mean, like I do think that wallets should somehow make either make users aware of like which chain that they're moving funds to when they're depositing. I think wallets should probably have opinionated choices about where they store, like what chain or chains they use as like a user's home, like where they store the majority of a user's assets. And I mean, that could easily mean like also showing warnings when you send to some chain that doesn't follow security standards. So I think we do need to like keep doing those things, but at the same time, like the process of just like sending from one L2 to another L2, it should still like feel like sending.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I think there's a middle ground there that I think everyone agrees with. So if we want this vision of clicking buttons, which I agree with Jesse on too, it can be domain specific. Like on my Polymarket app, I trust Polymarket, polymarket.com, click a button, I understand what I'm doing there. And then, you know, when it gets other domains, maybe we're a little bit more security aware. Got a lot to talk about there, and we'll talk more about what we can do with intents and unifying one-click experiences between chains too. But I wanted to spend a second just to go into the kind of ecosystem-specific interop techniques some of you all are building here. And let's keep this quick because I want to be aware of time. But like Ben, tell us a little bit about Superchain, Superchain native interop and the vision for that. And specifically, love to like get the thoughts on how does that help unify Ethereum and or just make Superchain better. Give me your vision.
Absolutely. So Superchain interop is all about building a secure message passing protocol that doesn't introduce a fundamentally new set of trusted actors to support bridging within the superchain. So basically what you do is you leverage the fact that these chains are on a shared standard with shared governance and the fact that they already have fault proofs, and you build a way to pass messages quickly between them using the fault proofs that already secure the bridge in the first place. So that's the TLDR, 30-second view. In terms of what that enables, honestly, what we need to do is pair that as a backend with the broader Ethereum interop on the front end. So like that improves capital efficiency and the ability to write applications that span multiple chains within the superchain. And that's really valuable. It defragments the superchain, and it's a stepping stone towards defragmenting Ethereum. And the way to do the balance is you come at it from both directions. From the Ethereum perspective, we have to unify standards that work across all chains. And then as the ecosystems on the back end improve, we just lower the fees, improve the capital efficiency.
Yeah, you're shilling my talk. Like right after this, y'all, I'm doing a talk on 7683, which is sort of like the standard on the front end. And I'm going to talk exactly about how on the back end we can plug into different settlement systems, which is then a great segue to go by Stephen, where you already talked about fast withdrawals briefly, but Arbitrum's doing like the fast withdrawal stuff I love from a Cross's perspective. I actually put a tweet thread out about why. I need to put a tweet thread out about why I love it so much, but we'll talk about that separately. Fast withdrawals and then chain clusters. Like, give me kind of like what's the within Arbitrum, what are you guys doing to make interop really beautiful there?
Yeah, so the first thing is shipping like whatever features we can that will plug into other layers to make their jobs easier. So fast withdrawals, which I mentioned before, takes down specifically for any trust chains, takes down the withdrawal time from 7 days to 15 minutes. And then, again, that's not a feature that's the user-facing in and of itself, but that's going to make something like a cross much more efficient and ultimately much more able to add more chains and therefore lead to interop. But the other thing, which we haven't discussed yet, is chain clusters. So chain clusters is actually, kind of super chain-esque, like in terms of the technology, but I think the vision that we have, and is slightly different. Correct me if I'm wrong as I sort of try to paraphrase the difference, but it's a really nice piece of technology. So chain clusters or super chain, it allows different chains to cluster together closely in a way that they can get really good interop and like synchronous experiences, and it's actually fantastic. The problem is well, you might call it a benefit, I might call it a problem. The fact is that in order to do this, you have to like kind of trust the other chains in a particular way, and therefore you have some shared governance structure. If I'm going to join a chain cluster with another chain, I have to trust that something wacky. If they're doing something wacky on that chain, but we have synchronous interop that's faster than settlement time, right? There's contagion, and something bad there can like get to my chain. That's where you lead to the trade-off, I would call, of a chain cluster or a super chain construct, is that you have to all trust each other and therefore really approve to each other's governance. So what I believe, and I think this is where we diverge, is one for all doesn't really work because I think it stifles innovation. If 1,000 different chains from 100 different verticals, DeFi, NFTs, gaming, etc., are all in one chain, they aren't going to want to innovate in the same way. So we have a chain building with us called Phoenix, which is adding FHE, privacy, built into the chain using fully homomorphic encryption. Like, your DeFi chain is not going to say, hey, sure, I'll take that wacky new technology and I'm going to interop with that. They'll be like rightly saying, not in my cluster, like not in my super chain, and that's why I think that ultimately having one for all is great for interop, but stifles innovation because it leads more chains to do the vanilla thing, because it's frankly going to be hard, and for a good reason, to get governance approval to do something that's kind of wacky and kind of different, but the wacky ideas of today could be like the most promising feature of tomorrow. So our vision of chain clusters, which is again a very similar technology, is more self-selecting chain clusters. The best example for this are two chains run by the same team. They just want to cluster to get a better user experience. They trivially trust each other. They're trivially governed by the same thing. A different example is vertical-like structures. So you have all the DeFi chains in one cluster, all the NFTs in one cluster, and you have these clustered islands within the cluster. They'll innovate in the way they'll be aligned, and they'll innovate in the way and they'll govern themselves in a way that's unique to their needs. The NFT changes might be different than DeFi. They'll cluster themselves. Yes, there will be users that want to jump from DeFi cluster to NFT cluster, and that's why we have to build great interop for these islands. But we think a system of self-selecting clusters so we can have both great interop and also great innovation.
Yeah, I got to say, like, this is the part where I love Ethereum ecosystem innovation. It's like, okay, you guys actually have superchain and clean clusters, similar ideas expressed in different ways. And like this idea of like, yeah, many chain clusters doing some bizarro and random things and innovating on the fringe is super cool. All right, Jesse, you mentioned 7755 a second ago. Yeah, two folks on the base team, Wilson Cusack and Jack Chuma, and many others, have put together this other standard called RIP 7755, which I look at it kind of as like super innovative nested storage proof type concept. You got a bit of different perspective because, like you said, you're not an L2 ecosystem, but Coinbase and Base are pushing this. Why? Like, what's your vision? What's the thought process?
Yeah, so we're a part of the superchain, and we've also been pushing forward interop there, and we're really excited about the capital efficiency that can get between all of the superchain chains. But I think a little bit to Steven's point as well, when we're thinking about Ethereum, we want to make sure that the customers, people who are actually coming to Base, they can transact everywhere. Even if it's a little bit more expensive to transact everywhere, like, that's okay. The experience has to be seamless. And so what we're doing with RIP 7755 is we're basically defining an Ethereum-wide standard that can make it trustless to do cross-chain execution and can plug into things like 7683 to make it so that it's really, really seamless. And so one way of thinking about it is that 7683 kind of defines this top-level intent structure where it defines what does it look like to define and execute a cross-chain transaction. But in order to actually settle that transaction, i.e. move the funds around that can make it happen so when it gets filled, the person who filled it gets paid back, you need some way of proving that that transaction actually happened. And inside of the superchain, we can use superchain interop. And that's great. It plugs in. 7683 on top of superchain interop means we're going to get incredibly capital efficient execution across superchain chains. But the second you go outside of the superchain, you also need some way of proving that. And that needs to not just work inside of the superchain, it needs to work across Arbitrum. It needs to work across all of Arbitrum's chain clusters. It needs to work across other L2s that have different configuration. And eventually, heck, it might even need to work across other L1s where that's actually possible. And so that's what 7755 does, is it basically makes it possible for you to do a trustless proof that an execution happened on another chain, and that is designed in such a way that every L2 in the entire Ethereum ecosystem can plug into it. And so you put that underneath 7683, and you combine it with these local chain clusters, including the superchain, and you get either best-in-class, incredibly capital-efficient execution inside of these clusters, or slightly lower capital efficiency, but still really seamless execution outside of those clusters.
Jesse, I mean, sorry, Ben.
It's kind of like a mullet. We got universal Ethereum-wide interop execution in the front, chain-specific settlement in the back.
Yeah, and I did like a Venn, it's not quite a Venn diagram, it's almost like a concentric circle. Like you can think about your chain, then you can think about your cluster, and you use cluster interop there, and then you can think about the entire Ethereum, and you use 7755 interop there, and then maybe we expand 7755 interop to all the L1s, including Solana, and we're actually working on that.
Yeah, I mean, again, my talk right after this, I go much deeper in these exact same concepts. So I love you articulating that. I did not include a mullet on my talk, but I'll have to fix that. Next.
You gotta grow that hair fast. I'm actually about to buzz my head and go fully bald once base crosses 10 billion TVL, so maybe I can give you some of my hair.
Let's go. Let's go. All right, Vitalik, because you've been quietly listening to these guys talk about their ecosystem-specific interop techniques, which I think are super cool. And there's others, like we don't have everybody on stage that we'd like. ZK Sync has their Elastic Chain, Polygon has their egg layer, all of these other very cool techniques to make interoperability within a set of chains better. And I mean, Jesse kind of feels like the moderating force trying to like connect some of these islands here too. But there is this real risk that the incentives to solve interoperability are within ecosystems, creating these highly connected islands that are really great interop between them. And then just kind of like, it's a little bit harder to go between them. So yeah, we've touched on some of this already, but to really hammer it home, like how much does this worry you? And how do we solve it?
Yeah, and so I think my short-term ideal would be that even if things work using different underlying protocols within a cluster and between clusters, we at least use the same interfaces, right? So you would have some higher-level interface standard, which is what the applications would use, and then if you have something happening within one cluster, it might use direct interop, and then if it happens between clusters, it might use some intent-based solution. And of course, like if you're moving an NFT over, then like it would, like you can't use intents for that. It would have to be direct, even if it takes 7 days. And then if you're using USDC, then like you could just use the USDC bridge directly. So it's like you get the best experience that you get given the technology that's available, but you still follow the same standards. So that's short term. Long term, I think, as we see like which of these solutions work well within an L2, I think eventually it makes sense to just adopt them across layer 1. And I don't think that this would require protocol changes. I think an ERC would be sufficient to do it, right? But like fundamentally, I think there just is obvious economic value in like having L1 level interoperability in a lot of areas, right? Like one simple example is like proof aggregation, right? Like it's like anytime any proof aggregation happens at all, you save gas because you know, instead of paying 500,000 times N gas, or if you're Starkware 3 million times N gas, you get to pay you know 500,000 gas once, right? And and so I think you know, short-term future is like that happening sort of software cluster by software cluster, but then long-term future there's even more value in just everyone across Ethereum land aggregating it, like at least once per proof system, right? And then or maybe we just use like one proof system, and then if we use one proof system, we should use the one that everyone is comfortable with and just use Starks, right? And that way you're just, like you are paying like maybe 3 million gas and you're paying it in every single slot, but it's only ever being paid once, right? And that's like an obvious economic gain to every single participant. And then at the same time, it becomes easy to build on top, some of these like native shared bridge ideas, potentially, some shared sequencing based stuff. And like, I think all of those things are in the participants' interest. It's just that we need like a couple more years for the tech and ideas to keep maturing and solidifying.
So if I'm going to summarize, it's like common interface on the, it's the mullet analogy. I'm going to start using this all the time. We're going to define a common interface up front, and then we're just going to have a bunch of innovation on the back end. And as that we figure out what works best on the back end, we can enshrine, maybe not via an actual protocol chains, but can push that forward in the protocol. Any of you guys disagree with that, or should I keep pushing?
I mean, I think what I would say is that there's a whole other side to fragmentation of Ethereum that is actually unrelated to these kind of capital efficiency problems, and it is the like security model problem. And I do want to call that out, that even if we get really fast bridging between a bunch of different ecosystems and that's doing well, we still are introducing inherent risk when it comes to the governance of these systems, and like the Bridge Hack 2.0 governance edition era could be the next meme of the bull run that I'm really worried about. So yeah, I think one thing that we really need to do is work towards stage 1 and stage 2 decentralization. Like, none of these L2 ecosystems have more than one stage 1 chain right now. Shout out Base, real fucking close. Oh, pardon my language. Just deployed permissionless fault proofs. Yeah, there we go. So we have a responsibility as an industry to keep pushing forward, not like the weakest links that we see. And I think there's a real risk that we keep doing this mullet and it goes really, really well, but then it turns out the part of the hair in the back actually gets broken in other ways. So I don't know, that's my...
Yeah, I think that's super fair. And like Vitalik has been pushing hard on this too. And like, give shout outs to Arbitrum here too. They've been pushing real hard on their TC. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Right? Like, you guys are a group of people on stage that actually legitimately care about like the decentralization stuff. It's not just a meme. So like, kudos, right? Okay, so I agree with that. We also have like a wallet problem. So and they're kind of correlated, right? Like, we want this wallet to, we want to get wallets to adopt a bunch of innovation around chain abstraction. Wallets are notoriously a little bit slow to innovate here, and for good reason, because frankly, security, right? You don't want to mess with user funds. I'll just throw one question out there. You guys have any brilliant ideas on how we're going to get the wallets to innovate on this chain abstraction world here?
We're just going to do it. I mean, I don't know if everyone in the audience knows, but, and I see some faces from the wallet team here. I started working more closely with the Coinbase wallet team in the last month and a half, and we've started making really fast progress on exactly this issue. You know, I think our thesis is that we want to be building a wallet that's built open source, that's built on open standards, like 7683 and 7755, and that facilitates open markets. Because if we can build a wallet that embraces those things, we actually have a chance of making it so that the UI layer of Ethereum embodies the same values as the chain layer of Ethereum. And so I think on top of that philosophy, what we're going to be able to do is we're actually going to be able to build a wallet that actually moves a lot faster, because it's going to be getting all of the acceleration from those open standards and everyone else building on it. And we're going to get all the acceleration from the open source and everyone else contributing to it. And so my gut tells me that we are reaching the point where we're actually going to see faster and faster acceleration in terms of wallet development.
You forgot the third item in the list, which is passing the walkaway test.
And passing the walkaway test, that too, where you can take all of your assets with you, or if you decide, hey, screw this thing, we want to go somewhere else, you totally can.
Well, no, the walkaway test is if you guys decide to go retire and shut down with a click of a button that users are all safe.
Yes, 100%.
We really don't want Coinbase to go shut down and retire, though.
Well, I totally agree. But one thing I'm excited about is Base just passed the walkaway test. So just with fault proofs that we rolled out live in collaboration with Optimism, as of 3 weeks ago, if all of Coinbase shut down, users would be able to exit, continue doing their thing. So deeply committed to that. Walk away. And thanks for Vitalik for always keeping us honest. It really does matter. Like, I can tell you that I forget what event it was at, but maybe like 3 months ago, 4 months ago, we've been working towards stage 1, fault proofs, all these things to try and get it done. And then Vitalik was like, everyone needs to get to stage 1. And my whole Slack for the whole day was just people sending me that, being like, how do we get there faster? How do we get there faster? How do we get there faster? And so I think having leadership from the top in this ecosystem, setting that North Star and pounding the table for decentralization and pounding the table for this future that we're all building of an open global economy that anyone can participate in, it makes an impact. So thanks, Vitalik.
Yeah, thank you,
Vitalik. Jesse, well said, right? And it's like Vitalik is a consensus builder. He literally builds consensus protocols, but he keeps the bar high. We like him keeping the bar high. With that in mind, we don't have that much time left, and I think we're going to take a couple questions. But just you guys are on stage with Vitalik. What would you want him to do to help unify Ethereum? Is there anything like any wish list items? We can kind of corner him on stage here and be like, hey, can you do this?
Yeah, I think Vitalik's done a fantastic job, despite what detractors say, clearly executing a roadmap. And we've done, as an ecosystem, a really good job executing on that. So I think, which he's been doing, keep executing that roadmap, keep mentioning that roadmap, making sure people are aware of it, and keep rallying all of us around it and making sure we keep true to it. I would say, the other two things are keeping us all focused on, growing the pie rather than redividing the pie, I think is important. Ultimately, we're all here to build a better Ethereum ecosystem, and Vitalik's been a fantastic leader until now, and please stay with us and continue doing that.
All right.
We still got you guys got anything else to add? We're going to roll in a Q&A otherwise.
Don't let Twitter distract you too much.
Good, well said. Yeah. I'm not sure how we structure Q&A with an audience this big.
Yes, we're going to do Q&A, and would you like to moderate the Q&A? I can cross the question if it's already answered.
Sure, I'm happy to. Oh.
Good, please. All right.
Oh, I see how this works. Okay. Wow. This is cool. Okay, first question. What if the SEC were to target L2s for running an unlicensed exchange since L2... it's a kind of annoying question, guys. We're saying, given that they're under a multi-sig with the team controlling everything, I don't think that's true anymore. Let's talk about this. Jesse, you're part of a public company. You run an L2. You're not worried.
Look, the regulatory environment. The regulatory environment in the United States has been massively unclear, and I think that that's created an environment where entrepreneurs at every level are worried about running afoul of laws that are incredibly unclear. And so I think that fear and uncertainty is grounded in a real thing. Now, that said, when we launched Base a year and a half ago, we went to very, very, very great lengths to ensure that the way that Base was set up, even before it had fault proofs, was such that there was no single team or single entity that had outsized control, such that it would be into kind of like the classic money transmitter license domain. That was like a thing we wrote, literally a 50-page, internally they call it the Base Magna Carta, of like, why is this thing treated more like an open internet rather than a money services business? And since then, we've only decentralized further. We have fault proofs, we have a more decentralized security council, we have checks and balances. And so I think that the question isn't quite spot on, and the progress we're making is putting us clearly on the side of this is free internet that's open to everyone.
Yeah, well said. I mean, you got anything to add, or should we?
I think like the test that you want to have is like the gun-to-head test. Someone comes and says, hey, Steven, shut down Arbitrum, or Jesse, shut down Base. Like, what is your response? And in my case, our response is Arbitrum has had live fraud proofs in production since day one. Arbitrum DAO controls completely the future technical and financial of the chain. And the Arbitrum Security Council, by the way, can be turned off by the DAO at any point. and is elected with elections every 6 months, and you need 9 out of 12 to do. So not myself, not Off-Chain Labs, not the Arbitrum Foundation. We don't control this chain, and I think that is a really important test, and that's what decentralization means.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a very good point in there. You guys are high profile, right? If somebody wants to shut you down, they know where to come and be like, hey, do it. And there's some evidence in that hasn't happened. All right. Whoa, screen went very white. Okay. Vitalik, one question. Vitalik's seemingly optimistic about interoperability being solved faster than expected. So my goal is that like it took us 4 years to solve scalability. I would like interop to be less than 4 years.
Yeah, remember Justin Drake's 2029 timeline, that's like the timeline for Nirvana. That's like the perfect chain that's like platonically beautiful and solves every problem. We can like do all the practical user stuff, I think, within 2026. So why am I optimistic about this? I think the big thing that a lot of people are sleeping on is like just how much social capital is being built up in the ecosystem. Like the rate at which the Ethereum L1 is able to implement and execute and spec out on EIPs is accelerating, right? And it's like very visibly accelerating. The complexity of the EIP is being done as accelerating. And I think the reason why is because you just have this entire community that's like getting better and better in this loop of coordinating with each other, speccing, planning, implementing, and agreeing on and pushing out each set of proposals. And every time that happens, the whole ecosystem learns together. And I expect that the exact same thing is going to happen to the layer 2 ecosystem and the wallet ecosystem, probably on an even faster schedule.
Strong +1 to that. I mean, just as an illustration of that, 2.5 years ago when we started working on Base, there were probably like less than 10, 15 people who were building things on chain at Coinbase. It's a 5,000 person company. Today, we're in the hundreds. I expect that within the next year, we'll be in the thousands. And so there's this massive effort happening across so many companies in the entire industry who are saying now's the time to build, because the technology is finally ready, and the more of us that we have coordinating to build this future and the infrastructure required to take us there, the faster and faster we're actually going to be able to move.
Yeah, I got to add my own take on this from like a social capital perspective, and like so ERC 7683, which I'm talking about right after this. We very quickly, so Across is a co-author with Uniswap, we very quickly got like 35 teams on board supporting this, including Optimism, Arbitrum, Base, ZK Sync, Polygon. We'll talk about this all next, but we got all the L2 ecosystems on board and all these other protocols because there is social capital to solve this interoperability problem. So I'm bullish too. Okay. Another good question. It could be annoying talking about Solana, but I think it's a good question. Do you see Solana as a competitor now?
Well, we've all answered questions. You've answered 0 questions so far.
This is for you, huh?
Okay, I'll answer this. Solana, look, I'm not a Solana hater at all. I think Solana, I have a view that Solana does Ethereum a service of showing the other way, right? And we should actually honestly like learn from that and respect it. And compete. Competition is a beautiful thing. And my take here is that after Devcon with blobs and 4844, any individual L2 is a Solana-like experience. It is fast and cheap as Solana, and it's beautiful. Yeah, cool. Applause that, right? And that's these guys. That's these guys doing this. You guys, like Jesse, you got a Solana, and Steven, you got a Solana, and Ben, you got a Solana, right? The problem is there's too many of them now, right? So like we just got to unify them. And so is it a competitor? Sure, but I think Ethereum has way more scale just by the nature of the roll-up-centric roadmap.
I just want to echo the competition point. I think it works against Solana. Like I'm super happy that Solana exists because I think it really pushes us to the core to say, you know, how do we get the good features of Solana without compromising the important features we have? And that's always important. Competition is important. I'm super happy that Optimism exists because Arbitrum wouldn't be as awesome as it was today if nothing was pushing us to be competitive, and I'm sure that's a two-way street as well. So I love competition within the ecosystem, and I think we're, as Ethereum, lucky to have competitors, but we're still better than our competitors.
Hear to that. Let's cheers them, guys. Like good competitors here, right? Driving innovation. We like that. Okay, so question here talking about this framing the superchain as a federation, which, Ben, I'm curious if you agree with that or not, and asking if there's some risk of making Ethereum less decentralized by the federations like the superchain emerging.
The answer, quite frankly, is, I think in many ways, yes. If I'm holding us accountable as a community, the answer is yes. And I actually would take it a step further. If you look at the history of the internet, so much of the vision of what crypto is going to bring to the table was the vision for the internet, and capital and capitalism got in the way and turned it and re-centralized the living heck out of it. So I think that, quite frankly, that risk is there. Quite frankly, that risk exists at every layer of the stack. The reality is if 99% of people interacting with Ethereum today do so through one centralized gateway of their RPC provider of choice, that is a Web2 business, it is a Web2 control structure, and it is what exists. The same is true of the application layer. The reality is that we need to solve these problems if we are not going to repeat the mistakes that the internet made. So that's why Optimism has funded 8 figures of public goods to keep Ethereum open source, because it's not happening naturally. There are closed source elements that are coming into our ecosystem, and we must reject those. So yeah, you should absolutely look at the superchain as a cabal risk. Do I think it is the biggest cabal risk that Ethereum faces right now? Absolutely not. I think that exists at every layer of the stack.
Yeah. I think one other thing I want to say about competition is that I think we should not just be thinking about competition within the blockchain world. I think like SEPA is competition. The credit card system is competition. That new BRICS Pay thing that got announced 1 or 2 weeks ago is competition, right? The centralized world is moving forward, and the blockchain is cheaper than Bitcoin arguments that were very easy to make back in 2012 are definitely much harder to make today. And at the same time, the rest of the world is moving forward today, right? The space of things we have to think about the decentralization and privacy of. 10 years ago it was websites, and now we're talking about AI, and in 20 years we're going to talk about reading our minds, right? And so the world is moving forward, and we absolutely have to move forward to keep up.
All right.
Oh, I was just going to give a strong +1 to that. Off-chain is competition. Yeah. On-chain, we're building together, and it's time to build a global on-chain economy. So let's fucking build.
Let's go.
All right, that's how we unify Ethereum. Let's give a big hands for our speakers. Thank you, thank you. And you can remain on the stage. Yeah, all right. All right, thank you. I'm so glad that we didn't have a chance to answer the last questions on the screen, huh? Okay, next one. We're going to still talking about how do we unifying Ethereum. And this one, I think it's for his time to be shy, because we're going to talk about the ERC 7683, and he's the one who behind it. So I really encourage you to sit down and listen to what is going on to happen with this standard. Oh, sorry.
Mike.
All right, for those who's walking out, please walk slowly and do not push each other. Just gradually walk out slowly, so that we don't want to have any accident here. Okay.
All right, is Mike on? All right, guys. Like Vitalik was just talking about, we're going to keep going with how we solve interoperability, how we unify Ethereum with 7683 and cross-chain intents. So let's see. Can we get going? Can we get early, or we got to wait a couple minutes? Here we go. Oh, go back a slide. All right, y'all. So my talk here, following up on that panel, an amazing panel, and let's give a thank you to Vitalik, I think Vitalik, but also Ben, Jesse, Steven. It was an awesome talk. So we're going to continue the conversation about how we unify Ethereum with intents in ERC 7683. And so I'm Hart. I am the co-founder of Across Protocol. We are an intent-based interoperability and bridging protocol, but we're going to talk about this standard and how we developed it and how we built support for it, which we talked about on that panel too. Okay, so I stole some of the slides from my intro to the panel because they were so good, I needed to use them. But I'm going to replay quickly some of the slides just to set the framework for what we're talking about here. So 4 years ago, Ethereum had the scaling problem. We had 15 transactions per second. At peak demand, Ethereum was so expensive, it was basically unusable. And Vitalik helped us align the Ethereum community around this roll-up-centric roadmap. And this worked. I walked through these slides on the panel we were just on, but like, look at what we did here, right? In October 2020, we aligned on the roll-up-centric roadmap. Optimism shipped a couple months later. Arbitrum shipped a couple months after that. ZK Sync shipped a year after that with ZK rollups. We had this like massive innovation in this roll-up-centric architecture. And then, of course, blobs came around just this year, so March of this year. And I don't know if you guys just saw the charts, or I honestly should have included another chart in here. The cost of transactions on Ethereum just plummeted. And now on an L2, you can do a transaction for pennies. We actually saw this in Across's data. The median transaction size dropped from about $500 going L2 to L2 when you're bridging. It's now $50. And we have real consumer use cases because these L2s are now so cheap and usable, normal people, not just whales, can use them. And so this is a beautiful chart. Like, we really did scale Ethereum thanks to the roll-up-centric roadmap and some of the people that are just on stage with me. There we go. We scaled Ethereum. And this is something that I don't think we celebrate enough. We solved the big, hairy problem, and we should be proud of that. New problem. Ethereum's fragmented. It was so simple back in the day when we had one chain. It was like such a beautiful thing. I had MetaMask, I had one chain, I hit one button, it did the thing on Ethereum, and it worked great. But it got more complicated. So our roll-up-centric roadmap now means we have lots and lots of chains. And we got to like do this network switching thing. And sure, some wallets are beginning to hide this for us, but man, like switch between all these chains, add a new network to MetaMask. It's a mess. We got so many versions of Ethereum. There's just so many different ones. It's a total mess. And I think it's just worth us admitting that we have a major UX problem here. This is not something that the next billion people are going to be able to use. Even though it's fast and cheap on any individual rollup, this is a mess for the users. What we got to do, we got to unify Ethereum. This should be the rallying cry for 2025. This is what I want Ethereum to be focused on for the next year. I hope it doesn't take us 4 years to unify Ethereum. I want it to take 1. Vitalik seems optimistic. I hope we're all optimistic here. And we want Ethereum to feel like one chain again. We want it to be like, hey, I click one button in one wallet, and it does what I want to do on whatever chain I'm on. And Jesse was speaking about this on the panel we just had. So pretty bullish that there's like people running big wallets like Coinbase Wallet that are aligned and thinking this way too. And so there are a few components, I think, of how we actually make Ethereum feel unified. It's the better wallet and app UX. I think there's a necessary component around account abstraction, specifically EIP 7702, which I'm going to talk a bit about later on. And then there's speed. To make Ethereum feel unified, I think interop needs to be fast, like really fast. And for me, fast means 2 seconds fast. And it kind of seems like I'm making up this 2-second number. Like, where is this coming from? It isn't totally made up. There's lots and lots of Web 2 UX research that says if you wait for more than 2 seconds for a website to load, users just bounce. Like, they just don't want to use the thing. And I don't know, if you guys have like used airplane Wi-Fi when websites load forever, it just makes you not want to surf the internet. It makes you not want to use the thing. And there seems to be this psychological barrier that I can afford to wait 2 seconds, but any longer than that, I want to go do something else. So if we want the experience for the next billion users, if we want to compete with Web 2, I really truly believe we have to hit this 2-second interoperability time. And Intents, what we do with Across, it has a different tent icon. That's kind of cool. Intents, what we do with Across, are the only viable mechanism to deliver this 2-second experience. And we do this, I'll go into how we structure this, but like right now today in the Across protocol, the median fill time between chains is about 3 seconds. We'll go into some data on this, but it's fast. And why is that? So it's worth walking through what the traditional bridging flow is when we're connecting blockchains and why this intent architecture is different and faster. Okay, so traditional bridge. I got two chains, A and B. I got Arbitrum and I got Base. Step one, I want to deposit my assets on chain A, and then I wait. I wait for finality. The protocol can't do anything in the traditional architecture until it knows that those funds are actually on chain A. And this waiting is a problem. Once I'm done waiting for finality or for a sense of finality, then I can go and send my message to chain B, and then I can release my funds back to the user. And so this flow is all fine and good. Maybe I have some security assumptions around how I'm sending this message. Maybe I don't love those. But generally speaking, like, this architecture is like conceptually simple. The problem is it's just slow. I have to wait for finality, or at least a sense of it. I can't get the 2-second experience with this traditional bridge architecture. So how do intents work? How are they different? Intents, I still have users deposit assets on the origin chain. I need that. But when they're depositing assets, they get escrowed into a special account that broadcasts the intent to a network of solvers. And this network of solvers are going to then compete to fill the user on the destination chain. Importantly, they're filling the user with their own funds. So what these guys are doing is there's actually a marketplace that's taking on the finality risk of the origin chain, and they're competing to see who's going to be the first one to fill the user in exchange for the transaction fee, or the fee charged here. And this architecture, if you notice, there's no message that gets sent between chains. And the finality risk is then being taken on by the solver network. So this is fast. We can fill the users in 2 seconds. And the user can move on with their day, and we achieve this fast interop that can help us unify Ethereum. Of course, there's still one step after this. After the user gets filled, we still need to verify that the fill happened and release funds back to the solver. But we have time to do that because the user got their fast fill. So Across, I'm slightly biased, but I do think Across is the leading intent-based interop protocol. Today in production, how many people in the audience have used Across? I'm actually kind of curious. All right, that makes me feel good. Okay. So Across, we're a bridging protocol. If you go, and those that haven't, if you go to across.2 and bridge between Arbitrum and Base, your fill time will be less than 3 seconds. Our median fill time is 3 seconds, and we keep lowering that. As block times on L2s get faster, it's going to get cheaper and cheaper. For transactions less than $10,000, our average cost is less than 4 cents. It's extremely cheap, and there's room for this to get cheaper too. And we've done billions of dollars in volume. Today I think we did 50 million in volume with 50,000 transactions, and it's growing. So this works in production. This isn't a theoretical architecture. This is working. But we're looking at Across, and I don't believe that interoperability is going to be solved by one protocol. Like, sure, I might like that, but I don't think that's the path. And go back and think about the roll-up-centric roadmap that Vitalik set for scaling Ethereum. It wasn't solved by one team. It wasn't solved by Optimism. It wasn't solved by Arbitrum. It wasn't solved by ZK Sync. It was an architectural decision that many teams innovated on. And I think the same is true for interop. And so to make this intent architecture really win, we got to define a standard. And so we worked together. The Across team worked with the Uniswap team to develop ERC 7683, which is a standard for cross-chain intents. It's not owned by Across. It's not owned by Uniswap. It is a true ERC that's a public good. And it's worth going into hey, what does this thing do? What is this ERC? And my mental model, the way I kind of think y'all should think about this, is it's like an order ticket. You can almost imagine this if we go way back, 1980s finance, Wolf of Wall Street stuff. You had a paper order ticket that your broker filled out with I want to sell Apple stock and buy Google stock, although Apple and Google didn't exist back then, but you get what I'm saying. And then they'd send it to a floor, and some guy on the trading floor would make hand signals to go and execute the thing. But they had a format, they had a standard for how they express this trade ticket. And so you can think about ERC 7683 as defining a common format to express this user intent, this trade ticket. And what a developer does is they go and they fill in their trade ticket, origin chain, origin amount, destination chain, destination amount. And then we got a couple other fields here that I want to talk about. But You fill this out and you send it to the solver network and it just gets done. It just works. So I got these two other fields in here, fill instructions and settlement system. And this is a little bit stylized, just how this works. But fill instructions you can think of as like a memo field where I can include extra information about what I want to have happen in this intent. And remember, the solver is the one that's moving the assets to the destination chain and sending them to the user. So there's nothing that prevents that solver from executing arbitrary code. So the fill instructions can be, say, hey, let's bridge 1 ETH and then swap it for frog token once you get to the destination chain. Totally possible. That's actually something you can do with the cross today. And it could be bridge 1 ETH and buy an NFT. And it could be bridge 1 ETH and deposit in an Aave or whatever your DeFi protocol is. And this can happen in 1 click, remember. So in 1 click on my origin chain, let's say it's Arbitrum, 1 click on origin chain on Arbitrum, I can have this action happen inside 2 seconds on my destination, which I think is pretty cool. And I think this really does lay the groundwork for how we unify Ethereum and make these chains feel like one thing. But I mentioned this earlier, one of the things I get super excited about is once we combine this with ubiquitous account abstraction. This would be an entire other talk, so I'll just keep it high level. But EIP 7702, for those of you that aren't familiar with 4-digit EIP numbers, it's actually a EIP that Vitalik wrote, an improvement on some other technologies like 3705, I believe, that will bring smart account capabilities to everyone's EOA. And this is going to ship, this is scheduled to ship as part of the Petra hard fork in the first quarter of next year. And so what this means now is that anyone's account you can send a message and somebody else can execute that message like it was being sent from a EOA. And what this means is that I can now remote control any remote chain from my home chain. And how this would work is I would sign an intent, a 7702 message for the action I want to have happen on my remote chain, and I would include it as a payload in this fill instructions field in our 7683 standard. And then I would use the solver network, the intents solver network, to basically bring the gas money over to go and execute this arbitrary transaction. And again, we'll be talking more about this. There's probably a whole other conversation or talk to have. But there's this very cool way that we've got all the Lego blocks and pieces when we add together 4-digit numbers like 7702 and 7683. We add them together, and we're going to have this, I really do think of it as like a remote control, where from my home chain, I can do an arbitrary action on the destination chain. This standard also modularizes, it's a hard word to say, it modularizes the settlement system too. So what do I mean by that? If you guys go back on the other slides where I was kind of walking through the intent architecture, user funds get escrowed on the origin chain, and then they only get released to the solver when we verify that fill happened. I'm calling that the settlement system. The system that it serves 2 purposes. It keeps user funds safe, where it doesn't release user funds to a solver until the fill happens. And it also keeps solvers safe, where it doesn't let solvers get rugged by users. So in this standard, that settlement system is a module, and you can plug in what you want. Across has a version of this that we've been operating for 2 years that works pretty well, but it's by no means the end state. And what I think is super cool about this, and Jesse on the panel beforehand was talking exactly about this idea. If I have 2 chains, if my origin chain and my destination chain are both super chains, I could use a settlement system that uses Optimism superchain native interop. And that could be faster to repay the solver faster, which would make the intent cheaper. So I have all the flexibility in the world to choose to just optimize my settlement system based on the origin and destination chains. And this works with egg layer, Polygon. We can use the Polygon egg layer system, where if I have my origin and destination chain as both egg layer enabled chains, I can write a settlement system that uses egg layer to speed up solver repayment. And Jesse talked about Coinbase's push. Coinbase, Wilson Cusack and Jack Kuma from Coinbase are doing this really innovative push for RIP 7755, which is like a trust minimize nested storage proof messaging idea. We could plug that in as a settlement system, and we're actually working with the base team on a proof of concept to do just this. And so what I find super powerful is that 7683 supports any settlement system, Superchain, 7755, egg layer, elastic chain clusters, succinct SP1. If I want to write a settlement system that uses ZK proofs to prove that our intents were filled, I can do that. If you want to use one of the other generalized messaging passing frameworks like Layer 0, Hyperlane, Wormhole, Chainlink CCIP, completely compatible too. And so this standard transparently upgrades with whatever the latest and greatest interop techniques are. And Ben Jones was talking about this being a mullet, right? We put the standard in the front, and then got this party in the back with whatever infrastructure best serves verifying that intent, we can seamlessly upgrade and utilize that. Why is this standard helpful? So developers, for both the app and wallet, we now have a single common format to do anything cross-chain. Developers should implement this standard, just works. And again, it's going to be transparently upgradable as we get better technologies to verify the settlement layer. For solvers now don't listen to like one common format without needing custom integrations for each new protocol. So solvers just listen to the 7683 order standard, and any intent-based protocol that builds on top of it they're able to serve. Okay, so Across and Uniswap worked together to develop this initial standard. We got a lot of great feedback from many people in the space. That feedback was actually merged in about 2 weeks ago, so anybody who's read the standard, go read it again. It's been updated. And if you want to read more, erc7683.org has all the details. But we've been trying to build support for this standard. And Optimism was an early adopter. They understood that even though they're working on superchain native interop, they don't just want interoperability between the superchain. They need interoperability so like users on Arbitrum can come to the superchain and what have you. And they also understand that this standard, it can use superchain native interop on the back end to allow for faster intent verification. So they thought this was a good idea. And the Polygon team thought this was a good idea. And I'm going to read out some names for a second. We got Linea, we got Alchemy, we got Blast, we got Conduit, Manta, Grow the Pie, Mantle, Mode, Tycho, Superseed, WorldCoin, Coney Stack, Scroll, Nethermind, I'm almost done, don't worry, AltLayer, Aori, Fluent, Subwallet, Open Social, Zero Dev, Rhinestone. We had a whole bunch of teams come and announce support for the standard, which honestly, guys, like, I didn't really think this would happen that well, and it did. It was pretty cool. I will tell you guys, so we had this hole here, right? So this is a hole here as of like 2 days ago, and it made the chart look more annoying. And this should also all be in a big tent. I want these guys all in a big tent, but it didn't fit on screen. So what's cool though is you come to a place like Devcon and you meet people and you kind of get them over the line and explain what you're working on. And so now we have both Arbitrum with Off-Chain Labs and ZK Sync, Matterlab ZK Sync, also supporting this standard, which means we have like complete coverage of the major L2 ecosystems saying, hey, we think this is a good idea. Just like ERC20's defined a token standard, we think this is a pretty cool way to define a standard for intents. Okay, so I'm almost done. So what's next? We have broad support. I've never tried to build support for a standard before. Working with Uniswap, it's been great, but many people in this ecosystem are just like, hey, yeah, there's good social capital to try to unify Ethereum, and this is a lightweight standard that lets us do this. So we've got broad support from the L2 ecosystems. We need to figure out better dApp and wallet UX patterns. That's like the next step here. And then we really want to do this like full integration with 7702, what I was talking about before, for this beautiful chain abstraction where I use a 7702 kind of user op payload to have the ability to do a remote control where I can remotely execute any action on a destination chain. And so guys, that's my pitch for how we're going to unify Ethereum and how we're going to do it quickly in 2025. It's not going to take us 4 years. We're going to use intents and the 7683 standard to unify Ethereum. You can follow me on Twitter at Hal2001, and thank you very much. You want me to do it?
Yeah, I think it's running out of the battery, maybe? Yes, can you check it? Thank you. I'm personally excited about what you're just sharing. It's huge. It's huge. All right, let's talk about Q&A. Will this new standard support NFT?
Okay, I gotta go deeper on some of this. Will 7683 support 721 and 1155? Guys, I can't remember all the EIP numbers. I try really hard. I got to go deeper on this. So we will get back to you on Twitter with that, and/or I can talk to you. Fungible NFTs. No, we can't support NFTs. I'm sorry. Remember that the intents architecture relies on the solver filling the user on the destination chain with their own funds. And NFTs are non-fungible. So the intent architecture relies on fungibility. That's actually one of the core insights that allowed us to be so fast. So non-fungible assets do require a different thing. And I think that's important to kind of understand.
All right, thank you. Next one, can you compare and contrast maybe like a general multi-chain intents that we existed on the market with the 7683?
So Suave, so I'm a huge fan of Suave and what the Flashbots team is working on. I look at Suave as like computation for like a TE, trusted enclave, to compute all sorts of interesting and private things. Lost the screen, but they're not in competition. I actually think Suave is something we've looked at quite carefully to build better auction mechanisms to let us have like trustless auctions to auction off intents. So I think these things are very complementary, where you can use 7683 as a common order standard for an intent and use something like Suave to achieve optimal execution of that intent.
Okay, all right. Next one. Can we use this new standard for the non-DeFi protocol like ENS, SocialFi? What do you think about it?
So I think this goes a little bit back to like the NFT question.
Yeah.
So the intent architecture is not for passing generalized messages. That's the back end part of this, right? The intent architecture is I want to move funds quickly, and maybe I want to do something with those funds on the destination chain. So if you're trying to move NFTs around, or trying to move like ENS names that are are conceptualized as an NFT, you need something else, right? We can do things like, hey, you want to buy your ENS name, you can go and pay for it from any chain and make that be one click. So I take my Arbitrum funds or my Optimism funds and I go and I buy my ENS name on like ETH mainnet, and it's one click to go and execute that. But these are slightly different concepts.
And why sorry, my question is like, why cannot we just like merge it together into the same standard?
So go back to the idea of how the intent architecture works. You are going to have these solvers front the user funds on the destination chain. I can't front them an NFT that's on some chain. I need to create another representation of it like trustlessly. So fungibility, the fact that we have fungibility is what allows the intent architecture to work so well. If I'm trying to do something that can't be fungible, like money is fungible or tokens are fungible, if it's not fungible, then I'm going to need to like send a lower level message to make that happen.
Okay. We got 15 seconds, but yeah, can you answer the top one?
How can 7683 prevent devs from messing around with the intent of the user board's passive filters? So the user and the solver both have to agree and trust the settlement system.
Okay.
If you write a dodgy settlement system, in my example there, yeah, you could steal user funds, and that's bad. Do I expect the user to sanity check their settlement systems? No, but I do expect wallets or other applications that implement this to sanity check that settlement system, and/or we'll create a whitelist of the safe ones.
That's clear. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is hard. Thank you for your sharing.
Thank you guys very much. Thank you.
Yes. All right. It's a long day for unifying Ethereum, huh? And we just did a lot of talks about L2s and how do we unify Ethereum together and how do we reduce the fragmented between of all the L2s. And yes, we're gonna change the topic a little bit. The next track will be about the crypto economics. And for the today's duties, I'm about to be done for today. And my name is Sun. I'm really grateful to be served here as an MC. And I would like to introduce our new MC, Ross. Yes, please come up to the stage.
Thank you, Sun. Let's give Sun a big round of applause. Thank you, Sun. It's nice to receive a microphone from the sun itself. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking of sun, it's a bright, shining stage that we've got here for our next session. I know some of you would like to leave and go for some other sessions, and again, that's absolutely fine. But for those of you who attended this session just now, can you please collect your card? What do I mean by card? Go to the session on your Devcon Passport app, scroll to the bottom, click on the button that says Join, the Q&A, and on the Q&A screen, you will see an option that says Join Q&A, Collect Card, and Speaker Feedback. Now, the team would really appreciate if all of you could help, because yesterday we hit some record numbers. We had so many people asking questions, hundreds and hundreds of interactions, and so we really need your help today. We want to break the record again, so please, could you please just click Collect Card, and you can get a little sort of like something like an NFT to remember that you attended this talk. Yeah, so please click Collect Card, and don't forget to leave the speaker some feedback. The only way that we can improve is through feedback, right? So that's one way you can give some constructive feedback, positive feedback. You want to compliment the speaker if they did a great job. Please send in all that feedback so that they can enjoy and receive your messages. All right, now I see a lot of people at the back. Hey, guys at the back, come in front, come in front. There's so many empty seats over here. If you could do me a big favor and let's come forward a little bit more for this session. Our next session is going to be quite interesting. It's going to be about a very funny terminology called blobs. When I first found out this word, I said, surely they could come up with a slightly more technical sounding term, but nevertheless, blobs sounds very meme-worthy. Release the blobs. Now, can I get those of you at the back as well? If you've just turned up when I said blobs, please come in front. Thank you very much. Yes, send blobs, yeah, nothing else. Now, if you could make your way in front and join us, you can get up close and personal with our speakers and with the session, and I guarantee, because some of the sessions subsequently are going to be very popular, and it's probably going to get crowded. So you might want to come in front and get a good seat, because later it's going to be really crowded. Now we've got a panel session coming up. There are going to be 3 speakers and 1 moderator, and we're really looking forward to it. The title of this session is, Are Blobs Good for Ethereum? Now, I'm not a technical guy, so it's hard for me to speak on the technical aspects of blobs, but from what I know, they're used to reduce gas fees, right? Yeah, okay, seems like everybody here is not from a technical field either. Are they for reducing gas fees, yes or no? All right, so we've obviously got to get the energy levels up a little bit in the hall before we welcome our panel session. So as an MC, there are a few few things that I like to do to get the energy levels up. Let's try one of them. Can everyone stand up together and let's do some exercises? Why don't we do that? Everybody up, everybody up. Come, stand up. It is not good to sit for too long. I always tell my friends who are hackers, they sit for 8 hours in front of the computer. No, that's very bad. Let's do some exercises. Let's start from the top of our heads. Everybody turn your neck in a circle. Let's go clockwise. 1, 2, 3, 4, and reverse. 1, 2, 3, 4, and let's turn out. Take a shoulders forward. 1. And those of you watching the live stream, you guys better do it at home as well, because I know you've been sitting backwards, shoulders back. You've been sitting down for very long, and that's not so healthy. Okay, you need to stretch. Okay, arms forward, and stretch your arms. Be careful of your underwear. Okay, stretch down. Very good. Stretch up. Be careful of your stomach. Very good. 1, 2, 3, 4. Very good. And let's turn those hips in a nice big circle. Very good. Get ready for the blobs. All right, and reverse. One more time. I bet those of you watching on the live stream are having the time of your lives. Fantastic. Before you sit down, turn to the person on your left, turn to the person on your right, and give them a big high five and say, I'm glad to see you here today. All right. Okay, please be seated. Please be seated. Those of you just coming in, we've just finished our warm-up because we want to get the energy levels up in here. Now, I must say, I've emceed a lot of conferences in my life, but this has got to be one of the most diverse, the most interesting, one of the most exciting conferences I've been to, and some of the best food. Have you guys been enjoying the food? It's been absolutely delicious. So please, go and grab some food. I know the talks are really interesting. The food is really good too, so don't forget to fuel up. Now, before I forget and before I invite our next speakers, very, very important. During Q&A, some of you are scanning the code only when the Q&A starts. But we don't want that. We want you to send the questions early. So when you you don't have to scan the QR code. You can actually go right now, go to your Devcon Passport. You can do it right now. Do it right now. Go to the Passport app. Look at the session, scroll to the bottom, and send your question in right now. You can do it right now. I already see a few questions. There's one question that says, do you like dragon fruit? Okay, I'm going to remove that question. But ask questions related to the topic if you don't mind. We'd really appreciate that. If you want to ask a casual or a personal question, feel free to check with the panelists and the speakers after they're done with their session. Is that okay with everybody? Okay, you guys can say yes. Is that okay with everybody? Yes, okay, that's a bit more energy there. I think once our speakers are on stage, they'll be exciting you as well with more talks about blobs. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me welcome our panel and our moderator this afternoon. Please put your hands together for OX Bread Guy, Ansgar Dietrichs, Anthony Sassano, and Tim Robinson. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Hello, hello, everyone.
Mic check. Mic check.
Mic check.
Hello, hello.
Thank you for coming to our panel today. I think it's going to be very interesting. We're going to give the bear and bull cases for blobs, I think, on Ethereum. And as you can see, the title is Are Blobs Good for Ethereum? This has been a huge topic of discussion within the community for a while now because no one really has the answer. I think this is an open question, and that's why we have this panel. So I would like to introduce our panelists today. We have Bread, Tim, and Ansgar. They all work on different things within the ecosystem, but I'd let them introduce themselves. So we'll start with Bread.
Yeah, hey everyone. I am OX Bread Guy, former KOL. Now I'm part of the Mega ETH team. I just got nerd sniped, honestly, by blobs specifically and just the value accrual method within, or mechanisms within the modular ecosystem. So a lot of long form posts. That's actually how I met Tim. That's actually how I met Anthony. I just talked about it a lot. Maybe some of you guys have seen some of my research stuff. And yeah.
Hi, I'm Tim Robinson. I'm the head of research at Billiard Capital. And I recently created the Ethereum blob simulator that you might have seen go viral on Twitter a few weeks ago to figure out exactly how blobs react to supply and demand, and are they actually good for Ethereum?
And I'm Ansgar Dietrichs. I'm a researcher at the Ethereum Foundation. I'm very opinionated on this question because I'm one of the co-inventors of blobs, one of the co-authors of proto-dunk sharding, and now I'm also working, among other things, on PIADAS, which is our next step in scaling the blob throughput.
Great, thank you guys. So the main question I see, or I think a lot of the ecosystem sees when they go on Twitter, go elsewhere about blobs is, should they be paying more to the network? This fee value accrual to the network has traditionally been, pretty much zero. Lately, over the last couple of weeks, we're at blob saturation, so we actually are generating fees from it. But I know each of you has a different opinion on this, and I want to start with Bread because you've been very opinionated about this on Twitter. So do you think that blobs should be free as a loss leader for the Ethereum network, or do you think that we should be charging more for them regardless of saturation?
Yeah, okay, so I think my journey through discovering and watching blobs has been evolutionary. I started initially on the ultrasound money. I come from the school of Bankless, so that's when I started watching stuff, right, that popularized through there. I saw blobs come live, fees go down, what the hell is going on with Ethereum, and then why is it happening, what's the future look like, all of that. So starting there, looking directly at fee and value accrual by the way of burning Ethereum, making it inflationary, and then seeing how it progressed to, okay, I have to accept Ethereum as money, which I do now believe is the ultimate value prop for the ecosystem. I have gone from oh my God, this thing is never going to be value accretive in a burn perspective, to, okay, it does not matter, we need it for memetics and ETH is money, it's good as a loss leader. It's good psychologically to see L2s using this thing. We can debate about, we will debate about security properties and what that comes with, but I think ultimately loss leader is the way forward.
Yeah, so I like to answer these questions with data, and it was Bread Guy's threads that actually inspired me to create the Ethereum blob simulator, because a lot of people had opinions on, well, will Ethereum ever be profitable again? Will we ever burn ETH again? And like I thought, well, obviously we will, but at what point will that happen? How much will transactions cost? Things like that. And so I put together the simulator, and you can kind of see using it that currently, if we try and charge for blobs, the fees on L2s go up quite dramatically, and that is a pretty bad idea. We don't want to encourage them to move to other sources of data availability. But long term, when like a few years, maybe even a decade from now, when Ethereum has hundreds of rollups doing tens of thousands of transactions, it is actually possible to have blobs both keeping fees cheap and burning ETH. And so I do believe we should be a loss leader for now. I think we should build up a bigger ecosystem. I think that's much more important than trying to extract any kind of money now. But I wanted to give the bull case that long term, it's going to be okay.
Right. Yeah, and my perspective on that is that, like, I think given that R1 has been so congested for normal transactions for such a long time, we've kind of lost track of the fact that, in a way, the fact that we're even burning anything at all with 5059 is more a result of the embarrassment of basically just not having enough space for all transactions. Now, I'm saying that, but like it's not because we're doing a bad job or anything. I think fundamentally there's not enough throughput on a single chain to process 7 billion users worth of transactions in the entire world. So inevitably there will be congestion on the most popular L1. And you basically, pricing is the fairest mechanism of allocating that to the people that have the highest payment willingness. So basically, you get some inflow of transaction fees that way, and burning them makes a lot of sense there. But it's not because we designed the chain to generate revenue. It's really just out of this embarrassment of basically just not having enough room for everyone. And actually, I don't know how many of you all were, maybe actually, out of curiosity, raise of hand, who of you all sent a transaction on Ethereum before 2017? Wow, that's a lot of people. I really expected like 4 hands, and it's like 50 hands. That's impressive. But you might remember, like before the first bubbles, like it really was basically free to use L1. And we're in the same phase with blobs now. Now, our goal is to scale as hard as possible on the blobs, and I think we have a pretty good roadmap there. But inevitably, the same thing will happen, right? Like we will not scale infinitely, and demand will go infinite, right? And so like at some point we will find some point where basically, like, unfortunately, again, there will be some congestion fees. Hopefully if you amortize that on a per L2 user basis, it will be very cheap, but there won't be a way around that. But very specifically, Ethereum is not a platform that specifically tries to like use its monopoly position to extract more value than is necessary for the congestion.
Yeah, I think that's an important point with how I mentioned the loss leader, and you guys hit on this as well, is that we need to keep people in the Ethereum ecosystem. We want to keep them in the Ethereum ecosystem, and we want them using Ethereum. And without blobs, I think that Ethereum would be in a much worse position, just personally, and I think that's pretty agreeable regardless of what you think about their value accrual properties and things like that. But blobs aren't the only DA layer, I guess you could say, in the ecosystem. There is Celestia, EigenDA, Avail, a bunch of others out there. There's even data availability committees that people just spin up with a bunch of other people and put your DA there. So I think one thing that confuses a lot of people is why would people use, or why would the rollups and layer 2s use Ethereum DA over one of these other DA layers? Because the switch isn't simple. Like if Base or someone else or Arbitrum wanted to switch to another DA layer, they technically could, and the users wouldn't really feel it, right? Maybe they'd feel the potentially cheaper fees, but it would be the same experience to them. But why are they still using blobs? Why are they still committed to using Ethereum blobs even when they've started going up in price?
So to establish my position, and I think actually why a lot of my posts started gaining prominence, I am the chief fedor of Ethereum blobs. I do not believe ETH deserves a premium. It deserves a premium. I do not think teams will respect that premium on a long enough time horizon. And why I believe that is because a lot of the short-term incentives to switch from Ethereum blobs to EigenDA, Celestia, Avail is the users themselves do not understand. Like the big thing is like, oh, I've seen like Torgel, I fight him on Twitter pretty consistently. He goes, all the TVL is on rollups that use Ethereum DA. And I go, bro, no one knows what the hell DA even does for them as a user, and that's all downstream from a multi-sig that can snipe the stuff out the back door. So like to justify that like people are making decisions right now based on DA when to the user, you'd called it out a little bit, to use an alternative DA layer, well, the teams that are businesses can lower their costs as a business, right? It goes from tens of thousands of dollars down to potentially, hundreds of dollars. And the end users to get a cheaper median fee. So like both of those incentives to me tell me that on a long enough time horizon, the users will complain, and we talk about capacity. Ethereum blobs will not be able to scale to the capacity of some of these chains. I'm working for Mega ETH, right? Like we straight up could not even use Ethereum DA because it doesn't hit the capacity that we're aiming for. So like not even an option. And we're starting to see Base. Base is approaching the limit of what they're doing. They're projecting like we want to scale 1 megagas per week. Sometimes we'll go a little higher. Jesse is on Twitter pleading like please scale blob space, because if you don't scale blob space, we're at a point where we're paying more and our user median fee is going up, right? Like, and we can no longer onboard the world. Everyone can't come on chain. So I think like natural incentives is pushing people to alternative DA layers. And even though it may be better on a long time horizon to use Ethereum, better security, better whatever, the short-term feedback loop is like it's incentives to push people to alternative layers.
Yeah, so in the short term, I mostly agree with that assessment that like when layer 2s are only at stage 1 or stage 0 and they have multi-sigs, like it doesn't, on all the risks of ways you're going to lose your money, like having an alternative DA layer is very, very low on that list. The main reason I think blobs make sense the long term is because you can have, when you have full stage 2 ZK rollups, these can be completely proven and secure by Ethereum with no external dependencies, in that like when you want to update the state of this rollup, you have the blob data, you have the proof, and you have the state. They're all held by the Ethereum validator. There's no one else giving some external data. There's no Oracle, there's no possibility of an Oracle attack or any kind of external DA attack. If we want to be running the global financial system in the future and having billions or hundreds of billions of dollars on layer 2s, a lot of these institutions or people building large financial products often don't want to make that trade-off of security, of having external dependencies for a small saving. But this also depends on how much blobs end up costing. If Ethereum doesn't actually increase the blob limit and it costs a ton of money to use Ethereum, there is going to be very few people using DA layers. So we do have to scale to that point and be somewhat cost competitive. And I actually think of it similar to like a content delivery network or say S3 in the Web 2 world, in that there are cheaper CDNs than like CloudFront, and there are cheaper ways to store files than S3. But a lot of people still use them because they are kind of linked to what they are. So there's the security trade-offs, and it's also like the amount of effort it takes to switch off. If you're only saving a tiny bit of money, who cares? If it's costing your users a lot, then like Base is now complaining that they're obviously very incentivized to start using an alternative DA layer.
Yeah, I think actually it's like a really, really interesting question, right? Like how the end game for DA will look like. There's a lot of people right now exploring how it could look like even. And the reason why Ethereum even offers DA at all, right? Like a lot of people ask this question, was it a good idea to even start? Like initially we didn't have a DA service, and then we created blobs, and the question is, why did we do that? And it was specifically not because it was like, oh, that's an exciting new market, we can generate some extra revenue, but it was specifically like a consequence of the rollup-centric roadmap, right? Like we initially had this like different plan with the sharded execution, and then it turned out no, actually doing that in a distributed way with rollup exploring on their own makes a lot more sense. And then the question was, what do they need? They don't need the distributed the sharded execution, but they do need the data. And so that's why we kind of decided to build this data availability product. And fundamentally, like indeed, like what is the difference? Like for the end user, what is the difference whether your DA is on Ethereum, where it's possibly at least reasonably expensive, or it's on Celestia, or maybe even it's just some, you put it, you publish it on AWS or somewhere, like you just push it somewhere and say, hey, it's available. Don't you see it? And it is a good question, right? Like what actually is the long-term, like how far can we even scale? I think no matter how much we scale, there will always be a premium for like the Ethereum DA, just because having security and settlement, like DA security and settlement in one hand, is the most secure way to go. But of course, if we have low throughput, that means that will only ever be useful for like some special purpose L2s, where maybe, I don't know, if you for your real estate transactions, like you have a real estate registry and you only send one transaction every 10 years and that uses your like on-chain DA. Maybe, that's a world where we have low throughput, very expensive DA. If we can push to literally infinite throughput, then everything will use Ethereum DA. That's probably not possible in a fully decentralized way. So we're probably going to go for some sort of middle ground, right? Where like, and the question then is, what does that mean? Does it mean that a network like Base, because that example was given, will still use on-chain DA? I would assume yes. I think we can scale to that level. Will Mega ETH be able to use on-chain DA? Hopefully, less clear. Hopefully. Will like a gaming L2 be able to use on-chain DA? My assumption is probably not. Like not L1 DA, right? Like they'll probably use some cheaper alternative, and that is going to be an interesting security trade-off. One last thing I would want to mention there is this interesting wrinkle that we are moving into a ZK world, right? So most L2s will over time turn ZK, and in ZK you have this interesting design space that in principle you can have multiple sources of DA for a single L2. That's in principle not possible for an optimistic rollup, because if you basically can mint infinite ETH somewhere in the system, you can basically flood the entire system with it. But with ZK, because it ensures integrity, even if you can't see the data, you can use multiple sources of DA, and then you have like some subset of the L2 where basically you can in principle grieve the people there and just not reveal what the current state of the system is, but you can never steal from them. And so in principle, maybe the long-term endgame could look like some L2s basically only have a maximum security range of addresses that uses on-chain DA, and then like basically free everywhere else. But yeah, like again, it's a really interesting design space, and all we can do from our side is just scale as much as we can, and then let the ecosystem explore.
Yeah, I think it's interesting hearing all the different perspectives here, because as you can see, the common theme of the panel today is that there are a lot of open questions to these things, and we're working through them as an ecosystem. And I think we're all aligned on thinking that blobs, so far are good, are like a net positive for Ethereum, but there is competition out there, there are trade-offs, and at the end of the day, what users care about over anything is cheap fees, fast transactions, right? And if the creators of these layer 2s, their ecosystems, if the fees start going up because blobs aren't meeting that demand, then we do risk losing these layer 2s and rollups to the other deliverability layers. But that probably segues nicely into ETH value accrual when it comes to blobs, because as Brett mentioned just before, he's become a bit of an ETH is money advocate lately. I think the longer that you spend in Ethereum, you're probably more likely to become this advocate, just because I think you come to the conclusion that a lot of the value accrual from fees and MEV and stuff like that tends to get captured by the people generating it, or by like the apps generating it, rather than it being bled to the L1. And I think on a long enough time frame, this happens to every L1 personally. But I'd like to get each of your thoughts on, if ETH needs to keep scaling up blobs and needs to keep them basically dirt cheap. I know, Tim, you made a simulator for this, but do you ever imagine blobs being like a huge value accrual driver for ETH, or do you think it's complementary in that it allows us to scale up ETH as money through these different layer 2s?
I think most value is going to come through memetics of it occasionally cresting this level of it being, like the progression is going to be hit limit, sit at limit for a little while, they're going to reach maximum efficiency to like compress as much value as they can, sub limit. It'll eventually spike over, we're going to have an airdrop or something that's going to make stuff go crazy. Memetics of that, Burn's going to go crazy, it's all back on the menu, awesome, like whatever. And then ultimately these teams are going to go off. Like when I first started doing the research posts, I think I over-indexed myself. I was full on thinking like the lizard people are taking over, like they're immediately going to switch over and they're turning the frogs gay. Like I was Charlie Day doing crazy stuff and thinking L2s immediately the second it's not free, they're going to turn off and go where else. I don't think that's going to be the case. I think it's going to hit now that I'm taking a step back, it's going to hit this limit. They will burn a considerable amount of ETH because the pricing does ramp up very quickly. That's going to happen. We'll start seeing some weird stuff, right? They'll start adjusting. They'll start like not posting. People will start asking questions. It'll bring some memetics back to the actual conversation. That'll accrue value just as mind space. But ultimately, I still think teams will act in self-interest because it is advantageous, frankly, to do so for users, for them. Like, there's too many natural market incentives to move away from ETH-DA. Once it reaches the point of consistent plus saturation, that they'll migrate off to an alt-DA. And then you have to go back to the process again. Base is gone, right? They eat like 40% of blob space. They roll off because they made the decision it's better for them as a business, fair. Then more people come in, ETH is premium, ETH is whatever, maximally aligned, fills back up, spikes over, the leader transitions off to another one, and we constantly have this oscillation of like, comes back into vogue, goes away, comes back into vogue, goes away, burns a shit ton of ETH, goes away, yeah.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, that we'll have these waves of burn and basically free blobs as we keep scaling. I always liked David Hoffman's 2009 post about Ethereum being a triple point asset, in that it has both interest bearing, it's a store of value, and it is used as money. And if we do not have any burn, then it loses that leg of that, which is okay. But like long term, I would like to see it basically be that triple point asset. But I do think we'll go through these cycles of burning and not. And as long as we don't try and rent seek, basically, or like extract value from L2s and charge them too much, I think that'll be fine. And like, users will, when they're already starting to use apps and using a chain, they're not going to go away because the fees went from like 2 cents to 10 cents. Because like, we saw people use Ethereum and pay $50 for transfers a few years ago, and even now with things going back to 10 cents, people are still using the chains, so it's not too big of a deal. But when it's a year straight of high fees, that will be very bad.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really interesting, right? Because like, this is where the debate touches on the question of what even gives ETH value, and do we want to maximize fee accrual? And I think that's very much an open question. Like, I have opinions, but I think it's just because this entire space of blockchains, of crypto assets is still so new, and we just do not have a very good understanding of how these systems actually behave. I think really we have to plan for all scenarios. Like, I'm an ultrasound money guy. I think ultimately the monetary premium is all that matters, and I don't think the fee capture is important. But at the same time, that could be wrong. Like, I think it would be completely insane to have high confidence on this, right? Like, you have to be open to the possibility of that's wrong, and that actually you need the fee accrual. And why do we care? Well, we care because ETH needs to have some minimum amount of value that staking is safe, right? Like, if basically we end up having zero fee accrual and that's what matters, and then ETH goes to zero, the system doesn't work, right? So we need to make sure ETH has some minimum amount of value, and that has to scale as the amount of economic activity on top scales. Like, today's security level might not be good enough if the entire world economy runs on Ethereum, right? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but like, it definitely can't, if it goes down by a factor of 100, now it's definitely not secure enough, right? So we need to make sure that ETH has some value. I think there's a good chance that monetary premium is what we need. If we need the fees, I think it is possible that like a couple of years from now, we might have to reassess. I think most likely, I talked about it earlier, right? Like there's fundamental kind of a limit of resources that you can have in a decentralized L1. So most likely congestion will just forever give us enough fee revenue, same with blobs as well. Maybe at some point technology becomes so good, right? Like too cheap to meter, that actually we will have to consider having value capture mechanisms beyond congestion. I don't think that should be on the table anytime soon, though.
I think there's something important to be said about fee generation as a proxy for activity and demand versus fee generation to the point of ultrasound money, right? Like, that's great for memetics, and I think the ecosystem does broadly look at fee generation. Because like, look at Solana, right? Solana's generating a shit ton of fees now, relative, right, to what they were previously. And people see that and they go, oh, look, there's demand here. It's not doing it to the point of deflation of the asset, which like unlocks another mimetic tier of whatever. But I think, so yes, fee generation is important mimetically, like signaling, social, like pulling people together. So like, I think that is important. I don't think like, looking specifically at the ultrasound like level as like, look, now all of a sudden this thing is worthwhile is a thing to like hinge the entire Ethereum identity on.
Yeah, and I think you all made a lot of good points here, and you discussed blobs as if they exist in a vacuum, though. That's one thing I noticed, right? Because we don't just have blobs, we have the normal L1 fee market as well. And I think there is this obvious misconception in the ecosystem that the L1 isn't going to scale. It is, to a point, like not like these kind of mega chains out there, mega L1s, monolithic L1s, whatever you want to call them. That's not Ethereum's path, but the L1 will scale. But the L1, regardless of it scaling or not, is still generating fee revenue for ETH. And we've seen lately as the market heats up, activity heats up, it's starting to generate a lot of fee revenue again, and at times we are net deflationary. And that's the thing, you now have to add the normal L1 fee market as well as the blob fee market, and then you get the extra burn there. So I think that I like the oscillation thing where you'll have, I guess, bull and bear periods, and I think that's just true for pretty much every fee market within the ecosystem. But I think when you actually look at the longer path, like as was mentioned, and where the value will actually sit and who wants to capture the value, L1 tokens have a very difficult time capturing value from MEV and fee revenue versus capturing it from being a money and a store of value. And that's, I think, the path that we should be pushing on as an ecosystem, which I think we're all aligned on here. But fee revenue is still obviously critically important as well. Just shifting gears a little bit here to something with regards to interoperability. So that's been a huge topic of discussion within the Layer 2 ecosystem and within the Ethereum ecosystem more broadly, because of the fact that right now Ethereum doesn't feel like a single unified Ethereum. It's a fragmented ecosystem, a lot of work being done to bring it all together. But there is one critical point here with blobs, is that when you have everything unified under one umbrella, when you have the settlement and the data on the one chain here, interoperability becomes a lot more seamless, a lot easier, and it's a lot easier to reason about. And you can just basically say, well, I know how my data is secured, I know how long it's available for, I know where it is, I know my settlement guarantees. Whereas if you split that up, you now have to worry about two different things. So you have to basically say, well, my data is over here on Celestia. Is something going to happen to my layer 2 if something happens to Celestia? And then interoperability becomes harder because maybe the other players who are using ETHDA don't want to be interoperable with you or don't want to play friendly with you because they're like, well, you don't know our club, you don't know our cool kids club now. So I'm wondering, like, could that be a driver, the interoperability driver? Could that be a driver to keep these layer 2s on ETHDA, especially if they want to become things like based rollups?
No. No. All right. So this is where I tackle. Like, this is, I think, another reason a lot of this is an engineering problem, to my perspective, right? So like, yes, okay, so security, yes, I get it, Ethereum security deserves a premium, awesome, cool. World War 97, doesn't matter, it's secured. I think because of the natural incentives, teams can resolve for that while maintaining costs by leveraging, like, I'll touch interop as well, like by building in redundancy, right? So like, oh, Ethereum is charging 20 times per kilobyte to charge a blob versus like, I could post that same shit over to EigenDA plus Avail plus Celestia simultaneously, and then like now I have that information built through redundancy. Like, what's the likelihood of Celestia going down? I don't know, probably pretty high relative to Ethereum. What's the likelihood that Celestia plus EigenDA plus whatever's down? Like, and then like you can build in some safety there where like you need an N of N like to pull the same data from all three, make sure it's the same, cool, it's good data, whatever. So like I feel like that's a potential outcome that teams can build for, and saves us money, awesome. Like as a business, that's great. And then same thing for interop. Like that, interop is the harder thing for me to attack, but I think ultimately long-term horizon, my own head, for where L2s resolve, I'm kind of stratifying, put it into different stratospheres, right? There's going to be a totally abstracted layer for people who are not on-chain natives, not people in this room, right? Because we constantly want to be interacting with our chain directly with a wallet, whatever, the interop situation is always going to suck. Right? It's gonna suck because we're so in tune with what's going on. And then there's gonna be like, so for us, There is no awesomeness, and like, yes, interop is great, still annoying. I want the simplicity of a single state environment. So like, that's why Solana is gaining a lot of traction right now. Because like, I don't have to worry about shit. And I think that's going to ultimately happen at the L2 landscape, where these ultra high capacity L2s just provide simplicity through single state environments. And then you have the total other end of the spectrum with like based app chains, because they have access to L1 state and composability. I think that's going to be a good selling point. Something like ENS chain. I think that should be a base chain. That'd be sweet. So I think like that's ultimately where it's going to go, in that whole middle ground, whether it's interoperable or not. I think there's business incentives to like, don't be interoperable. And I think, yes, like cool, you can do some interop because we should have a shared DA layer, but I also think it's an engineering problem to where like, what if you have a huge validator, right? You pimp this thing out, and I have, like, I'm running a sidecar for, like, I have a full node, cool, running a sidecar for Celestia. I got Doom running in the back. I got, like, I'm doing everything. This thing is sick. And now I can potentially have, it's an engineering problem, interop between like Celestia, right? Celestia and Ethereum blobs. And so like, long enough time horizon, why isn't that a possibility that people end up doing? So like, how is that a premium for Ethereum in that world?
Interesting. Sure. Yeah, I'm going to push back a little bit. In generally, you're right. So one of the big, so there, for a lot of these interoperability solutions, you rely on third parties, or you rely on solvers or someone to do things for you. And there are ways that rollups can basically interop with each other natively. So there's a rollup improvement proposal 7755, and that's where rollups can basically read what happened on other rollups based on the data posted to layer 1. And if there are a bunch of rollups that want to work together natively, you can basically move assets between using the system. If they're like stage 2 ZK rollups, they're basically as secure as Ethereum. When this happens, if you have like, say, an ecosystem of a few rollups, they're all using on Ethereum, they're all ZK rollups, they'll use this to interop. Someone wants to join them and wants them to interop, but they're like, oh, actually, I'm using Celestia, I'm using some other DA solution. It kind of gives them pause, because then if that other rollup has some issue, it affects them as well. Like, it affects basically the assets that have been bridged across, or they don't know if they're doing some kind of, say, mint burn system with assets between these other rollups they're interoping with. You could have like a double spend problem, things like that. Like, this is very, very low risk, but it is a risk if it matters if you're moving millions or billions of dollars. Like, it doesn't really matter that much if you only have a few thousand, and yeah.
Yeah, it's great that we found a topic of disagreement. Yeah, because, so I'm with you. I think it's a bit tricky, right? Because you could, for example, ask the question, if you've been a user on one of those L2s that have been settling on L1 and also have been using L1 DA for a while, you're probably very familiar with paying high fees, right? You might have paid $1 in the past for the L2 transaction. I certainly have. And you might ask, well, what did you actually get for that, right? Like, you could have at the same time just went to one of the side chains. We have also many great side chains on Ethereum and paid sub-cent. And the question is, did you get anything that was worth $1 there? And that is a tricky question, because it's not obvious that you did. It's not obvious that you did, because oftentimes what we're doing in Ethereum, and it's an opinionated choice, is that we are designing for the eventual end state, and then we are basically willing to pay some extra cost to basically shoot directly for it and go for it as fast as possible. Because alternatively, you could imagine to say, well, you're on L2, for now it's a multi-sig anyway, might as well not use on-chain DA, might as well not do settlement, right? Like, let's bring this on later once we remove the multi-sig. But the problem is, and that's maybe where the dollar was worth it after all, right? Is that if you do not build for the end game from the beginning, it's going to be very, very, very hard to later on course correct. We've seen this a lot with sidechains. There have been quite a few sidechains on Ethereum that have expressed the intention to eventually move to on-chain DA. None of them really have done that so far. One or two exceptions, I don't want to, but like by and large, they've not actually done that so far, because it turns out it's actually quite hard. And same thing with, like, you know, like the different stages for L2s that L2B tracks so well, and like actually, if you don't, for example, say a distributed sequencer set, right? If you don't actually build for robust sequencing from the very start, it turns out that even the easier version of that, which is just like a high throughput on-chain inbox queue, right? So for censorship resistance, even just building that becomes a huge challenge for you because you just build your entire system with the assumption that you have one sequencer that is trusted, right? And so basically, at all steps of the way, if you build for what's expedient today, the price you pay is that you don't have, it's not clear that you have a path to where you want to go 3, 4, 5 years from now, right? And we're doing this at the L1 oftentimes, I think of any of the contentious topics on L1 over the last 2 or 3 years, it basically always was an example of people being like, why are you doing this thing that I don't like today? And then we are saying, well, because we want to be at this point in 5 years. And it is a trade-off, right? Like the fractured L2 ecosystem, right? Like, why did we do this? Well, we could have not gone with the roll-up centric roadmap, and maybe actually today we would be in a better position. But I promise you, 3, 4, 5 years from now, we will be in a better position with the path we took today, right? And so I think the same will basically be true with, sorry, this was a very long-winded answer to go back to blobs now, but basically the same is true in a way with blobs. I actually do not think that L1DA matters so much today, but at the same time, if you think that because of that you can make the choice of not using it, I think you really are making a very dangerous choice, because I think over time it will matter more and more and more and more. I think you did a great job explaining like these differences in terms of bridging, trustless bridging, especially once we go to ZK, and there's a lot of upside once it becomes the trust bottleneck, which today it just isn't, right? But once it becomes a trust bottleneck, it's going to be more and more important to be on the same DA network and to have that be the same network that you also settle on. And so the only way to guarantee you'll get there is by doing it today. So I don't know, this was maybe a bit of a weird answer, but I really think that's like a tension that's at the core of a lot of these like long-term decisions in the entire ecosystem.
I think this is a common theme within the Ethereum ecosystem that, yeah, a lot of people kind of, I guess, struggle to understand this path dependence that we talk about, right? Because Ethereum is such a large ecosystem, it's so decentralized, any decision that we make today does have a path dependence to it. And if it's not the right decision today, and then in 5 years we're like, oh, well, we're going to do something else now because we made the wrong decision.
Beam chain.
Yeah, it becomes a whole thing, right? As we've seen with Ethereum many times. So yeah, and we don't know, right? As Ansgar, I think you mentioned earlier, we don't know what the right decision is. We're making bets. We don't have the 100% right answer, but we're just trying to, research the right answer, then do some implementations, do some experimentation around it. And if we have to change paths, do it quickly, right? Because if we don't, there's that path dependence, network effects get built, and then we're stuck. And this is across all of Ethereum. It happens across all of Ethereum. Now, maybe the last question, which I think is going to be another big question that a lot of people ask is, okay, we have blobs, L2s are scaling, it's all well and good. We've got a high priority placed on blobs as part of like upgrading them with increasing their counts and their targets and maxes, and also PIADAS is a huge upgrade for it. But should we also be scaling L1 execution? That's a huge question. And there is debate about how much we should scale it versus how much we should be scaling blobs. I would love to get each of your opinions on the priority of scaling L1 execution versus blobs. Do you think blobs should remain the first priority and we'll do L1 execution slowly over time, or do you think more emphasis and more priority should be put on L1 execution scaling?
I like John Charbonneau's position of like L1 execution scaling is not isolated or separate from scale L2s, right? There are, like you look at the Eclipse team, you look at like a lot of these teams talk about what we need with L1 execution in order to increase our performance, single slot finality, like the interoperability we've been alluding to with shared blobs also comes from increased execution. I also think there's a little bit of memetics that's like of using ETH directly. I think the moneyness of ETH kind of fades the further away you get from main chain. Like it still exists because you have a lot of L2s, but those L2s have optionality, right? They can switch from the gas token to whatever, and then like you have abstraction on top of that, it's whatever. So I think ETH should continue. I think ultimately the way value accrues in a modular ecosystem is you have to continue to force or scale your execution environment, your state, to be the hot state up to your level of comfort with like preserving the properties that you want. Obviously decentralization is a huge thing that Ethereum prioritizes. That's great. Have that discussion. I don't think you should stop that too soon, and you should attract a subset of use cases to be preserved directly from on-chain users on your chain. We talk about high-value DeFi stuff. He's talking about billions of dollars moving around. Like you want like tokenization of treasuries. Like you want that on Ethereum. Like you want some of that. So I think I think Ethereum should continue to do this stuff, and by bringing value to your state specifically, whether or not it's made for an L2 specifically, will make those other L2s want to tie into Ethereum, and will maintain them wanting to tie to your network. Because if Ethereum doesn't feel like it's a valuable state, and for whatever reason, on-chain users, whatever, continue to migrate to Solana, and Solana becomes the like their TVL moves over there, then ultimately they start to get on par with Ethereum. Well, the L2 can kind of switch over, and then like they want to be attached to the best settlement layer. I know John will kill me for saying settlement layer, but like, yeah, I think the priority should be on L1 execution, and L1 execution is not independent of scaling roadmap through L2s.
Yeah, so it's very important also for if a L2 goes down and you want to get funds out of there, or if L2 starts censoring and you want to push transactions through. Currently you use L1 for that, and if we don't scale it, then that gets very expensive. We had a time when the Arbitrum sequencer went down for a few hours and L1 was just clogged with transactions of people trying to push things through. So we do need to scale there. The problem is that like we can only really scale like 10x, maybe more if we ZKify everything. So it's not a good long-term plan if we want to actually stay decentralized and have home stakers. And so scale it a bit, but long-term blobs are where most transactions, L2s are where most transactions are going to happen.
Yeah, and to basically double click on that a little bit, I think one thing that not always is quite as focused on in this discussion of like, Ethereum versus Solana. And actually, I like Solana, this is not supposed to fade them or anything, but like, you can't just take the L1 and scale it to infinite users, maybe barring some very fancy long-term ZK technology, but like specifically because of the fact that you want everyone to completely trustlessly be able to verify the current state of the world chain, right? And so for that, you basically just have to make a choice, like what is the minimum requirements of a full node? And the nice thing that you then get with the rollup-centric roadmap is with this, I would say I call it the execution compression trick of basically the L2 being able to, they're able to run it like, in principle, a single L2 could run it like gigagas or like even, I don't know, teragas or something, and then you compress that all down into like a very tiny, easy to execute proof on the L1, and then you get the best of both worlds. You get like super high throughput, but then still the ability to verify with very little compute. And so fundamentally, there's a limit to how much the L1 can scale. Now, we are not at that limit. So this is not supposed to be like an easy out here. Actually, I will say my personal opinion is that we deprioritized L1 scaling a little bit too much over the last 2-3 years. I think that has good reasons. We like first the merge, and then there was a lot of like merge cleanup. And then also like it was just not so clear with the rollup-centric roadmap what exactly the L1 is supposed to provide to the L2s. So I think we now starting to have a pretty good picture. So I think now is about time to like commit and really build the L1 into the best L1 it can be for this world that we are starting to see more clearly. But there are also real trade-offs. So my point that I would make is we should not just scale in a dumb way, because again, we're always trying to shoot for 5 years in the future. If we just grow the state, I think we've seen some other early clones of the Ethereum chain that just ran recklessly with state growth, and then they struggled a lot because of it. We should not make the same mistake. We should take the 5-year outcome into account. There are good ways to scale. I would call it basically scale smart, not just by brute force. I don't think the gas limit is the right mechanism. I think we have a lot of things now in the pipeline that can actually give us a lot of extra throughput. There is compute repricing. Like, compute is just too expensive on Ethereum. There's no reason for it. We have the throughput. Like, we can just literally make all compute 5 times cheaper on Ethereum today, and it would not be an issue. Like, we should just do that. I mean, there's some nuances. It's not like a one-line change, but we can do that. Storage. We should be better at pricing exactly the right behavior that we want. For example, if the same state is used multiple times throughout the block, that should be cheaper, because that is actually cheaper for the node that executes it. A lot of these kind of like smart ways to scale, we are working on statelessness, right? Statelessness is this big thing that I don't think, to my knowledge, like very few ecosystems right now do that, very few chains do that, which would be a huge unlock, because then the people that want to verify this global chain trustlessly do not have to have that state that keeps growing. So that would allow us to potentially, there are many other bottlenecks then, but potentially scale state access, state growth by a big factor as well. So my message would be, yes, we should scale the L1, but please do it in a smart way. Don't just run with the gas limit.
Yeah, I think so. I think we're all in agreement that we should scale both the L1s and the L2s, but it's, yeah, there's that tension about what priorities we should do and how long it's going to take and not to sacrifice certain parts of the ecosystem that always exists. So we've got a couple minutes left here. I just wanted to quickly give Tim a chance to talk about his blob simulator tool that he built, because this is a really good tool, because we talk a lot about blobs, but you finally put some data to it, and you gave people a tool to be able to actually simulate what it looks like in the future as we scale blobs up, as more rollups come online. So I just wanted to give you a second to be able to shill, if you will, what you built.
Thank you. Yeah, so I love bringing data to these debates. I don't like it when people just argue with hypotheticals. So I created this blob simulator. It's open source on GitHub, MIT licensed. I'd love for people to create reports with it, play around, report any bugs, maybe add things like how much execution gas will be used by rollups, things like that would be awesome. And if you have any ideas on like more data that you would like to see that you could bring to the argument, create an issue on the GitHub as well, or reach out to me on Twitter, and we can try and get that in there so we can actually have an idea of how things will look a decade in the future and figure out where we're going.
Can I make a feature request for a toggle where just like at this point the L2 fucks off and uses a different data layer? I went with that.
Yeah, sure.
Great. Well, this has been great. Thank you very much to all the panelists for joining me today. One actually last thing I should do, because, I don't know, it feels like we're all kind of a bit too bullish right now. We need to be a little bit more bearish. I think I'd love just a quick rapid fire from each of you, your most kind of like bearish case for Ethereum blobs. Like, what does the future look like if Ethereum blobs kind of failed?
Honestly, so the reason I think I've ultimately embraced the ETH is money meme is because once you've accepted that world, you realize it does not really matter, right? Like, it's available to whatever, as long as Ethereum can prove itself to be available. Whether or not teams use blobs, like, yeah, it kind of matters, but I don't think ultimately it matters on the surface, and you ultimately just want these L2s, whether it's just posting like proofs or if they're doing proofs plus DA plus whatever, you just want money in the hands of people and for them to denominate their assets in that. So therefore you want to export it. Does not really matter if they use blobs a ton. We're going to bicker about it because we're nerds and that's what we do. But like for the scale that we want Ethereum to be, it does not matter long term, frankly.
Yeah, the most bearish case would be if we try and rent seek or try and make as much money as possible now and think really short term and don't increase the blob count. That would be a terrible idea, I think.
Yeah, I mean, from the inside, I would say I don't think there's a big risk that we'll do it for rent-seeking purposes, but I do think we could do it by not realizing how much of a priority it needs to be, because it is a real engineering challenge to scale blobs. There is work ongoing. I'm very optimistic that it will get us far, but it requires continuous attention and focus. And so the failure case, I think, would be that if over time the ecosystem loses track of that focus and we ship very lackluster throughput increases, and over time that's just not enough for L2s, and they are forced to leave, and I don't think anyone could blame them, and basically we end up in just a world that overall is worse for users because they have less security.
Yeah, great. So let's keep scaling blobs. Let's make sure we don't rent seek, and let's make ETH money. Thanks, everyone.
Absolutely. Let's give our panelists and moderator a big round of applause. Thank you, gentlemen. All right. Now let's go straight to our Q&A. We've got lots of questions coming in. Now, we do have a lot of questions, and if it's okay with the gentlemen on stage, just share the questions among yourselves, and let's keep the answers short, sweet, simple, and straight to the point. Okay, first question up on the screen. Blobs are great, and so is proto-danksharding. When danksharding? Question mark.
Yeah, I guess I'll take the roadmap questions.
Sure.
Yeah, so basically, I think danksharding was the initial way we described the end game for like where we want to go. Then we realized that the best way to get there is actually iteratively. So we will launch what's called PIADAS in one of the next two upcoming hard forks on Ethereum. And then that approach will probably iteratively get us more and more towards danksharding. I'm not sure we will ever have a hard fork that then is danksharding. I think instead your mental model should be Ethereum will keep scaling the A throughput every hard fork. I'm trying to establish the meme 3x throughput increase every year for the next couple of years.
All right, thank you for the answer. Great question as well. With 6 votes, we have another question. Do you guys think that additional things like blobs will make it harder for everyday people to run nodes from home? What do you think about that?
So the meme answer is no, because no one are going to use these things. Like, no one's going to post data to them, so you don't have to download shit, so you're fine. It's good. No.
Short, sweet, you want to add something to that? Go ahead.
It will make it harder, and we have to be very mindful about that, but hopefully we have good solutions.
All right, great discussion. Okay, let's move on to the next question as well. With 4 votes, if blob-based fees go up on Ethereum, is it viable for L2s to batch and post non-urgent transaction blobs separately, optimally whenever the blob-based fees go low?
I actually know of a protocol that's actually specialized in this, specifically working with L2 teams so that they can smart post all of their data. And because that doesn't immediately impact users, teams are opting to use it, right? They're saying like, oh, we'll delay this batch because like, oh, it's a little hot right now or could get a little hot and then we're gonna post it a little bit later. And that's ultimately what's building into my bear case of this stuff is that like L2 teams are like, some are showing to really care and they're like, F you, we're using ETH is money, cool. Other teams are saying like, yeah, cool, we'll hang out for a little bit, or like your Scroll, and Scroll just said like, we're not gonna post because it's hot right now. So like, sorry guys, you won't know because you're end users, but we'll continue to do our thing.
But at the same time, they can't wait forever. Like if you're in 2021 and you're waiting for gas to go down to 10 Gwei, you're waiting for a year. Yeah. And they have to be secured by Ethereum at some point.
Yeah.
True.
Exactly, thank you very much. Let's move on. We've got a lot of questions. Let's see how many we can get through. What are your thoughts on Eclipse or other execution engines settling on Ethereum? Doesn't this solve a lot of Ethereum's scaling issues?
Yeah, I mean, they don't use Ethereum blobs. So like, yes, they do settle there. And I do, like, if you believe ETH is money in these environments, Eclipse, Mega ETH, like if you believe that in these environments they're going to use Ethereum in the hands of users as gas, as denomination of assets, of all that stuff, then like solving the issues for scaling is like, how do you make value go to my token? Like my bags are going down, I want my bags to go up. How does value accrue? Like the next tier of ETH making new highs is people perceiving it as money and wanting to have access to cool shit and needing ETH in their pockets to do that cool stuff. And yes, Eclipse is doing that, Mega ETH will be doing that, like Base is doing that, right? They're making people need ETH to do the thing. And like that's, you just need more and more of that. It actually does not matter about fees directly.
But also at the same time, I will say I do like that we're seeing a lot of experimentation with different execution systems. Like SVM-based ones. I don't think the EVM is the bottleneck in terms of throughput. I think you can also scale the EVM quite far. But I actually am very curious to see, you know, once we get to the efficient frontier of very high throughput L2s, which system actually wins out.
Is ETH money? A very good question to ask. Audience, is ETH money? Yes, thank you. Well, I'd like to hope all of you are internally agreeing. Thank you very much, because you got to build stuff to make ETH needed. All right. Builders may avoid including blobs due to the higher latency they cause. Do we have a mechanism to incentivize them?
We do today, and it's the tip. So the one thing we don't really have today is that, because for simplicity reasons, we didn't give the blobs a separate tip, so it's just the normal transaction tip, which is a little bit annoying because it doesn't scale with the amount of blobs, but so you have to like have some extra logic around that. Right now, I don't think clients for home builders expose that, and I think that would be a very easy fix, right? So basically give home builders the ability to specifically set a minimum tip below which they just don't include blobs, and I think that would actually be the market-driven solution because it causes extra effort, so you might as well get extra minimum payment, otherwise you just don't include them.
Very good. Anyone else want to add? No? All good? I would also appreciate tips. Thank you very much. You can put in my hair. I appreciate it. Anyway, let's go to a few more questions. We got about 3.5 minutes on the clock. Are home stakers the bottleneck to L1 scaling? What do you guys think?
Yes.
Yes, and that's a good thing. I mean, like,
yes.
Well, that's that question answered. Well done. Anything else you want to add to that?
Yeah, but no, that doesn't, I mean, it's great that we have them. Like, they're a good bottleneck to have. So that's specifically the bottleneck that we need to basically work around and make sure that we will forever scale within the envelope that makes it possible. Not, by the way, stakers. I think people always focus too much on stakers and don't focus enough on full node runners other than stakers.
Yes.
In my vision for the long term, everyone runs a full node, or at least something close to a full node, even on their phones. And so in the long run, it must be easier, not harder, to run a full node for Ethereum.
Good point. Everyone in the future should be able to run a full node. I think that's the pathway and the right way. Sorry, you wanted to add something?
They are not a blocker for L2 scaling though. With 2D PDAS, with blobs, basically blobs are sharded amongst all the stakers, and so if we have 10,000 nodes, that's the blobs can be sharded across a lot of them. So even if we have 128 blobs per block, you're not downloading 128 blobs every block. You're downloading like a handful of blobs, and everyone's downloading a handful, and you're checking each other. And so we can scale L2s and blobs with home stakers.
Excellent, thank you. We've got 2.5 minutes, let's keep going. Does blobs, excuse me, it moved up. Where can I find blobs? Who's indexing all this data?
Yeah, so this is great. Actually, so as people know, blobs is actually, they can be pruned from full nodes, so after a certain period, no one has to keep them. But there are several ecosystem participants that have committed to long-term indexing of all this information, archival stuff. So like you have BlobScan, which is a separate scanner just for that. You have Dune, you have EtherScan. All of these people are preserving this data. So yes, it will, homestakers, I know you've already publicly committed to like storing all of this information. So there's multiple places. I think I actually have a repository where all that can be seen. I'll actually make that public if people are interested. But it's BlobScan is the primary place for me.
All right, BlobScan, very good. Do blobs help solo stakers save hard disk drive space?
Yes and no. On one hand, it's just another thing that adds extra storage requirements, but it does take a lot of pressure off of call data, which call data you have to store forever because it's part of the history. We are going to change that in the future. It's called ERP 4444. But for now, you have to store history forever, whereas blobs you can throw away relatively soon. That's by design. I think part of it is just call data is just too cheap today. We're going to make it more expensive, but in the past we couldn't make it more expensive because we didn't have alternative ways to use DA. Now we have them. So overall, the load based from history on stakers will go down.
All right, we got a question about DA since you mentioned it. DA is a commodity. What characteristics can be added to ETH that make it special in some way?
It's not special.
I'm just keeping it cheap, and then because it's on Ethereum, you don't have any external dependencies. That makes it special.
Yeah, I think keep them cheap for now, and over time it will be more and more important that you actually use L1DA. In the meantime, maybe we can mint NFTs for the people. I don't know.
All right, I think we got 30 seconds. Let's see if we can fit one last question, the biggest and the longest question. How's BG feeling about Blobs Bird ETH doing 25 million a year run rate in the past 24 hours? More generally, which kinds of L2s will be willing to pay how much for Blobs before migrating to Alt DA to save? I wish I understood the question. But I'm sure you guys do. So
maximally aligned L2s, right? Like it's the people that fear the repercussions from the social layer are the ones that are going to stay there.
That's a good question, and it would be good to find that out and add that to the simulator of when they would leave, at what price.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've just finished our Q&A time. Let's give the gentlemen a big, big round of applause for the amazing session. Thank you, guys. We welcome you down from the stage. Really appreciate your time. All right. That was quite the intermediate session indeed. I hope you guys enjoyed it, listening in the audience, as well as those of you live streaming at home. Hey, remember to collect your card, okay, guys? Remember, you can click on the session, click on the Q&A button, and click Collect Card. Really appreciate it, and thank you so much for the questions as well. We love them too. All right, so if you need to leave, please do so quickly and quietly. Our next speakers are getting ready, and we're going to be welcoming them on the stage soon. The topic coming up next is realigning with Ethereum from L1 to L2. Yeah, one of the speakers is actually Justin Drake, and Justin was sharing yesterday about the Beam chain, and it caused quite a stir on crypto Twitter. You know, a lot of people were discussing it. A lot of people were especially critical. All right, we're going to start in just a minute's time. So if you're coming in at the back of the hall, come, welcome in. We're going to be doing our next session at the main stage. Those of you sitting in the front, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. I'm curious to know, actually, people are asking me whether this is my first DevCon. This is personally my first DevCon. How many of you are here at DevCon for the first time? Say me. Okay, quite a few. Now, I want to see it. Raise your hand. Very curious. How many of you DevCon second time? Raise hands. Second time. Okay, quite a few. Down. 3 times. 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Okay, a handful. Okay, let's see. 4 times. How many of you have been at DevCon? At the back there. 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay, we got 4. Okay, let's see. I haven't met anyone yet, but has anyone been to DevCon more than 4 times? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow, not bad. Amazing. 6 in the front there. Fantastic. It's wonderful to see. You know, this is my first DevCon experience. It's been an absolute pleasure and an honor. And to see so many people from around the world, from every continent except Antarctica, everybody is basically represented here around the whole world. So it's wonderful. All right, so without further ado, let's get ready for our next session. Now, it's going to be also a discussion session. We've got several of our panelists who will be speaking, and I'm going to invite them onto stage. They're going to be sharing about the topic entitled Realigning with Ethereum, from L1 to L2. So let's pay attention. And before I forget, please post lots of questions. I love what you did earlier. You were sending your questions in early. You are upvoting your questions that you enjoyed. So please do that now. You can join the Q&A already, and you can start uploading your questions. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the stage Justin and Marek. Let's give them a warm round of applause as we welcome them for the discussion this afternoon.
Okay, thank you. We were meant to have a third moderator, but David didn't show up. So
lost our moderator, so we're going to have to improvise. It's really great to be here. Ross, I'm not Singaporean, but I was born in Singapore.
You were born in Singapore? Fantastic. My neighbor.
Yeah. So it's really, really lovely to be back in Southeast Asia. It's always really great to be back here. And yeah, today we're going to be talking about realigning with Ethereum. I guess Celo's journey from an L1 to an L2. We're just super thrilled to be here and super thrilled to be chatting about this.
So Marek, Celo is moving to an L2 on top of Ethereum. It started as an L1. Can you tell us a bit of the backstory behind this move?
Sure, yeah. I guess first of all, how many people here have heard of Celo, have used Celo? Okay, you got at least half the audience, that's great. So some of this, may not be new to you, but for the folks who haven't heard of Celo, Celo started 6 years ago now, in 2018, and the core focus early on was to build a global Venmo product, initially on Ethereum. And so we wanted to build something that...
Microphone closer.
Okay. We wanted to build something that, normies, although back then we didn't use the term normies, anyone, your grandma, any consumer out there could use to basically use Ethereum to do P2P payments from their mobile phones. And we tried long and hard to build this on top of Ethereum, but we couldn't actually create the experience that we wanted that, again, normies could use. And so that ultimately took us down the path of launching our own EVM-compatible Alt L1. Back then we were already EVM maxis. I think today we continue to be EVM maxis. And we worked really hard to build something that had the scalability, had the features that you would need, the ability to send money to phone numbers, the ability to pay for gas with tokens, all of the things that together allowed us to then build that kind of global Venmo-like product on top of the platform, which ended up being called Celo.
So what would you say are some of the big advantages for a project to maybe migrate from L1 to L2? Is it access to more liquidity, more users?
Yeah, a lot of people ask us about this question. And, I think in our case, it's purely ideological. We were really, really excited about Ethereum, launching a rollup-based scaling roadmap that would allow us to kind of return home to Ethereum and kind of plug into the existing kind of ecosystem that we felt a little bit disconnected from by launching our own L1. So I think first and foremost is purely ideological. We're just, again, very Ethereum focused and excited, and this just felt like the right thing to do. I think beyond that, certainly it's true that you do get a lot of benefits by becoming an L2. Obviously, you get to inherit Ethereum security by settling on Ethereum. Obviously, you get access to more liquidity through native bridges, users, developers, all of these things. But for us, all of these were secondary, right? First and foremost, it was really ideological.
Gotcha. And I guess making such a big transition presumably took a lot of time to prepare. Presumably you hit some challenges along the way. Can you tell us what was the process of starting this big migration, and what were some of the challenges you met along the way?
Yeah, great question. I think first and foremost was just agreeing that we wanted to do this as an ecosystem. I think this was definitely a very nerve-wracking proposal that we put forward back at ECC of last year. We really didn't know how the ecosystems would react. We didn't know how the Celo ecosystem would react, and we didn't know how the Ethereum ecosystem would react. And we were very pleasantly surprised that both ecosystems were very excited about the proposal. It was definitely a bit of a leap of faith moment for us. And yeah, it was just so nice to see just how welcoming everyone in Ethereum was and how excited the whole Celo ecosystem was. But yeah, since then we've been working heads down on making this transition, and it's a scary one in large part because unlike I think some other folks who are thinking about these transitions, in our case we want to upgrade through a hard fork. So we're not interested in launching another chain and then having our users migrate over time. We want to actually upgrade through a hard fork that preserves all state and then lets the chain continue building blocks at the same block height as before the hard fork, and continue running as a chain. And that is, we're calling this a hard fork. It's a very difficult thing to pull off. And we've been working really hard for the last year plus to build this in a way where we feel really confident that it will work.
Okay, so this is not a new chain that you're spinning up. You're actually migrating all of the state, and I guess the validators as well, onto the new chain. Like, what is the role of the validators in this L2 context?
Yeah, that's a really great question. So yes, so this is a hard fork. We're upgrading. We're actually switching clients from the Celo L1 client to an OP stack-based L2 client. And so every full node will have to actually switch clients when they do the upgrade. There's also like an interesting little bit of additional work that all full node operators will have to do, which is to migrate their chain data in a way that's compatible with this new OP stack-based client. But beyond full nodes, validators who to date have been securing the Celo network will also have to change the role that they're playing. Initially, we wanted them to launch as decentralized sequencers. We're really excited about decentralized sequencing. But for now, we're waiting to see how base sequencing evolves and how some of the other efforts in the Ethereum ecosystem around shared sequencing evolve. Because I think the idea of just creating a siloed sequencer that's decentralized doesn't really help defragment the whole Ethereum ecosystem. And so we're eager to do our part to unify Ethereum. And so for now, our validators are going to move towards just running community RPC nodes. We're going to keep the whole election system that keeps them elected. They're going to continue earning rewards, although we're talking about potentially changing what those rewards look like. And then once we figure out what's going to happen on the shared sequencing front, we may find a way to plug them into that or maybe deprecate their roles entirely. I think that still remains to be seen.
Okay, interesting. So you build on shared sequencing to try and maximize composability, and you want to leave the door open to base sequencing specifically. I guess you mentioned that you want to wait and see how it develops. Is there anything in particular that you'd like to see? Is it, for example, the pre-confirmations coming to mainnet?
Certainly, yeah, pre-confirmations are really interesting. I think given the payment use cases on Celo, I think we really care about finality. And so I think that's one reason why actually we're also very excited about your proposal yesterday, to be able to move to single slot finality or 3-slot finality, as I understand it, makes base sequencing really, really compelling, certainly for us as well. Pre-confirmations, I think, are a good stepping stone in that direction. So I think that's pretty interesting as well.
Okay, and is Celo looking to become a roll-up and consume Ethereum data, or a Validium without data?
Yeah, really great question. So because we have existing use cases, because we have a lot of users, we have 4 million, for example, users using a wallet called MiniPay, which is by Opera. Maybe just a show of hands, how many people here have used an Opera browser in the past? Cool. So you might be interested in hearing that Opera launched a wallet inside their Opera Mini browser, which is an Android-only wallet, and has, I think, 500 million installs, 100 million monthly active users. Within that, they've onboarded 4 million people into a wallet that exists in this browser called MiniPay. And this is basically their version of this initial vision that we set out to build back in the day. That there's other incarnations of wallets like this as well, like Valora. And across Valora and MiniPay, we have on the order of 5 million users who are transacting on a pretty regular basis, doing P2P payments in emerging markets. And a lot of these payments are small, and a lot of these folks rely on the low transaction fees of the Celo network today. And so this is, I think, the most important thing with this upgrade. We need to make sure that we preserve these low fees. And while it's true that with Proto-Dank starting today, the fees can be small, we're very, very nervous about what will happen once this bull market continues to heat up and once that blob space becomes much more competitive. And so for this reason, we've been working with the EigenLayer team to use EigenDA for this transition. And we think it's a good kind of middle ground. It's very Ethereum aligned. It's still run by Ethereum validators, but the fees are significantly cheaper. And critically, the capacity is just so much bigger that even if there's a lot more competition for that capacity, the fees will remain low. And that's really appealing for us.
Okay, gotcha. So you're Validium because you want very cheap transaction fees, and presumably you have very high throughput. Like, how many transactions per second are you processing right now?
Yeah, so in the latest L2 testnet, we've moved to 30 million gas per second. And so that's on the order of, I think, 1.3K, 1,300 potential base native asset transactions per second that the network could process. We're not processing that today. I think the average is certainly much lower, but the thing about network effects, the thing about things just suddenly going exponential, we want to make sure that we can have that capacity should, for example, MiniPay take off and become a global phenomenon. And I'm personally very bullish on that. I think, again, they've onboarded 4 million people in the last year. I have a lot of conviction that, by this time next year, a lot of people here will be just using MiniPay for, P2P payments within the crypto ecosystems and hopefully also sending payments, to family and friends as well. Hopefully people outside of crypto.
Okay, interesting. So it sounds like this is a progressively Ethereum-aligned story. You started by trying to build a wallet on Ethereum, and then you use the EVM, but not Ethereum as a settlement layer. And then now you're moving to Ethereum as a settlement layer, and you're leaving the door open to potentially using base sequencing, as well as potentially leaving the door open to become a roll-up and consume Ethereum data. Are there any other ways in which you're kind of aligning with Ethereum? Are you using, for example, ETH or Celo for transaction fees?
Yeah, it's a great question. So initially, the native asset will remain as Celo. So we're using the custom gas feature of the OP stack to do that. And we thought long and hard about potentially switching that out, but I think we learned that maybe that would make it a hard fork, because suddenly all exchanges, all wallets, everyone that is reasoning about your balance of the Celo asset would suddenly have to upgrade and quickly change that to be a different asset. And we were particularly nervous about whether or not everyone would do that and what the impact could be to end users. And so we're not changing the native asset, at least not yet. But because Celo supports paying for gas with tokens, we modified the OP stack bridge to effectively allow WETH coming over from Ethereum to be a gas currency on Celo. And so we do want people to be able to pay with not ETH, but with WETH on Celo, with the token on Celo. And because the chain supports it, we're very excited about this prospect.
Okay, gotcha. So some sort of form of account abstraction where you can pay in either WETH or Celo.
Yeah, so one of the things that Celo supports, I mentioned this earlier, in order to facilitate P2P payments, in order to make it easy for people to send stablecoins from one phone number to another, we abstracted away all of the gas payment piece, and natively, without even account abstraction, you can pay for gas with tokens on Celo. And so right now it's mostly stablecoins, but with this upgrade, we're going to add WETH support as well.
Okay, gotcha. I guess I'm curious if you think, as being the very first L1 to move to an L2, you're going to be a trendsetter, be a template for other L1s to become L2s. And if so, do you have any ideas as to which L1s might be good candidates to become L2s?
Hot takes. So we certainly hope that we can become a case study for others. We put on Settlement Day 2 days ago, which was an event really focused solely on making Ethereum the settlement layer of Web3. I think we're very bullish on this idea. I think you've been one of the biggest champions of this idea for a long time, and we certainly believe in this future for Ethereum. And we're really excited to play a role, hopefully, in being the first of many who will transition from an L1 to an L2 and help effectively Ethereum be the settlement layer for all of Web3. In terms of who could be next, I think that's a really hard question. But certainly, I gave a talk about Celo being this case study and the learnings that we had over the last year, the other L1s could potentially follow. And there were folks in the audience that came up and said, oh my God, I felt like you were speaking to me, like this is exactly what we're thinking about, this is exactly the kind of questions that we have, and it's just so nice that you're putting out this playbook that we can really follow. I don't know if it's my place to share those names of those people who came up, but certainly if you think about it, right, like pretty much every EVM chain out there that's an Alt L1, I would imagine that at some point they would want to make the switch, right? I just firmly believe that going forward, it doesn't make sense to be an EVM compatible chain that is its own L1. And so there's obviously many such chains that you guys are all familiar with, and I would imagine that eventually they will all transition. It just doesn't make sense for them to not. It's my own personal opinion.
I remember a few months ago we had DYDX do the exact opposite move to you. They went from an L2 to an L1. Did you follow that story, and were any of the arguments compelling? And do you think that they're going to regret the decision and potentially come back to Ethereum?
Yeah, it's a great question. When talking to the team over there, it sounds to me like the reason they did this was because they thought that they would be able to get more transaction throughput as an L1. And I think that maybe you could have argued 3 years ago when they were kind of thinking first about making this change. But I think now, I think it's pretty clear that you can get the same, if not better, throughput with ZK EVMs that they're able to get, as a Cosmos SDK chain. So I don't know. I think I wouldn't be surprised if they come back. I mean, there's a lot of shakeups going on over there. I don't know if you saw. There's been big changes to the team, and so we'll see what happens.
So you mentioned ZK VMs. Are you operating as an optimistic Validium or a ZK Validium?
Yeah, so in order to get to mainnet as soon as possible, we have a lot of people asking us when mainnet, which is really funny, given that we already are a mainnet. We've already had to answer that question. But in order to get to mainnet again as quickly as possible, we chose an optimistic path. And so we chose to be an Optimium using, again, OP stack, using AltA in OP stack with EigenDA. But we did that in part because we had this hypothesis that prover tech for RISC-V ISAs will eventually catch up and will be able to effectively transition to become a ZK EVM without much additional effort. And it's actually kind of crazy. We made this decision, we had this hypothesis, I would say maybe in February of this year. And already today, with SP1, we're seeing actually that it's starting to become possible to start proving the OP stack with sub 1 second, sub 1 cent prover costs, even just by proving machine code without actually having to hand tune any of these circuits for these EVMs. And so I think, yeah, that's pretty exciting to see. I think in your talk you showed that there's now 7 different teams that are working on basically proving RISC-V, and SP1 being just one of them. And I think the rate of innovation just continues to grow rapidly. And so, yeah, I think we're very, very happy with our choice because we think from a maintenance perspective, like this is 100% the way to go. We believe strongly in EVM equivalence, in minimizing the diff between our OP-Geth and Geth. Yes, we have some custom features right now that we added, the ability to pay for gas with tokens, all of this, but our long-term goal is to move away from that and just match what Ethereum is doing. We're particularly excited about the account abstraction roadmap. And I think to do that well, you kind of want to just have a version of Geth that you can then just prove using one of these RISC-V ISA-based provers. And we're just so excited that it's actually happening.
So you mentioned the desire to be EVM equivalents, to have very easy maintenance, but you also mentioned that you have some custom features. Did that cause any complications in basically building the fraud-proof game?
Yeah, not so much for the fraud proofs. I think in large part just the way that OP Stack and Canon is designed. So I think that was quite nice. It did mean that we had to port everything that we had into OP-Geth and into the Optimism node code base. But beyond that, I think Canon just took care of everything, which is pretty nice. Yeah.
Okay, and I guess one of my last questions is, are there any downsides to becoming an L2?
Yeah, I mean, certainly, a year plus worth of work that we could have spent doing other things, perhaps things that are more user-facing. So I think that's probably the biggest downside. And yeah, I think hopefully, like with us leading the way now and creating a playbook that others can follow, that will be less for other people, but certainly for us, this was a lot of effort. So I think that's probably the biggest downside, but I think net, it's 100% the right call. Even with that downside, just the growth of the whole ecosystem, the energy that the whole ecosystem is now bringing towards this upgrade, I think it's just amazing.
And I guess my last question is there anything else that you think is is worth highlighting about this migration from being an L1 to an L2?
Well, we finally have a date,
Yay.
so that's pretty exciting. So we can finally, answer when mainnet. So we've had 2 long-lived public testnets now since ECC, and then we have 1 more testnet that is currently still on the L1 code base that we need to upgrade, and that's going to happen on December 12th. So that's really, really soon. And that's going to be effectively a dry run for the mainnet upgrade. So our code is currently being audited. By that December 12th date, we expect to be fully audited. Any fixes that need to be done will be hopefully done. And we'll be able to have the final client and do a final, basically, dress rehearsal upgrade on the Baklava testnet. And then if that goes well, then we want to give full node operators a month to upgrade their clients and get ready for Celo L2. And so that points to mid-January for mainnet. So that's pretty soon. And we're, absolutely, super excited. We're obviously a little nervous. We have a lot of economic activity now on Celo. There's, last month there was just under $4 million worth of stablecoin volume. Which was, a record for us, twice what we had the month before, and well in excess of what we had in the prior bull market. And so that's a lot of value. We don't want to screw this up. And, again, I think all of the hard work that we've put into doing many, many dry runs to, load testing, stress testing, doing multiple upgrades, we're anticipating will pay off to make this upgrade go really smoothly.
Wow, really exciting. Congratulations and welcome to the club.
Thank you. Should we ask maybe some questions from the audience?
Sure. I was going to wait to see whether you wanted to discuss more, but if you want to go straight to Q&A. Audience, are you okay if we go straight to Q&A? Sure. Okay, we got some great questions coming in, by the way. By the way, don't forget to vote for your questions, right? Upvote them so that the best questions go right to the top, and we'll be trying to answer as many as we can in the time that we have. Okay, thank you again, gentlemen. Really appreciate it. Let's look at the top question. What were the best arguments for staying an L1 in your opinions? Anyone can take it?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So I think, if you talk to Martin Kuppelman, we had him actually do a debate at Settlement Day 2 days ago, and, he was giving his arguments. And, I think in his case, he also needed to keep gas fees cheap, and so he also needed an alternative to proto-dank sharding. And he wasn't comfortable with some of the trade-offs that LTA providers are kind of putting upon chains. And so I think, you could argue that maybe that's kind of one of the, one of the potential kind of arguments where you may want to say, okay, now let's just stay as an L1. But I think, folks like EigenDA, folks like Celestia, they have on their roadmap actually some really interesting work around bringing ZK proofs on chain that actually fundamentally change the trust model for using them. And so I think all of that will get fixed. So I don't think it makes sense to wait necessarily. And then of course, dank sharding is hopefully coming soon too. And so I think eventually, this won't really be an issue. So does it make sense to wait? Personally, I don't think so, but certainly folks like Gnosis Chain feel like it does make sense to wait.
All right. Go ahead, yep.
Yeah, I was going to say, one of the things that we didn't touch on, and is maybe a big argument to becoming an L2, is that you don't have to pay for security. So issuance can be dramatically lower. Is that the case for Celo? Were you able to save on issuance?
Yeah, so we do have a plan to rejigger issuance, and I don't think we're quite ready yet to share exactly how much of a change that will be, but we're getting pretty close. And so certainly, yes, if you're not paying validators necessarily, then you can also pay stakers much less. and that dramatically changes your issuance. I mean, in theory, you can basically go down to 0, right? Most L2s don't actually have any sort of inflation in order to secure the network. I think in our case, given the legacy nature of the network, given the fact that there is issuance today, we think going from the current emission rate to 0 is just too dramatic. But we do think that there is some cutting that can be done.
I mean, if we think purely in terms of incentives, it looks like L1s becoming validiums is kind of a no-brainer because you don't have to pay for security, and you also get to use Ethereum essentially for free, right? Because you're not paying for DA, and the snapshotting of the state root on a regular basis is fairly cheap.
100%. I mean, I think this is again why we're very excited about SP1 and a lot of these, Risk Zero and other provers, because it makes this migration much, much easier. And I think most alt L1s actually do have a little bit of difference from Ethereum, right? I think a lot of people built it in a way to have some unique functionality that you couldn't get from Ethereum. And so it's not that easy to plug in existing ZK EVMs for some of these networks, right? In our case, we would have had to dramatically modify some of the ZK EVMs out there if we wanted to use them, because again, we can pay for gas with tokens on Celo, and that fundamentally means we have a different state transition function. But if you're just proving arbitrary machine code, then actually you can do that relatively easily. That wasn't the case, when we started this journey, but I think now we're finally getting to the point where actually this is becoming possible. And so, yeah, I don't think we're going to wait, right? We have a mainnet date already. I think we're going to start as an Optimium, but certainly for other L1s, I think they'll be able to go down that path pretty easily.
All right, thanks. We can take some more questions. There are a lot of questions being voted by the Celo users. So let's look at the one on top with 10 votes. How will Celo users be able to take advantage of being on the super chain? And if it's okay, just hold your mic a little bit closer to your mouth so that everybody can hear.
Absolutely. So I think, yeah, being part of the super chain means better interop with the rest of a part of Ethereum. Maybe not all of Ethereum, but certainly a pretty exciting part of Ethereum. And so I think, yeah, being able to interop with other applications in the Ethereum ecosystem is going to be really great. Already, World Chain has, a pretty exciting ID product with state roots that they're moving to other superchain networks. I think that will be something to look out for sure on Celo. I think that can create a lot of great synergies. Obviously, with Unichain now launching in the superchain, with Base and OP Mainnet and many other chains, there's just a lot of really cool applications that hopefully Celo applications will be able to compose with pretty easily. So yeah, I'm very, very bullish on the superchain for sure. But as we talked about before, I'm also bullish on interop with the rest of Ethereum, right? I think this is where base sequencing, shared sequencing really shines, and I'm very, very excited for that. And I know that this has also been a big theme in Devcon this week. I think there's an interop summit happening also this weekend. I think hopefully we'll have not just a superchain, but the whole Ethereum superchain that we'll be able to interop with, and I think the opportunities will be just massive.
Go ahead.
So I just remembered that recently Kraken decided to join the superchain, and there was this story around potentially like some sort of deal happening with an exchange of funds, and I was wondering if basically Optimism reached out to you reached out to them. Like, what was the deal like?
Yeah. So initially we just picked OP Stack without any sort of deal and without reaching out at all. I think we were very, very excited about, or I think we were very impressed, I should say, by the license, the open source nature, the level of detail in the specifications. And so, when we initially made the proposal to the Celo ecosystem, we wanted to have some legs, and so we wanted to actually have already picked a stack that we could then proposed to the ecosystem. But after that, every L2 stack out there got excited about the prospect of Celo potentially using it and actually went to Celo on-chain governance to say, hey, maybe you should consider us. And so that ended up almost requiring us to say, okay, Sea Labs did make this proposal to use OP stack, but now through governance, there's all of this interest from all of these other ecosystems. And then, the community started thinking about this. And then sure enough, the community asked Sea Labs to weigh in because we were doing the technical analysis in the first place. And so that resulted in us doing a lot of more due diligence to figure out, okay, maybe we should consider all of these different stacks for all of their merits and make a decision. And so ultimately, Sea Labs did make a proposal, a new proposal that the community ratified. And in that proposal, there was also some kind of deal, so to speak, that OP brought to the table for the community to ratify. And so all of that was done out in the open. You can read the forum posts on forum.celo.org. Including kind of the other proposals from other chains as well.
All right, great. Very comprehensive answer. It's nice to see that all it takes is one message and one question, and you can collaborate with so many different people, and who knows what the future of super chains will be. But let's look at the board. We've got 11 votes for this question, which keeps getting pushed up, so people definitely want you guys to answer it. Do you think an L2 token is needed if gas token is in ETH? What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question for all L2s, right? Do we need L2 tokens to govern all of these different L2s? In our case, Celo does have full on-chain governance. We just talked about that a little bit now. And so certainly the token, can continue to exist purely for a governance basis. And I think that's certainly something that other L2s have used as well. I don't know, Justin, if you have any takes.
Yeah, so I think the various L2s will generate revenue, either in the form of congestion fees or in the form of MEV. And I think it makes sense for that revenue to accrue to an L2 token because that's where the value is created. But I think that from a UX perspective, it's best that the gas token just be ETH so that you can pay ETH for all of the layer of the stacks. And then behind the scenes, the ETH that is collected by the L2 is kind of auctioned off to buy L2 tokens and maybe burn those tokens. So maybe one mechanism could be that you accrue congestion fees in ETH for a whole day, and then at the end of the day, you hold an auction to sell the ETH, buy L2 tokens, and then burn those tokens.
Interesting. I've never heard that idea before. Accrue congestion fees to buy tokens, you're saying?
Yeah, buy the L2 tokens and then burn the L2 tokens.
Got it. Sorry, did you want to add something to that at the end of the answer, or you're good?
No, I think, yeah. I think certainly that's the model that many L2s are now following.
All right, great answer to the question. We've got another very popular question with 9 votes. Is there a future for standalone alt L1s in general, EVM especially?
My personal take is no. It just doesn't seem to make sense. Why create a standalone alt L1 and not plug into the broader Ethereum ecosystem and not be part of the Ethereum scaling roadmap? There was a time when that was the only thing that made sense, and that's ultimately why we launched Celo the way that we did. Or I should say the kind of validator community launched Celo the way that it did. But I think now, it just, I don't think it makes sense at all. Certainly I don't think it makes sense for even some non-EVM chains. But if you're EVM, I think it's very, very hard to defend now.
So I guess the biggest counterexample would be BNB, right? They're a huge chain, they're EVM. Do you expect them to become an L2?
I would be surprised if they're not at least looking at it.
Right. Okay.
Right. Good answer. This question keeps getting voted as well with 11 votes, quite high. Define Ethereum alignment, please. Who wants to take that one?
I think Vitalik has a post about this, right? Do you remember it off the top of your head? I think he outlined, 5 different bullets that I thought were very thoughtful. And I think, certainly in the case of L2s, I think using Ethereum for settlement was up there, making sure that you actually were building an L2 that was moving towards a stage 2 roll-up or L2, I think was another really big piece. I'm forgetting some of the other points that he mentioned. I'm wondering if Justin knows.
Sure.
Actually, I didn't read that post. But like my take on alignment, I guess, would be utilitarian alignment, right? Like you want to use Ethereum as a settlement layer or as a shared sequencer or as DA. And if you are going to do these things, you need to understand why you're doing those things. In the context, for example, of using Ethereum as a sequencer, the answer would be composability, specifically synchronous composability with the L1 and the other base rollups. If you're using Ethereum DA, then the answer that I would have is to have shared security, so that you're building a money Lego which others will feel comfortable composing with because they know that it is a money Lego that is as secure as Ethereum L1. And actually, using Ethereum DA also ties in with composability, because if you're using something like Celestia, well, there is a new sequencer that is introduced in the Celestia chain, and now because you don't have shared sequencing anymore, you lose the opportunity for synchronous composability. And so I think in the previous panel, I just arrived at the tail end, they were arguing that DA is just a commodity. And that's something that I fundamentally disagree with. If you want shared security, basically undeniably secure infrastructure and money Legos, you need to be using Ethereum DA. And if you want this synchronous composability with the rest of the ecosystem, you also need Ethereum DA. And then there's a third reason, which is a bit of a future and subtle reason, which is that if you want to become a native rollup, meaning that you have an exact copy of the EVM of the L1 EVM as your EVM in an L2, then you need to be a rollup. And the basic reason is that the way that you would become a native rollup is by making use of this ZK EVM precompile. But for the ZK EVM precompile to work, the input data needs to be made available so that the validators can be guaranteed that they would receive SNARK proofs for the precompile, and the only way to do that is for the data to be in blobs. So yeah, my thesis is that DA is to a large extent winner take most in terms of like value accrual, and it will be very large amounts of value accrual because any given individual DA platform, especially Ethereum DA, is going to be extremely limited. And the reason is that in order to get that strong robustness and security, we have this constraint that we only have home internet connections as the basis for DA. And Danksharding gives us a multiplier of roughly 100x over that. So for the whole world, we're sharing 100 internet connections to do like all of our high value, high security transactional activity. And there are real reasons to be using Ethereum DA, security, composability, and the native rollups.
All right, thank you. Since you mentioned that you were calling out to Vitalik's article, I have it here. Let me just read out a quick excerpt regarding the question on top, which is Ethereum alignment. So he says the primary challenge is making sure that all these projects are collectively building something that feels like one Ethereum and not 138 incompatible projects. And the metrics that he gave was 1, open source, 2, open standards, 3, decentralization and security, and the last one, 4, is positive sum. Yeah, so those were some of the criteria or the metrics that he had provided when it comes to Ethereum alignment. Great question, by the way. Let's move on. We've got time for a few more. You guys okay for a few more questions?
Sure.
All right.
I have a question for Justin.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
I'm particularly curious, I guess, seeing your advocacy for Ethereum becoming the settlement layer for Web3. Certainly curious what your take is on Celo making this transition, and then also just what you think we can do to help with realizing this vision for Ethereum.
Right. So the way that I see it is that you're just starting a story towards using more and more of the value propositions of Ethereum. So the first thing that you're doing is shared settlement, and what that gives you is basically shared assets and shared liquidity. So you can take assets in other places in Ethereum land and bring them over with very, very little friction. And there's some advantages, for example, in terms of not having to have bridges, like Wormhole that will bridge the gap between the L1s. Bridging between L1s is extremely complicated because any given L1 doesn't know when the other L1 is hard forking, or is not aware of 51% attacks or anything happening at the social layer. And so fundamentally, if you want to build these two-way bridges that are completely trustless, then you can't really do it unless there's really, really strong immutability and the social layer doesn't come up. So in some sense, that might be one of the advantages of Bitcoin, where it just changes so little that it's building these two-way trustless bridges is a possibility. But I think for the vast majority of cases, if you want to have shared assets with Ethereum, then you need to share settlement. And today, there's about $600 billion of assets on Ethereum. Roughly, I think 350 billion is ETH, and then there's something like $200 billion of ERC20 tokens, and then there's miscellaneous assets like NFTs. But the reason why I say this is just the very first step is that now it will be a much easier path towards making use of the other features. And I think, I hope, I guess, that we can get to a point where DA is cheap enough that you'll feel comfortable using Ethereum DA. And I also hope that base sequencing can prove itself technically that you can also use that. And when you have the two combined, then suddenly you open up this whole world of synchronous composability. And I think this is where things become very, very exciting, because effectively at that point, Celo becomes the equivalent of an L1 smart contract, but with much, much, much lower fees. And so you get this kind of first-class composability with the rest of the ecosystem, and basically really tap into the network effects that Ethereum has to offer.
Excellent, very comprehensive answer. We've still got some time, so let's continue and see how many more questions from the audience we can go through. And again, thank you so much for asking these questions and voting them as well. Right at the top there, from the UX perspective, has migration to L2 not slowed down users' adoption?
Yeah, I wouldn't say so. I think certainly the growth of MiniPay did slow down the L2 migration. So around this time last year, right around when MiniPay was launching, we had to do a lot of work to make sure that the L1 could handle the load that MiniPay was throwing at it. And so we spent quite a lot of time preparing for that launch and making sure that it was ready. And so if anything, the other way around, I think the L2 migration was slowed down because of a lot of the growth in users on Celo.
All right, thank you very much. Next one, how is Celo migrating existing data to L2? Who would like to take that one?
Yeah, so I think that's, again, I think coming back to what we talked about in the beginning, right? A lot of people assume that we're just launching a new chain, and then people will have to migrate their data manually. Builders on top of Celo, users would effectively have to move their data. And that's not what we're doing. Instead, we're literally hard forking the network into becoming a new type of network that has the same state. And I think that's both exciting. It means that really only full node operators have to do any work. End users, dApp builders, developers, writing smart contracts. The idea is that they don't have to do any work. Everything will be seamless for them. Now, we do still ask them to do a little bit of work. We ask them to at least nag the full node operators that they're interacting with, right? So if you're using an RPC service of some kind, if you're using an indexer of some kind that's probably running their own full node, you know, we ask folks to go and reach out to these people to make sure that they're ready for this mid-January upgrade. You know, we've had testnets now since July for all of these folks to experiment with, and so, you know, the time is certainly now for everyone who is running a full node to make sure that they're ready for the upgrade. But yeah, I think critically the state just gets preserved. There is this one additional kind of small nuance, which is that the state is stored in this chain data format that has to be repackaged in a way that's compatible with OP-Geth. And I think that's kind of both interesting and unique. Bedrock went through this as well when OP upgraded to OP Bedrock, and we took a lot of inspiration from this. And basically what this means is that we have the L1 state that's running, that's basically backing the L1 client, and then we're going to have this L2 state that represents the same data, but is, at least on disk, slightly different. And so at the time of the hard fork, there's going to be a migration script that will repackage that data into this new format. And so that's, I think, pretty interesting. The end result is that the new client doesn't have to have any special code to understand the old chain data through all of the different hard forks that, you know, the chain has gone through to date. It makes the new code much cleaner. It means it actually matches Ethereum much better. But it does mean that we're going to have this kind of chain data migration step during the hard fork.
Just to let you know, people loved your answer because they can react with a heart-shaped icon. When you said hard fork and you don't have to do any work, heart, everybody loved that. Everybody loved hearing that. We got time, I think, for maybe 2 or 3 more questions. Let's look at the board again. Top question right up there is, if Ethereum, oh, this is a good question. If Ethereum supports 4-second block time, does it matter to L2s like Silo? Or it doesn't have much impact at all? What would you guys say to that?
Yeah, that's a good question. So from a UX perspective, I think what's going to happen is that pre-confirmations to a very large extent are going to abstract away the block time. And the ultimate promise is that you have 1 millisecond block times, because basically what you're doing is that you're sending your request to the next sequencer, and this next sequencer can immediately kind of respond back with a pre-confirmation. And so from the perspective of a user, the latency is optimal. It's just one ping time. But there is a little bit of a caveat, which is that when you have a decentralized sequencer, the pre-confirmations are, you know, not totally as reliable maybe as a totally centralized sequencer. So you could imagine, so on Ethereum, for example, something like 0.2% of the slots correspond to validators that have lost their keys. And they're permanently offline, and they're not even attesting. And so in those like small number of slots, then you wouldn't have a pre-confirmation, and you would skip a heartbeat. And the way that I think about this is that it's maybe similar to the experience on the internet. Right? Most of the time I'm at home and I have an excellent fiber connection, and then I go traveling, for example, to Bangkok, and every once in a while there's a bad internet connection, and the website takes 4 seconds to load. So I think reducing from 12 to 4 seconds is mostly about optimizing for this worst case, which should happen a very small percentage of the time. Another advantage, if you're going to go with base rollups of shortening the slot time, is that for some forms of DEXs, the amount of MEV that you're leaking through sex-DEX arbitrage basically goes down as you lower the slot time. So right now, things like Uniswap v3 or v2 or v1, having small slot times is advantageous. Having said that, I do expect that we're going to see next generation DEXs with Uniswap v4 because they have this system of hooks. And I think we're going to see designs that don't leak nearly as much MEV to the proposer. And as such, the reduction to 4 seconds doesn't matter as much.
All right, thank you. Very comprehensive answer. Well, we've got 51 seconds. Let's see if we can take one last question maybe. What was more difficult than expected from a technical point of view to get ready for the upgrade in 42 seconds? Most difficult thing.
Yeah, that's a hard one. I mean, I think, always dealing with unknown unknowns, when you have this much value flowing through the network,
Yep.
It's certainly something that is difficult for us to mitigate. And so we did a lot of work to mitigate those unknowns. And I think the thing that's worked the best for us is having long-running public test nets, which people could play around with, people could build on. And I mentioned that we've had basically public test nets running since July. And since then, we have found some bugs in the test nets that I don't think we would have found otherwise. And so that's been really, really great.
Excellent. The pleasant music is playing, which means our Q&A time has come to an end. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our two gentlemen on stage a big, big round of applause. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We really appreciate that. All right. They took on so many questions. I think that's a record for the most number of questions answered in one session. We had a lot of extra time, so that was fantastic to be able to get you guys to post your questions, to get your questions answered. Now, don't go anywhere because our next session is going to be starting very, very soon. Let me give you the title for our next session. Aha! It is on Layer 2 as well, so if you're interested in Layer 2 track, this is the place to be. It's going to be a title of The Future of Layer 2. Research, development, and next-gen technologies. Now, the next speaker, he's very interesting. He has actually served in the White House. Wow. So I've never met anyone who served in the White House. I'm excited to meet him. Now, we've got a few minutes before our next session comes into light. Before that, I want to remind everybody, if you just attended the previous session, can you please collect your card? Yeah? If you want to know how to collect your card, it's really easy. Just open, let me just show you. Open your Devcon passport. Scroll to the, where's the session? There we go, Reimagining Ethereum. And just scroll to the bottom and click on the Q&A button. When you click on the bottom right Q&A button, you'll see the terms Join Q&A, Collect Card, and Speaker Feedback. Hey, why don't you click Collect Card, and then you can get your little memento of attending the session. And then you can also give the speakers some feedback. Feedback is really important. Without feedback, we can't grow, we can't improve. It's really quite challenging. And since you're here listening to them live, you're the best people to give them feedback. How did you appreciate their answers? What did you think about the content of the session? Please send your feedback in, and we'd really, really appreciate it, right? Now, again, the hall really isn't that full. It's got a lot of space. So those of you at the back, once again, you know I'm going to ask you, come forward. I see some people taking their bags and coming forward. That's great. Thank you so much. There's so much space over here. Please come and fill up the space. It's always very encouraging, especially for the speakers, when we see an audience in the front ready to enjoy the session. But of course, if you feel comfortable at the back, no worries. And I should also address, there are many people who are watching online. Hi! You can actually wave at the camera. I don't know if the camera can see. Hi! You can turn around and wave. Hi! We welcome all of you on the live stream as well. And there is a translation service as well. So for those of you, if you'd like a live translation, in your Devcon passport, on the session, when you click on it, right at the bottom, there's a little translation button. Oh, I see more people coming. Hey, come in front. Thank you so much. Thank you. Come. Kapun kap, as we say in Thai. In my language from Malaysia, we say terima kasih. Terima kasih. Any other languages do I know? Let me think. Spanish, what do we say? Spanish, what do we say in thank you for Spanish? Gracias, thank you. Gracias, thank you. In French, merci beaucoup. Forgive my accent, it's not the greatest. Any other languages represented here today? A lot of people from around the world. Oh, I met someone from Brazil as well. What, huh? Deutsch, how do you say? Oh, Dankeschön. Dankeschön, yes, Deutsch. Dankeschön. In Chinese, we say 谢谢你. In Brazilian, does anybody know in Portuguese, how do you say thank you? Obrigado, yes, obrigado. Ciao, obrigado, and saying bye-bye and thank you. I was in South America last month, so I got to enjoy their wonderful culture. Beautiful, if you ever get the chance to visit. I see more people come in front. It's making me very, very happy. Thank you so much. Please enjoy the front seats over here. Welcome, those of you at the side. All right, we'll be starting in a few moments while we're getting everybody ready. Let me introduce the topic a little bit more to get you guys excited as well. All right, here we go. Now, this is the layer 2 track. So if you're sitting in the hall, I'm assuming that you guys are interested in layer 2s and all the information about them. So we're going to be discussing for this topic a lot of research and development about layer 2s. Challenges, solutions, the future, and a lot of illustrations as well to help us understand. Let me tell you a little bit about the speaker as well. He had a very, very interesting profile. Now, he is the co-founder and chief scientist at Off-Chain Labs, one of the original developers of Arbitrum. Oh, I love Arbitrum. Thank you so much for the airdrops. He was previously a professor as well at Princeton University and served in the White House as Deputy U.S. Chief Technology Officer. Wow, it doesn't get any higher up than that. I'm going to feel very, very small next to him, ladies and gentlemen. And I see more people coming in. That means people are interested in this session. Those of you at the back, if you're making your way in, please come in, come in, come in. Find your seats in the front here. The front is special, closer to the stage, closer to the speaker. We want to have a nice, intimate session as well, right? This is fantastic. Oh, before I forget, can you please start sending in your questions as well? You can send in your questions throughout the entirety of the session, but sending early is always best. Yeah, sending early is always good. And you guys did a great job just now upvoting the questions as well, so it's easier for us to choose the most popular questions. All right, are you guys ready for the session? All right, come on, you can do better than that. Are you guys ready? Then let's put our hands together and welcome our speaker, Ed Felton.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for your time today. I want to talk about where we're going with Layer 2. Now, everybody seems to say, and I agree, that our mission should be to onboard the next billion users. That is easy to say, but not so easy to do. Many people who have tried to do it have not succeeded. But I want to talk about what we need to do as a community to bring the Ethereum stack to the next billion users. And our approach has to start with this notion of alignment. And I think Vitalik's answer to the question about alignment is a very good one. But ultimately, to me, what it comes down to is aligning with our users. Because if we all align with our users, then we will be aligned with each other. And by meeting the needs of our users, we'll be able to actually attract that billion users online. So I think we should always be thinking, what is it that our users need and want, and how can we provide it? And if that's our North Star, then I think we have the best chance of getting to that billion. Now, I want to talk about 6 big moves that Ethereum either is making or will be making in order to get to that point. 6 important areas of emphasis. And that'll basically be the framework for this talk. Big move number 1 is to build in layers. This is something Ethereum is already doing. And here we can learn and have learned an important lesson from the most successful protocol in all of human history, namely TCP/IP, right? So TCP/IP basically works in layers, and by doing that, it achieves a couple of really important things. One is it gives a degree of modularity to the design so that it can adapt more easily, and each layer can focus on doing one thing and doing it very well. But also, by building in layers, you notice that that stack of layers is not just a line, it's a tree. So by building in layers, we can have variety and diversity at each layer, and that is really important for the strength of the ecosystem, both to meet different needs and also to experiment with different approaches. Vitalik caught on to this very early, unsurprisingly, and this is really what the roll-up-centric roadmap is about. It's about the idea that the Ethereum should be a stack, and that stack should be built in layers. Well, how's it going? It's going pretty well. Layer 2 and Layer 3 together, if you look at what throughput they've been providing, and you measure that in units of Ethereums, what you can see is, on a typical day, Layer 2 and 3 together is about 30 times the TPS of L1, about 80x the gas used, about 40x the call data, and there are roughly 100 Layer 2 and Layer 3 chains. So to illustrate that, let me show you a simple bar graph here, and this is to scale, showing the amount of gas used on a typical day on L1, L2, and L3. And many people are surprised that the L1 bar is about 1.5%, but also that the L3 bar is about as big as the L2 bar. So if you ask what has the L2 roadmap, the roll-up-centric roadmap, been successful, I think it has, because it's taken us from this tiny bar at the bottom to now having to change the scale to fit onto the scale everything that's happening. So that's been a big success. But how do we take this even further? Well, in order to take it even further, we can move to the second big move, which is to connect everything. And so we get to this topic of L2 and L3 interoperation, which is one of the really hot topics of discussion in the community these days. Now, it's important to connect everything, but it's important how we connect everything, because there are many different ways at the technical level we can manage and control the interoperation. And the choices that we make here are really important for how and whether we can provide what our users need. Now, in terms of how we can do interoperation, again, I think we can learn a lot from the internet, from how the internet does interoperation. Again, the most successful interoperable protocol in all of human history. And internet interoperability really, I think, is built around these 5 principles. 1, focus on being fast as you reasonably can, given the constraints you have. 2nd, to be standards-based. Those things that you can standardize, especially things like naming and data formats, you should standardize. And there's work going on in the Ethereum stack and the Ethereum community to do that. 3rd, interoperation on the internet is asynchronous, meaning that when 2 boxes interact, when 2 components interact, they don't stop and wait for each other. Because that other component might be slow, or indeed it might not respond at all. Notice that next, fault tolerant. The idea that in interacting with some component, you're able to deal with the case where it fails or doesn't respond. You design with that in mind. And you're constantly thinking about, well, what happens if the other component is not there? How am I going to cope? How can I keep serving the user? And then finally, security conscious, to think about, is maybe the other component that you're interacting with might be compromised. What are the consequences of that? Those last 3, asynchronous, fault tolerant, and security conscious, it's tempting to try to sweep them away under the rug. But in fact, I think we can learn something really important from the internet, which is even 2 boxes in a data center that are just centimeters apart, managed, controlled, and programmed by the same parties, even those boxes interact with each other asynchronously and in a fault-tolerant way. And so I think there's really deep wisdom in designing in that way. Now, when we talk about interoperation, there's kind of 2 different approaches that people take to L2, L3 interop. One of them is sort of chain clusters approach, where things are tightly coupled. You have the same governance, you have the same infrastructure, and you have tight constraints on what software you can run and how on all of these boxes to try to get them to be essentially identical in the hopes that you can get some advantage in speed by doing that. So that certainly is one approach, and there are people who are going in that direction, trying to get interoperation by forcing uniformity. But I think a better model is a model that's more like the internet. I mean, there are uses for the tightly coupled model. That's what's used, say, on the internet within a single data center. But if you're talking about interacting more broadly, I think thinking about a more loosely coupled model of interoperation. And that's consistent with this idea of asynchronous, fault-tolerant, and security-conscious. And I think this is where we need to focus on going, because ultimately, this is the approach that will give us a more robust and more practical system. Big move number 3, developers. And of course, we have to show this. So what does that mean? What do developers need? What do they want to be as useful and productive as possible? I would argue that what they want is really 3 main things. One is to be able to use familiar, standard, and battle-tested tools for programming. That means programming languages, it means tools and debuggers and fuzz testers and all of those sorts of things. Second, they want something that runs fast. And third, they want an environment where different smart contracts are fully composable, right? That's really the big strength of why we're on a blockchain, right? Is so that a programmable blockchain is so that you can get these things to work together. So in the Arbitrum stack, our approach to this is stylus, and the idea of the multi-VM. And that is, rather than having just a single virtual machine, a single way of deploying programs, instead the multi-VM approach says we can have a single execution environment that has EVM in it and a WebAssembly VM. And we can build that in such a way that they are fully composable in the way that programmers want. This gives you the benefit of being able to run EVM code if you want, to being able to write smart contracts in Rust or C++, run them in a fully composable way on the same chain. Not separate silos, but a single unified composable environment. I think this is a big step forward, and we're seeing other teams starting to work in this direction as well. Big move number 4 is to make it fast, but make it fast for real. And that means don't cook up a sort of fake benchmark so that you can have a giant TPS number to quote. Really focusing on the factors that limit performance in real life. That is, we want to understand what happens when we're running on a real chain, on real equipment, and with a real workload of lots of different diverse contracts and transactions on a chain that has a big state and a long history. This is the world that chains actually execute in. So how can we get to the point where we can push performance to the limit, but in a way that's realistic and focusing on the thing that, again, really matters for users and developers, instead of just trying to make a glitzy number that we can never really back up? Okay, so I think there are basically five approaches that are going on and being worked on in the community to get there. And I want to start with the first one, which is benchmarks. This is certainly outside of our community. The development of benchmarks has been really important, finding standardized ways to measure realistic performance. Both standardized and realistic are important here, right? Standardized because you want to be able to compare in a fair apples-to-apples way across different systems, and as well as you experiment with different approaches to design in your single system to be able to have a strong and valid comparison. And realistic performance also is important, so that you're testing in an environment that is as close to realism as possible, so that the numbers you get actually are a good predictor of how fast something will go. Second, faster execution. People are working on developing faster VMs, working on things like more efficient database representations to get better performance out of the same hardware. Third is the use of parallelism. And this in particular, I think, means finding parallelism that exists naturally already in the workload. Don't make developers worry about parallelism. Instead, just discover, well, we can run this transaction and that transaction at the same time because they're non-interfering. Discover that, take advantage of it, and make sure that your gas pricing and gas limits system is appropriately dealing with that so that you can have fearless parallelism for developers. Fourth, resource pricing. Now, we know that today, as soon as one resource on a node hits a bottleneck, you slow down and raise the price of all of the resources that are needed to execute that chain. We can do better than that. By having more accurate, more nuanced gas pricing, we can make sure that we make better use of the capacity of the ordinary nodes that we want to run our chain on, while at the same time remaining safe. I think there's really significant improvements in throughput available just by being smarter about how we track and price resources on the same hardware. And then finally, sharding. In the cases where you need it, to get horizontal scaling with less friction by simply taking a chain and dividing it into a set of very closely coupled subchains. Now, that's not for everyone because there is not zero friction in interacting across those shards. But in cases where it's needed, this, I think, will be also a valuable tool. So a lot of things going on to try to make it fast. Big move number 5 is technical decentralization. And all of the major L2, L3 stacks have gone some distance down this road to decentralization, but we need to keep doing this to make sure that at a technical level, our systems are decentralized. So what does decentralization mean? Well, it means that actual power is dispersed. So to give you a couple examples from the Arbitrum stack, one of them that is upcoming soon for the DAO's consideration is Bold, which is a new dispute resolution protocol, which is the first and only fully secure fraud-proof system that has these characteristics. It's resilient against up to 7 days of censorship on the Ethereum chain. It has a fixed completion time no matter how many adversarial stakes are there. Bold will be able to resolve any disagreement with a fixed limited completion time. It allows honest parties to pool their stakes. So if you're a participant and you don't have enough funds to stake, you can find a whole bunch of other people, and they can trustlessly combine their stakes into a single pooled stake. And once you come up with one stake from across all of the honest parties in this shared way, you're good to go, and you can guarantee the safety of the chain. And it doesn't rely on a Security Council veto mechanism as part of its core security model. That is, if the Arbitrum Security Council goes away and does nothing, the system is still secure. The only purpose of the Security Council is to deal with a critical vulnerability. And the guarantee after this is in place is that any one user with their ordinary laptop can enforce safety and progress of the chain. That's possible, of course, only possible because we have L1 underneath us providing that core of security. But this is a really powerful security guarantee. I want to talk as well about sequencing, because decentralizing the sequencing function will be, for the Arbitrum stack at least, the very last step in technical decentralization. There's a lot to like about the current first-come, first-served model of sequencing. It has all these nice properties I've listed here, but there are two properties at the bottom that it doesn't currently have. One is that it doesn't currently internalize MEV value for the chain, and two is that it's not currently decentralized. It relies on a centralized sequencer, which, to be clear, is not trusted for the safety or liveness of the chain. It's only trusted to report which transactions have arrived and in what order. But we'd like that to be decentralized. So in terms of capturing revenue, there are a bunch of different approaches. Some systems are experimenting with priority gas auction. In the Arbitrum stack, the one we like is Time Boost, which basically involves creating an express lane at the first-come, first-served sequencer and giving a time advantage to a party who wins an exclusive license by winning an auction, giving them an exclusive time advantage over a 1-minute period. The idea here is to capture MEV revenue for the chain in this auction while maintaining the very fast block times and protection against front running and other good properties of this system. And critically, this can be done in a decentralized way. So this gives you internalized MEV value for the chain. You can also decentralize the sequencer, and that's an important thing to do. There's an ongoing research project in the Arbitrum stack between Off-Chain Labs and Espresso Systems to move to a committee-based sequencing scheme, so that you have a committee of sequencers, and provided that some suitable majority of them are honest, the behavior will be just like an honest centralized sequencer. So you get the nice properties of honest centralized sequencing, but without having to trust any particular party. Okay, so that gets you to the decentralized stage. And at least for Arbitrum, once Bold has been deployed, assuming the DAO approves it, and once this sequencer decentralization step is done, then the technical decentralization roadmap is finished. Other stacks as well are working on trying to get to the end of their decentralization roadmaps. But I want to talk finally about big move number 6, which is decentralized control. And here I think we can again look to the story of the internet. And I want to start with this famous essay written by John Perry Barlow in 1996 called The Declaration of Independence of Cyberspace, which explained that cyberspace was this new area and government could have no influence there, big companies could have no influence there. This was the birth of freedom for all of humanity forever, basically. Well, so that was 1996. Last week, we had Cory Doctorow, who is in some ways a kind of intellectual descendant of Barlow's thinking, wrote this. After about 10 seconds of sheer joy, what we got was all new gatekeepers who were at least as bad and even more powerful than the old ones. And the net became basically 5 giant websites, each filled with screenshots of the other 4. Right? So if we look at what has happened in sort of the Web 2 space, this original idea that it would be fully decentralized and not subject to the control of powerful entities, that didn't turn out. So what happened? I think what happened was that the community, that community lost sight of what decentralization really means. Decentralization is more than just a right on paper to participate. What it means is that power is truly dispersed to the community. The question is not who has a on paper right to participate. The question is who holds the power. So when we talk about decentralizing governance of L2s and L3s, I wanted to sort of draw a distinction between a phrase which I promise was already on my slide before a very interesting talk with the same title happened yesterday or the day before, decentralization theater. Decentralization theater is where you go through the motions and say the words, but you don't do it. There's pretty words about community, but your system's really, really custodial. DAO votes are just advisory. A multi-sig action is part of the plan and not just an emergency backup. And you have a theoretical right to participate, but you lack real power. True decentralization means you have an active, independent community. The DAO holds the master keys. When the DAO votes, it's not just a polite request to some multi-sig controlled by insiders to do something. The DAO's votes directly cause action on-chain. The Security Council, if there is one, is chosen by the DAO. And anyone can run a node or validator, and stakes can be pooled. I think that's true decentralization of power. So with those 6 moves, I think we can align ourselves with users and get to that next billion users. The future of L2, I think, is the future of Ethereum and vice versa. We are a unified Ethereum stack. We're not pushing and pulling against each other, or shouldn't be. And finally, the principle I'd like you all to remember is that we should all be trying to maintain in the L2 and L3 space is that if it's your chain, it should be your rules. Thanks. And we have some time, I think, for questions.
Absolutely. Let's give our speaker a nice big round of applause. Can I just say, as a former lecturer myself, I recognize when there's another educator on stage. Clear slides, great presentation, straight to the point. Let's go right to our questions. Ladies and gentlemen, first one on the screen. When will Arbitrum become a ZK rollup?
The answer to that is when the cost and practicality of ZK proving at the scale that Arbitrum needs is there. My view on ZK versus optimistic is that if we switched Arbitrum to be a ZK rollup tomorrow, our users wouldn't really notice. Optimistic versus ZK has very little effect on user experience.
Yep.
ZK rollup has some technical advantages. Our team has been working really aggressively at looking at ZK proving technologies and working with teams, but in my view, it's not really time to do that yet. That time will come. I gave a talk at the BAS conference at Columbia a couple months ago. It's available online, about an approach to doing this. I think actually the end game is a combination of optimistic and ZK proving, where you can get the best of both worlds.
All right, thank you very much for the answer. Fantastic.
Yep.
Why WASM and not RISC-V?
Why WASM and not RISC-V? There's a bunch of reasons. One is that fundamentally it's because WASM is designed for this type of application. WASM is designed for, it's type safe by nature. You can safety check WASM code statically at load time, and then you get very strong safety properties when you do that. That's number one. Number two is that WASM was designed not only with not only as an instruction set, but WASM was designed with fast execution in mind. And there's been a tremendous amount of effort to make fast execution engines for WASM, because that's built into browsers, it's built into consumer software. And so it's a much more mature, the execution of WASM efficiently is much more mature, and the tools for making sure that you do it efficiently are much more mature. And so we settled on WASM early, and I still think it's the right choice.
Yep, excellent answer. Moving on, we've got a time for maybe three more. What do you think about synchronous composability between different L2s?
So I think you can aim for synchronous composability, but I actually think that here, this is a place where we can learn a lesson from the internet. Remember what I talked about before, how those two blade servers that are a centimeter from each other in the same data center still interact asynchronously? Because it's a more robust way to interact. I think the notion that one chain should stop and wait for another is something that we should question. You could do synchronous composability. I think there's a real cost in throughput of having one chain stop and wait for another. If you just rename synchronous as stop and wait composability, I think it becomes clearer why you might not want it.
Fantastic. People love that answer as well. And let's go to the next question at the top. How can we avoid different L2 ecosystems such as Arbitrum, Optimism, etc., becoming silos of data and value? Great question.
Yeah, it is a great question. It's a super important question and one that a lot of folks are working on. And the answer is basically that story about L2 interop. What we need is a set of open standards and open mechanisms for interoperation, right? Rather than focusing on how can I do great interop within my silo or within my tech stack, we need to figure out how we can have an Ethereum-wide interoperation framework. Not just data format standards, but also standards for mechanisms and what guarantees that these systems provide to each other. That's not easy to do, but I think we can do it. It's a really active topic for our research team, and really eager to work with teams across the sector on making this available for everyone.
All right, we got, 20 seconds. Let's see if we can finish one question for the final.
Yeah.
How can you claim Bold is decentralized if bond size is 3,600 ETH?
My answer is partly spicy and partly not. My spicy answer is that you could make it smaller, but you would be sacrificing security. And so I think that's necessary. But I think most importantly, the fact that you can pool stakes is critical here. It's not 3,600 from one party. It's 3,600 in total from all of the honest parties. Trustless stake pooling is key to making this work. You could make the stake smaller, you'd be sacrificing security. So that's why it's not in the proposal. Thanks.
Excellent answer. Let's give Ed another big, big round of applause. I thought that was a wonderful presentation. And just to let you know as well, Ed, a lot of people were giving their feedback in the question answer, saying what a clear and interesting presentation it was. Of course, as a former professor from Princeton University, I'd expect no less. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our next session is about the rise of app chains from L2s to roll-up clusters. Now, before we start, I know some of you might be leaving to another session. That's fine. We'll give you 1 or 2 minutes to quietly and quickly exit the hall. But for those of you who are still in here, hey, please come and stay and enjoy. I also want to point out there's one gentleman in the front writing notes on his notebook. I saw you writing some notes. That was absolutely fantastic. Oh, brought me back some years. If you are writing notes, can I just say that's a wonderful thing to do. Writing notes is good. It keeps your mind active. You're paying attention. You're writing it out. Now, on a physical book, wow, I haven't seen notes on a physical book in some time. And I also, oh, you've got one as well. Fantastic. Oh, all these note takers right in the front. Oh, another one. How many of you are writing notes on physical books? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, fantastic. Keep doing what you're doing. Now, for the rest of you, if you prefer doing notes online, I've not mentioned this much, but there's actually a collaborative note function on your Devcon Passport app. So I don't know if you've checked it out yet or not, but you can, right? It's part of the functionality of the app. By the way, this app, amazing functions you've got inside. Everything is live. You can click on Take Collaborative Notes for any of the sessions that you're visiting, and then you can post those notes publicly, right? And people can interact with them. All right, so if you want to do that, you know, whether it's physically on a notebook, that's fine. Online, that's fine as well. Whatever's more convenient, yeah? I know earlier in the session there were some really technical questions. We couldn't cover all of them. Again, if you have a question and you've submitted it, first of all, thank you. If your question was not asked, don't worry. Our speakers, you know, as they're exiting, you can go and meet them outside, have a chit-chat with them, get to know them more, ask your questions in person. I think that's also a wonderful way. Now, I see a few new faces coming in. Please come in. You can sit in front here, right in the front row, left and right. There's lots of places here. We've got lots of room for everybody. And in terms of the main stage, we're going to have, very interesting actually, we've got 2 more sessions on the main stage. 2 more sessions, this one and the next one. And then we've actually got a movie premiere. Now, I don't know if you've seen this in your app, but when I saw it, I was like, wow, this is amazing. So there's going to be a movie premiere this evening after the 2 more sessions about the first crowd-funded anime on Ethereum. Wow, that's going to be quite cool. So I'm very interested to see that as well. We've got 2 sessions first, followed by the movie premiere. So if you're in the hall, don't go anywhere. We've got some really exciting talks as well at that movie premiere coming up soon. All right? So again, those of you at the back coming in, welcome. We really appreciate you coming in. And those of you on the live stream, hello, wherever you're sitting from around the whole world. You know, this Ethereum Devcon conference has just united so many people from all walks of life, from all ages, from all backgrounds. It's wonderful to see. And that's, I think, the mission that we want for Ethereum, right? One unified Ethereum. Okay, so I'm slowly running out of things to say. Before our next session begins, let me introduce a little bit about the topic. The topic is about the rise of app chains from L2s to roll-up clusters, right? Ethereum's roll-up-centric approach has led to the emergence of L2 roll-up clusters, reducing fees, but at the cost of creating fragmented liquidity and a less than seamless user experience. Now, our previous user mentioned a little bit about this. Perhaps the future might be a combination of roll-ups, ZK, optimism, and so on and so forth. Well, our next speaker, he's a software architect with over 15 years of experience in engineering and startups. Now, this is interesting. He is the co-inventor of ZK Sync and currently serves as the co-founder and CEO of Matter Labs. Now, he knows his stuff, and I hope you guys, who are if you're here, you're really interested in these technical details. I wish I was a bit more technical, but I come from a non-tech background. Hopefully, after DevCon, I'll get into the tech side of things as well. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's put our hands warmly together and welcome to our stage the next speaker, Alex!
Hello everyone, my name is Alex. I'm the founder of ZK Sync and CEO of Matter Labs, and today I'm going to talk about the app chains and how rollup clusters work, what they are, and what implications they have. And I will start with it's probably obvious, rollup-centric roadmap has led to transformation of the Ethereum's original vision of the world computer into the Internet of Chains, which is not a coincidence. This is like we're in blockchain and Web3, we're kind of following the evolution of computing in general and the evolution of the internet. It's the third wave where we're putting value and putting valuable state and global cooperation to the ultimate degree on the internet, on chain. And what it is gonna lead to is that the apps will also transform, just like the applications on the internet got their own servers and got their own functionality moving from shared co-located environments. The same thing is going to happen with app chains, with applications on Ethereum. There are many reasons for this, but basically we're going to go from a world of every application is deploying on a separate chain, on all of the chains, to a world where you can deploy in one chain. It might be a chain you fully control as an application, and then all the other chains are interacting together and have access to what you're doing. And we see a lot of interest for this topic from the app builders, because obviously developer experience of deploying many chains is not great. But more importantly, because you can customize your application and you can offer functions that are not possible on a uniform, like one-size-fits-all environment. And also, very importantly, you have the full ownership of what's happening there. You can control the access rights, you can control how you handle different policies, and then you can control the value flow of the application to a much higher degree. For example, you can have validators who are receiving the fees, certain other value capturing mechanisms, and then delegating this to the token holders, to the larger community of this app. So there are many like very, very strong incentives. And the main blocker why we have not seen this happening so far is the lack of native interop. It's not even the lack of infrastructure. The infrastructure is there. We have roll-up as a service providers. You see now hundreds of roll-ups being built, but many of them application-specific, kind of like in their infancy. Many of them are generalized, but the cost of running your own chain is approaching negligible thresholds. And like you basically get a lot of services. Everything is coming out of the box, available for you to use. But the lack of native interop is really preventing us to live this vision through fully. And I want to give you an intuition why, and then I want to walk you through the technical trade-offs of different approaches of how we can actually make this work. So this talk is mostly for application builders and chain builders, and those application builders specifically who are considering doing their own app chain. What is the perfect world? Like whenever we build a revolutionary technology, the best approach is to imagine the perfection, the perfect end game, and then reverse engineer from there and see what steps we need to follow to get there. A perfect user experience, in our opinion, consists of three major pillars. Pillar number one is you want to have a single account. Just like you today on the internet, we got to a maturity where you have your email and it's basically controlling everything you're doing on the internet, all of your accounts. And it's like really easy to connect. Like you basically have Gmail, Connect, Apple Connect, one click, unlocks everything. We need to get to the same experience on Ethereum. Your single wallet, you don't have to maintain a plethora of wallets on all different chains and manage their complexities. It should be very, very easy. The second thing is, from this one account, you should be able to interact with any app on all of these chains that comprise the Internet of Chains that is today Ethereum. Which means no manual bridging, no manual switching of networks, and the confirmations are fast. So the same user experience as you have on a single chain should happen across multiple chains. And finally, there should be no overhead involved with these interactions. When you transact from one chain, from your account, one chain to some application, you should not be thinking about like, oh, that's going to cost me some percentage of the capital or assets that I'm sending there because there is some bridging involved. And you should not, your security model should remain the same. Like if an app is deployed on a ZK rollup and it's a mutable smart contract, you can firmly count on it because Ethereum gives you this hardness and enforces its commitments. And this should not be violated by some new intermediaries that are jumping in between and facilitating your bridging. Right? So those three things must be held intact. And there are basically two ways to get there. As you probably know from the product world, we can try to come to a perfection at Ethereum-wide level, like have endless conversations, think through, go through like endless iterations and come with a perfect design and try to implement this, which will probably take 10 years. Or we can go through a gradual path and deliver incremental value as we go. And obviously, you can imagine which way I'm advocating for. Ethereum has always been pragmatic and embraced the second approach. So what would this second approach look like for pan-Ethereum interop that can enable the rise of the app chains? The first level, like the most basic, lowest hanging fruit, is to agree on the standards for interop across all rollups. Like the rollups that are being deployed right now, we cannot perfectly connect them, but at least we can agree on the future way how we will be connecting them, and then some definitions. And this include chain registry. It should not be a GitHub account where someone manually assigns chain IDs. It should be something permissionless and open. Cross-chain specific addresses. Again, like this is quite obvious. Like 0x something does not define your chain. We've seen like millions of dollars being sent to wrong addresses on wrong chains simply because we did not think about this when we were designing the address format in the early version, like 5 years ago when Ethereum was in its nascent state. But now it's time to fix that. So like again, we can copy, borrow some ideas from the internet, do something that is very intuitive, very easy to understand, and is fully permissionless and it's stepping into the chain ID registry and so on. And then we can define the APIs of how the contracts on different chains can interact with each other, not because we can do it today immediately, but because it's a lot easier to commit to something and then build towards this future. This is, in my opinion, not very contentious. Like we have conversations with different roll-up stacks. Everyone supports these ideas, and this is happening. Like the conversations are happening. I think very soon a number of ERCs will crystallize that define the specifications. And it's going to be a really, really great first step. The step number 2 is the roll-up clusters. Why roll-up clusters? What is roll-up clusters? We cannot build this perfect interop world on Ethereum today because we have a lot of legacy. Like we cannot just start and rewrite Ethereum from scratch to support these things. This goes back to like chain IDs embedded in transaction format, chain addresses not being supported. The design is not there, right? So like it's hard to change something like Ethereum. You've seen Justin's talk for like 5 years to get some relatively limited improvements in the base layer 1. It's really hard. But we can totally do it at layer 2s. The power of Ethereum rollup-centric roadmap is that we have this permissionless innovation. We are allowed to change things and deviate from the standard, and we can just come up with this perfect world and say, like, unburdened by what has been, we're now building our own way in ZK Sync. We're building our own way, like within like superchain, egg layer, arbitrum orbits, chain groups, and we can call them roll-up clusters. And what defines a roll-up cluster is it's something that enables this perfect world of the UX that I was talking before within the boundaries of the cluster. So it only applies to the chains inside this one cluster. And between the clusters, we'll have the same problems as we have today at this stage, and we have the same solutions. Like we can use external bridging, we can go and bridge through layer 1 if it's some significant amount of assets. But at least we can solve it within the clusters, and there will be a limited number of clusters. It is not going to be hundreds, it's just going to be like a handful. And then as a next stage, once we have tried and figured out what works at the cluster level, we can go back to layer 1 and say, like, okay, here are the best practices, we know how to build it, it's been battle tested, let's now get something enshrined as a standard for pan-Ethereum interop on layer 1. So what is the stage of current maturity of clusters and what we can do there, and like how to enable this? Now we'd argue that a cluster, an interop rollup cluster, is defined by 2 key mechanisms. You need both of these mechanisms. The one is shared liquidity, and the other is native message relay. If you only have one and not the other, you will not get the full user experience that I was describing that we need to get to the app chain centric world. You practically have it already, like with message relay mechanism enabled by third-party bridges, for example, enables you to pass arbitrary messages. But since you don't have shared liquidity between chains, they only work with external sources of liquidity, and this is why there are external costs and external risks associated with those third-party bridges. So you also need the liquidity there. Now, let's explore them, each of them in detail, and see what trade-offs we have and how we can actually build that. Shared liquidity, we have 2 approaches for this. One is each chain can maintain the liquidity locked into their TVL that is currently managed by a smart contract on Ethereum, the bridgehead that is deployed on layer 1. We can keep them separate and then coordinate. And if you imagine you have like OP mainnet has like 100 ETH total liquidity, and then Base has 100 ETH total liquidity, and then you move all of this liquidity from OP to Base, through the native messaging interop and you own it on your account, you obviously cannot withdraw it from base, right? Because there is not enough liquidity on this bridge contract. So like you will then need to coordinate something more complicated. Like if you need to withdraw more than a single bridge contract contains, you will need to orchestrate and do multiple transactions, and you will need to build like a relatively complex orchestration framework. But this is doable. It just like adds more complexity, but like that is a plausible path forward. The alternative is to say, you know what? Let's take one contract. Let's build like a single store of treasury for all of these chains that are participating in the cluster on layer 1, and then merge it together, have some mechanism of token accounting between the chains, so we know exactly how many tokens are in each of the chains, so they don't violate each other's security. But then it makes it a lot easier to withdraw everything from a single place. Both are valid approaches and not that contentious. The native messaging is a lot more interesting. This is actually where we will see the largest divergence in 2025 and the biggest trade-offs being made. What is native message delay? You need to prove from one chain to another that something happened on the origin chain. Because imagine you have separate sequencers. You want to bridge funds. You want to transact from chain A to chain B. You're initiating this message on chain A. Chain B does not know anything about this. Their validators don't know. Their sequencer doesn't know. They need to decide that I'm going to include a transaction that modifies my state, that attests that something happened on chain A. And you need to figure out at what moment can I include this? When can I trust the source chain? And again, you have two different approaches. The optimistic approach, well, I mean, you have three approaches. Approach 0 is you just trust whoever is sending you this message. This is basically what we have today with third-party bridges. This is relatively similar to how sidechains pass messages to each other and how Arbitrum Orbit fast withdrawal feature works. You just have to trust them, right? Like certain chain. Okay, that is one option. But we're talking about Ethereum. We want to derive security from layer 1. We want to preserve the security model of the rollups. We want basically all transactions to be verified by Ethereum. In this case, if your cluster is optimistic, all chains are optimistic rollups, then you can build a native interop message passing mechanism, but that will mean that every node of every rollup in this cluster will have to verify all transactions on all other chains of the clusters. So not only the validators, not only the sequencers, every single full node. And remember, in optimistic rollups, you're supposed to run your full node to make sure that you can enact fraud proofs, to run your own, to be able to see that finalities happened at least subjectively on chain. And that means that you're basically concatenating all of these rollups in one giant sharded system. It's not really separating them. It's you're adding more and more, and all of that needs to run on a single node. With the ZK cluster approach, you can do it differently. Each of the chains has to generate the validity proof, the ZK proofs of each of its blocks. You can then recursively aggregate them together. You can take the state of the latest block of these chains and also recursively aggregate them, get a single root hash, put it on Ethereum as a settlement layer. And then each of these chains, so each chain is doing its own piece of work, not caring about everyone else. And then in order to trust a message coming from some chain participating in this cluster, all you have to do is to check the root hash of the aggregated state. And it's going to be enough for you to check, okay, some event happened, fully trustlessly rely on pure math and not on any game theoretical or cryptoeconomic mechanisms. And that leads to a really interesting divergence of properties. So with optimistic clusters, all of the operators that can be allowed on the cluster are essentially trusted. It's kind of this insider group. You cannot allow permissionless participation. You cannot let everyone there. You will have like 5 chains, and then to get the 6th one, you need the permission from all 5, because all of them and all of their users will have to run the full node of that new chain. And this continues. Like it gets really hard to expand. Whereas in the ZK approach, you can make it fully permissionless. Anyone can join. They cannot do any harm, because the zero knowledge proofs is validating everything that's happening on their chain. And the second corollary is that the optimistic approach will be like limited in its total capacity, because you still need to make sure that the full node can be run on consumer hardware, as opposed to the ZK, which is like fully uncapped. Because this Merkle tree, this aggregation, we can just keep adding chains to this thing, and like, there are no inherent limits on where we should stop. Similarly, with optimistic approach, you can only rely on Ethereum data availability. You can only allow rollups in this cluster. If you allow one non-rollup, one Optimium, the entire thing then becomes an Optimium from the security perspective. Like, your security model is downgrading to the weakest link in the entire thing, because your full node will not be able to attest what happened on some chain where data is not available publicly through Ethereum. Whereas with the ZK cluster, the chains participating can use custom data availability solutions like Celestia, EigenLayer, whatever you choose as a builder. And then finally, optimistic approach basically requires uniform architecture, because everyone has to fit into this into something that can be run on a single node by all participants, whereas with ZK, everyone can do their custom design, manage their policies in whatever they want, implement custom functions, implement any sequencer, centralized, decentralized, what they want. But this is becoming reality. Like, we will see the first optimistic and ZK clusters going live. Optimistic are going to be limited. ZK are probably going to, we're going to see more chains participating in the interop. And I'm certain that the next year is going to become the year of the app chains. Thank you. Happy to take questions.
All right, let's hear it for Alex, ladies and gentlemen. Very engaging presentation. Some very, very good questions are coming in as well, Alex. Now, you can vote for their favorite questions. Let's look at the one with 4 votes at the top. More app chain implies less decentralization, as there is no incentive to run the full L2 nodes. How do you mitigate this?
Quite the opposite. More app chains means more decentralization, because you can have thousands of completely different chains run by different communities, run by different, like, some of them will be corporate chains, institutional chains with privacy, with their own things. Some of them will be run by decentralized communities with very, very different approaches to how these decentralized mechanisms work, not feeding everyone into the same, basically like a few oligarchic builders that produce all of the blocks for everyone. Like, this is the only way to actually keep Ethereum fully, truly decentralized and keep it growing in a decentralized manner.
Very good. More app chains, good. All right, next question with 6 votes. We're fighting with 2 questions there. Who is working on standardizing interop? Oh, excuse me, it went to the... Where did it go? Okay, the second one, yeah.
We have a group between different L2s, the leading L2 stacks, and we're making quite some progress there. I think by the end of the year, we'll have this RC standards kind of well spelled out.
Excellent. Go to the top one. What do you think about ERC 7802 by Wonderland, Uniswap, and Optimism about bridge agnostic cross-chain token interface? It's a nudge.
We just posted the a tweet on support for the standard, because it's, obviously that's one great example of how things can work at this stage 1 of coordination.
Excellent. Lots of questions getting voted up. Now, this one with 8. When stage 1 for ZK Sync era?
It's most likely going to be in Q1 next year. It's the next thing on the priority. It's very, very important for us. ZK Sync has always been committed to like very deeply go on cypherpunk values. and be a pioneer of that. And the only thing missing is the priority queue. Everything else is in place for. But like it's almost stage 1 today with the missing of this one component, which is going to be finished.
So very, very close. For those of you who are waiting in anticipation, Q1 next year, look out for it. 6 votes at the top. Security first. Do you agree that L2s and app chains increases throughput but don't reduce latency compared to L1?
So the latency of this approach is going to be like the hard latency of fully trustless interop with native message, with native asset bridging will be determined by the latency of proof generation. The latency of proof generation is going down massively because it's a fully parallelizable thing. In the design of the new proof system, the Bootjam 2.0, the new Bootjam virtual machine that zkSync is having, it's something like on the order of minutes, and then it's coming down to seconds, and I'm sure we'll have full, like close to real-time proving in the next couple of years. Until then, we can do something interesting. Like we can use less secure proofs, for example, TE, SGX proofs, to make the message passing faster, and the chains who are willing to accept those proofs for a short period of time under the risk of reorg, and like this is important, only reorg of this like last 1 minute, not any other security violation, they will be able to enable practically instantaneous interop, like under like with 1 second latency, because the most blocks in ZK stack specifically are going to have one second.
All right,
so
50 seconds. Let's do the last question at the top. How is it different from the Polygon egg layer?
It's very similar in design. I think it's more mature. We have the shared bridge live today with 3 chains live: zkSync Era, Kronos, Zero, and a dozen of others launching on this shared bridge. And the interop is becoming production ready by the end of this year, and then it has to pass the audit and governance. I'm pretty sure it's coming like early next year in full integration. Yeah.
All right, that's all the time we have, I think, for today. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Alex a big, big round of applause. Well done, well done. Well, some very complex questions there, and he handled it like a champ. Now, without further ado, our next session is going to be starting very, very soon. The title is Defragmenting Ethereum, Interoperability and the Superchain. All right, so if you're interested, this is the kind of topic that you want. Again, this is covering the layer 2 track, the layer 2 track. So if you're sitting here, I'm assuming that you guys are really interested in layer 2, Come to the front if you want. I see some new faces in the front here. Please feel free to come forward. Don't be shy. The closer you are to the stage, the closer you are to the speaker. Get to ask your questions. And we had some great question and answers. Remember, you can always upvote for your favorite questions. I saw a lot of upvoting happening, and so that's the questions that are most popular, and they're going to be asked to the speaker. You can start asking your questions in advance as well. This saves a lot of time. I also wanted to highlight something fun. I'm not sure if you have, but because I've been working, so I haven't had much time to explore the Devcon venue. How many of you have gone downstairs and you've seen like the decompression room, and you've seen there's yoga mats, did you know that you can get free Thai massage? Did you know that? Yeah. So they're offering free Thai massage, but it's on a first come, first serve basis downstairs. You got to book it at, I think, like 9 a.m., so you have to go really early and book it because there's a queue. But if you go downstairs, I don't know if you have, it's really, really nice. You got LED lights, it's very nice, it's not too noisy, you can do your work, you got your hackathons happening, and some really nice decompression places to relax, Quiet music, massage, beds, tents. Oh, it's really, really beautiful. So if you haven't checked it out yet, I strongly recommend going downstairs and checking it out. There was even a music stage where they just had some random instruments, and people from Devcon just went up on stage, and they don't know each other, they've never practiced before, and they just started making music. It was really, really wonderful. So please go and check it out. It's downstairs. It's happening throughout the Devcon conference, so you don't have to go right now. Enjoy your sessions and go perhaps during your lunch break or in the morning before the sessions begin. Now, let me tell you a little bit about our next session, a little bit about the description to get you guys excited and interested. Now, it says here, with the proliferation of L2s and Devcon upgrade, Ethereum has now scaled. However, we have a new challenge, and that challenge is called fragmentation. All right? We're introducing various interoperability standards across Ethereum and the superchain ecosystem, but there are challenges in our way. And so our next speaker is going to be explaining a little bit more about these challenges and helping us understand them better. Now, he started out at Consensus, building applications. He moved into the core protocol at the Ethereum Foundation and started work on L2 scalability with Plasma Group, which involves into L2 scalability and public goods funding at Optimism. So he knows what he's talking about, and I hope you guys understand him as well. Once again, I am limited in my knowledge of the tech side of Ethereum. I wish I knew more, and hopefully now that I'm at Devcon, I'm going to be inspired to learn a little bit more. It is quite a challenge for a non-tech person to get into the ecosystem at first. There's quite a learning curve for me ahead, but I believe I can do it with all the support. And I've met so many amazing people here who've come up to me and, given feedback and, encouraged me to stay in the ecosystem, even though I'm not from a tech background. So really, thank you. I think that's the kind of welcome that I look forward to. In fact, many people on the Ethereum Foundation, even Skylar, one of the people who was speaking at the opening ceremony, he told me, I think he started out as a volunteer photographer, right, as a photographer, and now he's leading, things at Ethereum, and, it's quite exciting, right, that someone from a completely different background can get into this ecosystem and feel like part of a great big family with you guys. So really appreciate that. That's the kind of spirit that I love to see at conferences like this, where we're really focused on building for the future. Now, I think I've taken enough time to buy time for everybody to come in, but I still see some people walking in. Come, quickly, take your seats, take your seats. We've got lots of seats in the front here, on the left and the right. Please come in and take a seat. We want you to enjoy. Now, this is going to be our final speaker session at the main stage. And do you remember what's coming up next? A movie screening. Yeah, so if you like movies, stay tuned, because we're going to have the first ever crowd-funded anime movie on Ethereum, which is going to be screened after this session has concluded. So don't go anywhere. Stay in the room. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's welcome our next speaker, Carl. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Why, hello, everybody. Oh, my goodness. We are back in Devcon, 6 p.m., final slot. Everyone wants to talk at 6 p.m. and also listen to talks at 6 p.m. All right. Well, hello. I am Carl. We're going to talk about interoperability for Ethereum. So, defragmenting Ethereum, we are in. Let's pick up where we left off. So I really measure time based on DevCons. It's like one DevCon and then two DevCons, go. That's kind of how I measure it. And I really think it's kind of legit in that every DevCon there feels like a new sea change that happens. All the brains get together and they mash up. And I feel like DevCon 5, it was this crazy proliferation or this beginning of like optimistic rollups, ZK rollups, and then we had next, the super chain and proliferation of all these OP stack chains across Ethereum, and then boom, now we are in a new phase, which I like to call interoperation, because unfortunately with the proliferation phase, you end up with a whole bunch of fragmentation. But this is exciting. We have a moment where we literally have an unbelievable amount of low-hanging fruit to bring all of these chains together through open source interoperability standards across Ethereum. So, nothing is that new. By the way, this is a PSA, people. Nothing is that new. Nothing is that unexpected, and technology marches forward very, very slowly. In other words, we've known about all of these problems since the, scaling roadmap for Ethereum that Vitalik put out way too many years ago. And, sometimes I think of myself as like a little snail moving along, like seeing the tech progress go, and then I whip out my phone and I'm like, oh my God, what's going on? And I'm on the moon. But no, it's fake news. Just calm down. We're making progress, one step at a time. So right? Like we knew that we would have a bunch of chains and we'd fragment the rollups and then we'd join them together into a happy union. Like that's been the point. So anyway, I want to talk about basically my goal for this talk is to show a very large amount of, low-hanging fruit that we can all pluck for this interoperability phase. And, before even all of these DevCons, I was but a mere gerbil developer working on memes of Memecraft, my absolutely killer application. It was incredible. I had everything that you needed for a killer app in Ethereum, right? You had a manifesto. I had a team page, and I even had an unusable application. It was like literally killer app material. But I knew that there was one thing that would hold me back, and that was my application would never scale to the number of users that I needed. I knew the world was going to use memes of Memecraft. 10 TPS, 10-second latency, not going to make it. And so I got into the trenches. We all got into the trenches, and we started building out both the roll-up technology and now the interoperability technology to make it possible. And so it really is a moment where it has become possible. The low-hanging fruit is immense. So let's go over kind of like a smattering, a kind of shotgun of all the different things that we need to fix, candidly, to make this happen. Things, by the way, that are not new. Like the great thing about this low-hanging fruit is that it has been done before. For example, asynchronous programming paradigms, that is the norm in normal application development. We can build those in. Passkeys, thankfully, Web 2 did us a solid and fixed a bunch of our wallet UX for us. Sessions, like session keys for when I log into a website and I do a bunch of interactions without constantly clicking sign transaction over and over and over again. There's no reason that this stuff and more cannot be used in the crypto space. So, in order to kind of like make this a little bit more tangible, I'm going to go through a user journey, kind of a developer journey, and then just like talk more about the tech. So let's get into the user journey. What is the user journey of memes of Memecraft, this incredible application for the masses, right? We're going to have a login screen. The login screen, familiar terms. We're talking about logging in. No seed phrases, passkeys. I'm sorry. We need decentralization, but we just got to make it usable at the same time. So both mass adoption and decentralization for the world. So, click login, sign in with a passkey, user auth with Face ID, boom, you're in. Great. Now, the next stage, mint. We need to, of course, mint our memes. So, what do I need to do? I need to click on mint. No extra signature, just like, boom, transaction succeeded in the background. Don't worry about it. Easy. Now I have my memes, and now I'm going to battle them. Of course, what else would you do with your memes? So I'm going to matchmake. Boom, I found a battle match person, and success, I won. Right? Great. And now, of course, I'm going to share my battle, because that's what we miss about Web 2 and Web 3, the ability to click the share button. I've never clicked the share button, unfortunately. But anyway, really, I just wanted to talk about composability, and that was my little segue into it. So, simple, right? Like, that was like a very normal, like, honestly, incredibly boring user flow, unfortunately. Well, no. It's a great user flow. Memes of Memecraft, taken off. But the developer journey is actually kind of immense to make all that happen while preserving the open source decentralized protocols that we all know and love. So, developer journey, building all these things. Okay, first, I'm going to kind of skip past a bunch of the developer journey because it's not actually just too much, but imagine we're on an AI code editor and in the browser with auto refresh and all the bells and whistles. Okay, so for the login side of things, we're going to sign in. Okay, what do we need here? Well, we need easy-to-use front-end libraries that I can just very easily import, start a passkey kind of session, smart wallets with sessions, or even just a temporary wallet, that's fine by me. A super RPC so that I can actually send transactions to all of these different chains. I don't need to click on that network switching kind of, icon. All of this built in very seamlessly. Please give me a very good solution for this. All the chains across Ethereum, let's do it. So, right, clicked mint, etc. Now, this little flow is actually insanely challenging. So what happened here? First off, I have assets across a whole bunch of chains. I clicked mint, and I paid for, gas. I paid for the mint of that meme. And I did not have to worry about any of these silly chains. Why did I not have to worry? Because we got things like ERC7683, the easiest ERC to say. And what that is intense. You're able to abstract away and say, okay, a user has cache on one chain, one ecosystem. There's a really high latency bridge that connects them. Well, happens to be that there's an open protocol for fast liquidity providers that, you can send them your capital on this chain, and then boom, they will give you the same amount on the destination chain, no problem. They'll handle rebalancing, and this is great. It's a win-win for everyone. Instant user experience for the user, and fees for the liquidity providers, regardless of the speed of your message passing. Now, and we can get a good UX for this too, abstract it into a very simple interface that everyone can use. All right, so first off, that's how we consolidated all the assets into one chain, but obviously, because my example has this in it, the mint function is on a different chain. So what did I do? Well, I wrote an asynchronous smart contract. So, we're building out these interoperability protocols. If you use a kind of intertwinement-based interop protocol, then you can achieve 2-second or really instant interoperability. And that is a major unlock, because now developers across the Ethereum ecosystem, it's one thing to build a smart contract that does a kind of, end-to-end two-chain flow with, when you have to wait for even 5 minutes is a long time. But if it's just an instant flow between the chains, that's I don't know, I personally experienced it. You will too, and it's pretty sick. Anyway, so we can actually build out a whole bunch of asynchronous programming, libraries pretty easily even today, right? You can, use common promise syntax that you'll be familiar with if you, do, for example, JavaScript. And promise sponsorship. We're going to be able to reuse all of this intent-based infrastructure for general messages. And by the way, Ben wrote an async, library, and Ben is not even he's a physicist. He's not some coding genius. He wrote it in 3 days. You know what I mean? This is the level of obvious stuff. You don't have to be smart to be oh, JavaScript has solved this problem this way, and it's not solved in my language. Let me just do that. You know what I mean? That's the kind of problem that I like, because I can't think of smart things generally. That's hard. Okay, so anyway, battling, right? We're going to battle. Matchmaking, boop, 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 found, all right? Remember, that's what happened. What happened in the background? Well, what did we do? First off, we found a low congestion chain, because guess what? Battling is transaction intensive. Of course, got to do a lot of battles. Anyway, and there are going to be chains that have high liquidity that will always have high fees, because there's an incentive. If the price moves, then you need to arbit, and you get a bunch of bots, you get a bunch of spam. Well, you need some chains that are explicitly not going to be the mega TVL chains that can do your little battles, And you also probably want to have subsets of chains that you interact with explicitly. For example, Memes of Memecraft actually has 2 chains, and one of them is kind of medium usage, and one of them is low. And so the front end will automatically just check and see, okay, the gas fees are very low on this chain. Let me deploy the battler there. Speaking of deploying the battler, installing contracts. This is 100% contract deployment should be permissionless by default. And then developers can restrict where they want their contracts to live. This ecosystem, this chain, that chain. But for a large swath of public good contracts, for example, you really want to have that be available as many places as possible. And so, instead of just developers having to choose where to deploy, the front end should just deploy it directly, and we can do that with Create to Factory, which is available on pretty much all the EVM chains. Cool. So now on to the bragging section. Well, this is obviously I added this, tacked this in, because I really wanted to talk about composability and show a very particular concept that is, you know, a little crazy. But think about it. Composability is key. Web3 composability, that is like the magic sauce. What is the most analogous, you know, composable first thing? In my opinion, it is the web browser. The web browser is this amazing universe where all of these websites can link to each other and use each other and all that stuff. And what did they do? They made this crazy choice. The people who did the smart things over there in the web browser, they decided to literally send code instead of just like binary blobs for over the wire to then display in the browser. What did that do? This was an intentional choice by the web browser developers. They wanted to make it so that users, anyone, can right-click, inspect element, and read the code that runs and powers their website. Kind of sound familiar? Well, turns out we are doing the same thing all the time. We're just going to Etherscan and then getting very frustrated that the contract has not been verified yet. And then we're like, how do I verify it? And it's horrible. So anyway, I'm just really, I think we can like 10x the amount of, you know, code collaboration and the speed of our feedback cycles if we have things like on-chain package managers or inspect element for smart contracts, some kind of environment that makes coding with smart contracts more collaborative. Now, obviously, you know, maybe it doesn't work for a crazy DeFi protocol you want to formally verify, but I just think smart contract programming can be so fun. It doesn't need to be a horrible mess. And I don't know, we just haven't invested. So let's invest and make the feedback cycles fast and make it so that it's easy to learn, because there's tons of examples of how people are doing it, and we can really foster an open source culture, not just at the protocol layer, but also at the smart contract layer. So now, that was the kind of developer kind of shotgun of all the tech. Let me just list it all out in one big list. So first off, right, cross-chain reads and messaging. I could do a whole talk on this one. I'm not going to get into too many deets, but the TLDR of like these, and by the way, this is all open source protocols. Like there's no, this is just a fact of the universe, basically, that you can build interoperability protocols which use this kind of optimistic or speculative, you know, output. So you're on one chain and you're like, okay, I think that the chain, this other chain is going to resolve to this value, so I will optimistically include that value and then move forward. And this works for ZKP-based proofs and TEE-based proofs and all sorts of proofs. It's just literally, it's kind of, you know, how we, you know, lowered the latency of L2s by introducing a sequencer and more predictability in the ordering before it hits Ethereum. Same kind of thing. So anyway, Mark can tell you, Proto can tell you more about that. And then, of course, we got intents. That, you know, there's been many talks. Shout out to Hart from before. Also, of course, chain-specific configs and chain-specific addresses all on L1 so that we can deterministically derive all of these different chains from Ethereum. Super important. Also, cross-chain token standard, very exciting. All of these people, we can have interoperable tokens with, you know, zero slippage liquidity. And we've got, this is my favorite section because it's the essentials. It's obvious. We need to build this, and it's just badly supported now. So like promise libraries that like hook into Solidity as it is today, or even modifications to Viper Solidity that support promises better, please. And then also async contract upgrades is going to be a whole thing. Oh my God! If you want to build the new like Open Zeppelin, you know, thing, like man, there's going to be you know, real patterns that develop there, and we need to like standardize what those async upgrade patterns look like. I already talked about how users should be able to install contracts on chains. That is enabled with these like create to deployments. You're able to permissionlessly deploy a contract at a particular address and, you know, not mess with the configs. And passkey wallets. We need to solve user experience. And so then, of course, finally the dream section, right? I just really want this like collaborative coding environment. It would be so nice. Also, alt VMs, you know, shout out to all the alt VMs, and you know, write some Rust or whatever. oracleize everything. I want all these RPC requests to come with signatures so that I can like, you know, use, literally just use them for whatever. If I'm really horrible, I can like do an RPC request and use that as a bridge for my horrible, degenerate, you know, token bridge thing. You know, probably don't do that. Mist browser, okay, no, that one is a little, I'm gonna get some flack for that one. But I don't know, I just still want to like not have to rely on a central party and load up a decentralized website like fully deterministically. I don't know, and obviously you know, that's kind of the point of the dream section. I don't know everything. So, you know, we are this little slow snail progressing through the technological thing, and but sometimes we come upon a tree and a whole bunch of fruit. And you know what? In those moments, those are the moments to capture and just absolutely devour all that low-hanging fruit because it is, I mean, it's easy. And I will say that I was last week, shout out to Proto, shout out to Mark, shout out to the Interop like peeps. They put together this Interop DevNet, and I was like playing with it, and it really felt like 2016 again. I don't know, this is such a reminiscing talk for me, I don't know why. It felt like 2016 again, where like everything is so obvious that needs to be built, and yet no one has built it because no one actually, I don't know, has like, I don't know, done it yet. And it's just, it was exciting. It was exciting. Like all the pieces coming together. It's like more collaborative because you're not like, you know, fighting over a tiny little, you know, slice of a pie. You're like, oh, I'm gonna work on this, and then you're gonna work on that, and we can compose together, and we'll all win together. I mean, like that is how we unify Ethereum, IMO, and finally create memes of Memecraft. So, you know, this is our timeline. But what about Devcon 8? Well, Devcon 8, it is mass adoption time. We're going to have 8 billion users. Ethereum's going to solve the fertility crisis. No, can't stop until global adoption. Every single person. And so, obviously, you know, very, very excited for the future, but we still got a lot of things to do. We got to ship interop, obviously, all these standards. We got to scale ETHDA. We got to dog food the protocol. We got to build all these dev tools. And hopefully, Ether's Phoenix willing, you know, we'll be able to unify Ethereum, defragment Ethereum, I guess is what I should have been saying, create a retroactive public goods flywheel so that we're funding open source software from now into the future. And, you know, that's why we're building the Optimism Collective. Together, we can make impact equals profit and summon Ether's Phoenix, build the user-owned internet. Thank you very much.
All right, Carl. You know, when I was watching him perform, I was a reminder of someone who moves a lot and so much energy, and it was such a joy watching you do that presentation when someone is so passionate about something you cannot help but smile. And the first and most popular question, Carl, is how does Carl have so much energy?
Because I'm deeply anxious and I channel it into excitement.
What a Gen Z answer. I'm deeply anxious. Okay. Anyway, moving on to the other questions. Thank you for that lovely question. Carl, if I were to start building a library or framework today to make building horizontally scalable apps as possible, what should I build?
Nice. Okay, if you are a Solidity nerd, then go outcompete Ben, because you definitely will. Just kidding. And build an async promise library, something like that. No. The other thing, if you want to just be, I don't know, key to my heart, I built a horrible, like, create2 based deployer thing. I just want to make create2 deployments really easy, because, I don't know, I just don't like dealing with the... I don't know, it's just the tooling is bad. You know, please do help me with that. Yeah, those are two of them, and the slides have even more.
Fantastic. When will Optimism mainnet become a ZK rollup?
We already have. So obviously, Optimism is, you know, the name. We're very optimistic people. We obviously love optimistic designs. But notably, Optimism is not a ZK rollup, not an optimistic rollup. It's actually not really, it's a super chain. But the tech, the OP stack, supports all types of proofs. And in fact, one of our design principles is to be proof agnostic, so that we don't need to choose between this proof or that proof, and instead we can use them all. Because to be honest, they're all really bad. So when you have a lot of bad things, you stack them on top of each other and hope that nothing, well, they all don't break at the same time. That's called multi-proofs, by the way. It's not just trolling.
You have got to be the most entertaining speaker I've ever had a chance to MC for. Isn't Superchain kind of like vendor lock-in? What would you say to that?
I mean, I think there is, definitely an aspect, but what are you getting locked into is my question. You are getting, quote unquote, locked into open source protocols which fund public goods and, create a flywheel that hopefully we all benefit from. And guess what? Ethereum, I don't know. Okay, they're going to get mad at me. But anyway, no, yeah, I think you can fork everything, fork us. And by the way, actually, fork-friendly is in our constitution and in everything that we do. It is incredibly important that it's open source so that you can, if you get vendor locked in a bad way, fork to a different system. By the way, another thing, Web3, the whole point of Web3 is enabling a somewhat more robust right to voice. Vendor lock-in is inevitable in some sense, and that is why in Web 2, this whole just exit this platform for the other platform, we see it doesn't work. Instead, what we need to do is we need to build systems where governance represents the constituent parties, and so that's what we're trying to do.
Very good. We got 1.5 minutes. Excellent answer. 1.5 minutes. Let's see how many questions we can go through. Which are the key things Dream Interop has to have? We want it to be fast, trustless, and
secure. But okay, yes, 100% fast. Honestly, yeah, fast, trustless, and secure. But for real, fast was my, I honestly undervalued the fast thing until I started using the fast thing. I got a little addicted because there's a very big difference if you, have to go, if it's more than a couple seconds, then I'm going to click to a different web page. And I hate, I'm never going to go back. And so, I don't know, when I started, even when I'm testing, it's so much nicer to be able to, do everything real quick. So fast, really fast. Sub-cent and sub-second. Cheap, I guess, is the first thing I forgot to say.
All right, we got 20 seconds. You want to do one more? Last one. What are the biggest mistakes the Ethereum ecosystem risks making as it works on Interop?
Making it work on Interop. Risks. Well, okay, I don't know what that actually means, and I'm not good at reading, and so I can't figure it out. But what I'm going to say is the biggest risk for Ethereum is to forget our values. We are building open source protocols that will create the world computer. There is one world computer. We're all building it. Remember that we can do this together. Don't, get too mad at each other. It's fine. The algorithms don't control us.
Well, that was truly the most entertaining Q&A I've ever hosted. Let's give him a big round of applause, Carl! Oh, man. I would pay good money to see a whole Q&A section with just Carl and questions. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, stay where you are, stay where you are. We're going to go straight into our next section. I'm going to invite someone to actually help us introduce the speaker for the next section. Can I welcome Tomo to the stage? And Tomo's going to give us a quick introduction. Please, let's give him our attention and enjoy this together.
My name is Tomo. I'm a designer at the Ethereum Foundation, and I have been leading artists and writers cohorts as a part of the Devcon Scholars Program. And people pleaser, Emily has joined as a guest critic to help artists and writers to evolve their work, which are installed in various places in the Devcon venue. So I hope you enjoy some of them. Okay, so I'm super excited to have this world premiere of the White Rabbit. So please welcome people pleaser Emilian.
Hello. I accidentally skipped the first slide, but that's okay. Thank you. So thank you guys for coming. If anybody is not familiar with White Rabbit, I'll explain very, very quickly why it's relevant to Ethereum. So it was a crowdfunded anime that we launched 2 years ago. So we launched White Rabbit at ETH Denver back in March 2022, and how it works was we launched a little bit of an animation, and then we sold these producer pass NFTs, and then we had people vote on which door they wanted to. So it was interactive, so people could stake their NFTs in the door that they wanted there was an alternate ending behind each door, and then the one that had the most votes would essentially decide the direction where the film was going. So it was kind of like a co-created IP that was like on chain, but also the sale of the NFTs essentially crowdfunded the production of the film. And so 2.5 years later, we finally finished, and we're gonna show it to you guys today. It's only 30 minutes, so it's not super long. Some cool facts about the film is that 63 artists and animators have worked on it, and there were 498 producers involved. So that's, if anybody here is a producer, you'll see your ENS or wallet address in the credits. And the main character's name was also voted on by the community via snapshot vote, which is pretty cool. And in 2022, the main character was featured on the cover of Vogue Taiwan. So that was another sort of cool part of the IP growing, I guess. And then in 2023, I got a surprise text from Mike Shinoda of Linkin Park, and they were looking for a music video. And so we collaborated, and myself and my co-founder Mache had directed the music video for Linkin Park called Lost, and it now has 97 million views on YouTube, and it was also nominated for a VMA that year, and it features White Rabbit. Mira is also known online as the girl from the Linkin Park music video. As is White Rabbit tradition, we like to hide words from a seed phrase that obviously unlock a wallet. So this is just an example from a past chapter. This is no longer useful, but in the last 10 minutes of the film, there will be several of these. This is just an example. So the word here is donkey, and it's the 5th word in the seed phrase. So they're usually hidden, something like this, and so if you guys want to look out for them. And that's it. So hope you guys enjoy the film.
帽子を見つけなければここまで私についてきてくれたが、私たちはまだ長い長い道の中だ。ここまで私についてきてくれたが、いろいろと聞きたいのはわかるが、その帽子こそが答えだ。 行こ
待って、どこに行くの？どこ？どっち？
あなたを誘惑してる。信じてはダメ。今ならまだ引き返せる。私と来て。ミラ！
彼女は誰？
奴のことは心配しなくていい。いつも私たちの邪魔をしてくるんだ。
あなたを信じちゃダメって言ってた。
ではなぜついてきた？
直感で
聞いて正解だった。
あなたが何者なのか知りたい。あの帽子も何なのか。
それを理解するにはお前自身が何者かを知る必要がある。全てが失われる前に。さあ、この世界ではどんなことが起こるんだ？
とても綺麗。けどなぜか怖い。
自由とは向き合えば向き合うほど恐ろしいものだ。だから私は今お前の目を開くた
誰に召喚されたの？
め。やったな。
起きる前のことは何も覚えていないの。
そうだね。この場所は私たちがここで生きていけるようになる前に消えてしまうだろ
どうしてこんなことが？
う。わからない。ただ今の未来のままでは救えない。
あの帽子、
そう
本当に全てが消えるのを阻止できるの？
だ。正しく使えば。
じゃあ手遅れになる前に見つけないと。
大丈夫か？
急に寒くなった。
早く行かないと。
どっちに行けばいいの？
未来、落ち着いて。今日の支配される。 広大な大地に一人。未来感じている。
何が起きてるの？
不確かなことわからないこと、自分の存在に疑問を抱くには十分なようね。
私、あなたは誰？案内人？
そう言えるかもしれないわ。でも私は導くのではなく映し出すの。あなたが心の底ですでに知っていることを映し出すの。
怖かった時、あなたの助言で救われた。
私はただあなたの勇気を鏡に映しただけなのよ。
私が求めてる答えは全部私の中に。あの狐、
あなたをここに案内して消えた奇妙な案内人。
本当に。けど追いかけなきゃいけない気持ちを捨てきれない。
未来、信頼というのは厄介なものよ。でも誰を信頼するか選ぶのはあなた自身。あなたの旅、あなたの選択。
私の選択。
自由と感じるものはより大きな檻だったりもするの。これが信頼の代償よ。あなたに耐えられるかしら。結果は未知数。その葛藤は未知に値するものかしら。潮の流れにあがらうのは孤独な旅よ。それはノイズ、それともあなたの静寂？
ここは何なの？
こっちだ。
あ、
やっと見つけた。
それは
靴だ。
私のため？
そうだ。履いておけ。
はい、できた。あなたはいつも大変な時にいなくなる。
私は案内人であって守護者ではない。
気づいたわ。
私がいなくてもここまで来れただろう。
それはそう。
周りを見てみろ。
私はどうやってここへ？
どの場所にも同じ方法で来ているはずだ。
不思議。なぜかここを知っている気がする。
知っているのかな。
帽子を見つけたらどうなるの？
自分の目で確かめるといい。この辺りだ。匂いがする。
この混沌の中から手がかりを見つけるの？
最初は全てできないと思っていただろう。
確かに。わかったわ。探し続けましょう。
手がかりなしか。
そうね。 私のような人たちがグラウンドで遊んでいるのを見た。
子供が？
私は子供なの？
そうだ。
自分が何者なのか分かれば帽子を探し出せるって。
お前はまだ全体像が見えていない。
そろそろ見つけられると思ったのに。
あと少しだ。
どうしてわかるの？
集中すればいずれ。
ホワイトハット。
今何と言った？
ホワイトハット？
そう、その通りだ。
何が？
ホワイトハット。
ホワイトハット。
行こう。仕方がない。外で待っていよう。出られない。手を貸してくれないか。
ちょっと待って。最終挑戦。この中に白い帽子がある。
やってみればいい。
これ気に入った。
選択されました。システムチェック。System check. Okay. ジョイスティック選択されました。侵入し
どういうこと？
ターゲット
どうすればいいの？
記憶を取る。
難しすぎる。ああ、もう。壊しちゃった？
上、下、左、右、B、A、スタート。これでいけるはずだ。
よし、やってみる。やった！
よくやった。
ああ、もう。
気をつけろ。
何？
私を倒したか。しかし未来は不確かなの。
やったね。すごかった。それで
新たな覚醒となるだろう。近いものがある。なればわかるさ。知っているすべてが変わる。お前も含めて新たな覚醒となるだろう。
これは全部夢だったの？
近いものがある。
私はどうなるっていうの？
なればわかるさ。